That's okay, Aruna. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, yes.
We're gonna have to put you on mute for just a second.
Okay, sounds good.
Welcome to the inaugural conference, Un-Menopause Your Life. I am so excited to be here with you all, with our amazing guests and panelists today, to celebrate International Women's Day 2024. Because yes, you know what, we don't do it enough. I don't think we celebrate women enough in this country, in the UK, the US, Canada, anywhere across the globe. Because the reason we should be celebrating ourselves more is the number of roles that we play. You know, I think it needs to be a balanced view of things. If we are going to be the mum, the daughter, the caregiver, the career woman, the passionate girlfriend, the cook, the cleaner, the taxi driver, if we're going to be all of these things, we should celebrate each one of those roles. And I'm pretty sure we could come up with at least 364 of them if we really put our heads together. So today is all about creating a better quality life as a woman in the second stage of life. How much of Instagram, Facebook, how much of social media now is what I like to call tweenagers? I went to a fashion show in Paris last year. It was amazing, beautiful. And I went backstage and it was wonderful. I really enjoyed it, except for one thing. I looked at all the models. Now, these were models wearing clothes, wearing makeup, designed for women over 50. They were directing them to women over 50. And I looked at these models and something didn't seem right because they all had other women with them. I was like, who are these other women? Oh, they're their mothers. What do you mean they're their mothers? Why do they need their moms with them? Oh, they're 15. They're 14. And they are creating the look that we, as women who have had children, who have been through life experiences, who have been dragged through the mud, we're supposed to look like them, are we? No cellulite, no expanding belly, perfect skin. They're 14. And that's the image that we're looking up to. No, this doesn't sit right with me. And this is when I started to think, how can we celebrate not just women, but women who have been through it, women who have got that life experience, women who have participated in the world for more than 5 seconds. But there is this one problem that we seem to face as women when we do hit 35, 40, 45. We get tired. I mean, I'm tired. I mean, look at me. You can see bags under my eyes. The clock's changed and I didn't know, right? So I'm tired. Like, are you? Are you at home? Are you tired? Alice, are you tired? Yeah, we're tired. And when we get tired, we tend to get into the wrong emotional home. Now, I want you to write this down at home. The quality of your life is determined by the quality of your habitual emotions. Write that down. We all have a home, and we always go back to that home. How many times have we seen typhoons? New Orleans, right? The storm hit New Orleans, wiped so much out. It was tragic. Barbados, the Caribbean, storms, typhoons coming, wiping everything out. And guess what? The local community rebuild in the same place. 2 years later, a storm comes, wipes it out. They rebuild. Why? Did you not think for 1 second, maybe move somewhere else? Why do they keep going back? Because it's their home. We always return home. The same with your emotions. You will always return to your emotional home. So it doesn't matter how many boxes you've got ticked. It doesn't matter if you're a billionaire or you've got the most amazing today, is to change the quality of your life. Now, we need to look at better quality questions if we're going to change the quality of our life. That's what we're here to do today, is to ask some pretty good quality questions to myself and to the panelists. Because the quality of the questions you ask determines the quality of the answers you give yourself, right? So how many times have you at home asked yourself this question? Why can't I ever do this? Why am I so fat? Why am I so crap at everything? Why can I never get this right? I mean, honestly, has anyone asked themselves that question? Yeah? What's the answer that you give? You ever ask yourself, why am I so fat? And give an answer that says, no, I'm not, I'm perfect and beautiful. That is not an answer that you give to a poor quality question. So we need to look at the quality of those questions. How can we reframe them? Two people, Robin Williams and Nelson Mandela. I choose them because I'm really hoping that you all know who they are. If not, go and get some Google. Robin Williams and Nelson Mandela. Now, if we look at their life on paper, we can see that one of them had money, wealth, fame. He had an amazing wife, beautiful family. The whole world loved him. Everyone laughed. He was everyone's best friend, everyone's favorite actor. And he's unfortunately no longer with us. Why? How could someone who has ticked every single box, and by everybody else's standards, is probably one of the most successful people on the globe, how could he commit suicide? Because he asked himself poor quality questions. Why will I never be good enough? Why can I never do better? Now the other had a pretty shocking life for quite a while. You know, jail time, not so good. Especially jail time when you did nothing wrong. So how does someone go through imprisonment who gets trapped for just being a decent human being? How do they come out the other side and change the world for the better in such a remarkable way? Because they ask themselves good quality questions. How can I make the world a better place? How can I find joy in every moment? How can I find gratitude for what I have around me? So I really want you to remember that the quality of your life depends on what? The quality of your habitual emotions and the quality of the questions that you ask yourself. Now, as women, we have to be so many things. And we were speaking at dinner last night. Barbie came up. Now, Barbie has some pros and some cons, right? But I just watched the movie. For those who haven't, I highly recommend it. I just watched it on the plane over here. Never seen it before. And there was one point that stood out to me. We all know, if you've watched the movie, we all know the monologue, right? America Ferrera standing up and giving the monologue. And it's one of the most beautiful pieces of writing I've ever seen, because it perfectly encapsulates every single role that we have to be. Growing up, I had a particular imagery of what women should be. Should. Hear that word? Should being the operative word. I thought women should be thin, but not too thin. Because if you're too thin, well, then that's unhealthy. But if you're not thin, well, that's also unhealthy. I had a particular image that women should be career driven, but you've got to be really good at your career. You've got to make money. But, oh, by the way, everybody else matters first. You know everyone else that you've got to take care of, that comes first. Don't look after yourself, but also only look after yourself. I was taught that women needed to be emotionally available. But, don't be needy. Like, come on. I was taught that women needed to be amazing mothers, but please don't bore everybody else with all of your children's achievements. I was taught that women were supposed to be focused and clear, but equally had to be nurturing and flexible. Essentially, I learned that women were screwed, pretty much. That was one of the first things that I remember thinking as a teenage girl. Now, I went to an all-girls private school. Now, this, for anyone who has been to an all-girls private school, is just a bed for gossip and pain and cliques. And oh my goodness, I mean, we stand here as women celebrating each other, but we really don't give each other that much help either. Like, honestly, I remember being at school and being part of one crowd. Well, that crowd wasn't cool enough. So move over to another crowd. They don't want you. You're too smart. You're too this and too this. And on the other side of town, there was the all-boys school. Now, completely different way of living. The girls were taught to bring each other down. So there was this belief within my educational setting that as a female, the only way that you could rise to the top was shove everybody else down. You could only be the best if everybody else was worse. So we were ingrained with this belief that to rise, we had to decrease the value of others around us. The boys weren't taught that. They were just taught, shoot for that, I'll say something bad there, screw everybody else, right? Just shoot for where you want, no one else matters. So they were just taught to have clarity, focus on exactly what their aim was, and other people needed to focus on themselves too. We as women, not so much. We as women are taught to bring each other down. I mean, let's be honest. Like, really honest. Have you ever brought another woman down? Have you ever judged another woman for how she looks? For how much money she has? For how she dresses? For the makeup she chooses? Have you ever judged another woman? Have you? I have. I'll hold my hands up to that. Because that's what we're taught to do. That's our system. And what we're here to do today is to own the fact that, you know what, as women, we haven't always been kind to each other. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's a bed of roses, men are all bad, women are all amazing, hunky-dory. No. We have created our own pitfalls. Another thing that came up at dinner last night, it was an interesting conversation. All of the roles that we have, that we then complain about, right? Do we bring them on ourselves a little bit? I will fully admit, my husband is watching. I will complain that he doesn't do the dishes enough. But then when he does it wrong. So I then redo it, right? I then have to reorganize. I'll complain that he doesn't organize events enough, parties, date nights, kids' birthday presents. But then when he does it wrong, so I redo it. I will also complain that he doesn't make enough decisions, but when he does, I disagree with them, so I remake them. I mean, we need to work out a way together. We need to work together here to find a balance between empowering women, furthering the cause of women, but also understanding our own flaws. Most women are terrified of trusting. I'm just going to leave that there. We are terrified of trusting. Trusting another woman, trusting a man, trusting anybody. Trusting the system to catch us when we fall. We are terrified of trust. And so we look and seek and desperately need control. So the idea of them releasing control, well, that's a step too far. We try and pull it back. So we need to learn to trust. Trust yourself. That's the first person that you don't trust. For a long time, I never trusted myself. So I had to have everything completely mapped out. Oh my goodness, the calendar that I had, it actually makes me tired thinking about it. Every single second of every day was blocked in a different color with a different everything. Every single meal was prepped. Every single weekend had to be filled because I didn't trust myself without this external force saying, this is what your life should be. Because I lived by shoulds. I should be. And it's exhausting living by shoulds. We should all over ourselves. Oh, we really do. It's messy. It's really, really messy. I should be braver. I should be kinder. I should be smarter. I should be prettier. I should be taller. I said myself that one for quite a while. I should be shorter. I should be thinner. Whatever it might be, I should. And that was where my level of exhaustion came from. So let's go back to where we started. We're tired of the shoulds. I'm exhausted of the shoulds. So what I want you to do for 1 second is just scrap the shoulds, the should nots. And just think for this one day of this whole year about the wants, the desires, the needs, not the shoulds of expectation that society, husband, kids, mother, whatever their expectations are, just chuck them to the side for a minute. Think about your passions. As a kid, I want you to write this one down. As a kid, what was your passion? Because we all get taught as little girls. I remember I had a poster up on my wall, had a unicorn, because apparently that's what we do as children. Unicorns. And it had this massive word that said, dream big. So I did. And then I think I probably hit about the age of 11. Oh, don't dream that big. That's not realistic. Oh, you want to be a dancer? That won't pay the bills. Oh, you want to go traveling? Well, what about formal education? We get taught to dream big and then very, very swiftly taught to squash that. Now, a lot of our dreams have been left aside. I can guarantee, regardless of where you are in life, 35, 40, 45, 60, 65, 70, you've had a lot of dreams get left at the wayside. I know I have. But your dream and your destiny are not the same. Just think about that. Your destiny is still being created. I had a dream that I was going to be a professional dancer. And then I just lost it. Now, that's a dream that got lost along the way, but if I had followed that dream, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be standing in front of you. I wouldn't be helping women internationally to transform themselves. I may have lost my dream, but I'm fulfilling my destiny. And they're two very different things. So I want you to, for one day, dream big. Think about your reasons, your purpose, your why, your you. Think about the questions that you want to start asking yourself. Think about the answers that you want to start finding. Because remember that we said right at the beginning of today, your emotional home will dictate the quality of your life. So what emotional home are you living in right now? Because You can be depressed in one moment, but not a depressed person. I can guarantee with 3 children under the age of 7, there have been moments of anger in my life. You know, this is not something that hasn't been there when the walls are being drawn on and the carpet's being ripped up, but I'm not an angry person. There have been moments of guilt. I've done things I'm not proud of. There's a lot in my past that if I could redo them, I would. I can have guilt. I'm not a guilty person. And that's the difference between listening to your emotion as a message and becoming that emotion as your home. Because every emotion has a message. And it's trying to teach you one of 2 things. You need to change a belief or a behavior. So, who's ever had an argument and kind of forgotten why they were having that argument? Has it ever happened to you? I'll give you an example. I was having an argument with my husband and we were just going at it about the location of a stool in the kitchen. This then turned into an hour match back and forward of debating with a lot of highfalutin language. And by the end of this hour, I was standing there going, I don't know why this started. I don't know what point I'm trying to make. I am now just arguing for the sake of it. Have you ever had that? Yeah, I hope I'm not the only one who's ever been in that situation. And when we get into this emotional state that we're not enjoying, right? No one likes being angry or upset or sad or afraid or overwhelmed. We've got to remember one thing. It's teaching us a message. We need to change our belief or change our behavior. In that moment, I needed to change my belief. I had a belief in that moment that my husband didn't respect my opinion. It wasn't true. It was a misconstrued belief. And as soon as I changed that belief, the argument stopped. How many people, especially with this day and age, now, come on, we've all done this. Let's think about the little blue tick on Facebook Messenger and then the little face that comes up. You know they've read it, right? Have you ever had that? You send it, you can see it's delivered, and then that person's read it, and oh my goodness, they haven't responded. How could they do that? They're leaving me hanging. They read it, they're not responding. And then we come up with stories. They don't like me anymore. They're not my friend. I'm not good enough to be texted. They don't want me. We come up with so many stories. Guess what? They probably just dropped their phone. I had that once. It was my birthday. My best friend didn't message me. I thought our relationship is over. There was this drama in my head. She dropped it down the toilet. It was a very, very boring situation, but I'd created so many stories in my mind. And guess what? That emotion was telling me a message. And that message, again, changed my belief. Changed my belief that I wasn't worthy of her friendship or of love or of response. So I want you to think about the emotions that you spend your life in. Today, think about the emotions that you've experienced today. How often do you experience them? And are they emotions that you enjoy? Because if not, I want you to ask yourself one question. Do I need to change my belief or my behavior? Now, emotion comes from motion. You'll see that I'm a very moving person. I can't help it. It's what I do. I spend my life moving. Now, if emotion comes from motion, we've got to think about the way that we move our bodies. So just warning you guys, there's going to be a little bit of movement coming up here. So if I was a depressed person, how would I stand? Would I stand? Probably not. I'd be here, right? I'd be slumped. I'd be looking at the ground, head down. I would be moving my body in a way that would make me depressed. Would you not agree? I mean, has anyone ever seen a depressed person who goes, hello? No one walks around in an emotional state that isn't reflected in their body. If we want to change our emotional state, the best thing to do is get moving. So, everybody up. please, including panelists, including you at home. And Michael, my dear, is going to cue us some music. And we are going to get going before I introduce our first amazing speaker and our first amazing panelist. We're going to get going with some movement. We're going to get connected with our bodies. We're going to enjoy the sense right now of being here today as a collective of women who are no longer going to live in an emotional state of overwhelm, of fear, of competition, of anger, of strife, of stress. We're going to stand here today in our power. Step into it. I want you to step in to your power. I want you to step into the woman you want to be for 2024. I want you to step into the emotional home that you want to hold for the rest of your life. And we're going to start moving our bodies. So let's start getting shoulders rolling. How many times do you sit at your desk, slumped, forward, in pain, aching? And how many times do you think to yourself, what if I just got up? What if I just ran? What if I just danced? How many times have you been in the office and just wanted to get out a bit of Zumba? Oh my goodness, doesn't that make you feel better? Okay, we're gonna move it on a little bit. Bring those arms high, up, and down. Oh, there's a mic there. Up, and down. Very nice, keep going. Think about all the things that your body's done for you over the years. The children it's had. The hardships it's been through, the hormonal crap that it's been through, oh my goodness, the changes in shape, the late nights, bring everything forward and back. Think about what you've put your body through. Drinking, drugs, smoking, trash food, and it's still here. It's still working for you. It still loves you. So love it back. Bring those knees high. Woo. Oh yeah, there we go. Get some blood pumping. So we were talking about being tired. What is the lifeline of energy? Oxygen. How does oxygen move around the body? Through the blood. How does the blood move? Get up and move. That's what we're doing. We're getting everything going. We're getting your lifeline moving. Rotate and reach. Reach and reach. See, you can see why I didn't become a professional dancer, right? I'm proving to the world why. But it's okay. Because my body does what it needs to do. Can you in this moment be happy? Can you in this moment just be present? I would love it if you could. And stop. That was all. Easy. You can all sit down now. How good was that? So, hopefully you've got a little bit of warmth going. Hopefully you've got your lifeline going. Hopefully you're feeling good in yourself. And hopefully you've started to think about the emotions that are dictating your life and the emotions that you don't want to have anymore. Without further ado, I can't wait to start introducing our panelists. Now, please bear with me because I have 8 amazing, wonderful women around me, all of whom have backgrounds as long as my arm. I can't remember all of that off by heart, so I'm going to have to do a little bit of a reading for you, if that's okay. So I am going to, first of all, introduce our wonderful Dr. Aruna Tamala. Now, Dr. Aruna is a board-certified adult, geriatric, and holistic psychiatrist. She is the founder of Trinergy Health and Psychiatry 2.0. She has a mental wellness recovery program that she runs, and Dr. Aruna offers evidence-based, root cause, holistic mental and whole body wellness solutions. She teaches clients to really achieve health, harmony, and vitality in a fully natural way. With the realization that conventional psychiatry is a linear, medication-dependent, symptoms-based model, she wanted to offer those millions of people who were struggling with mental illness a new way, a different way. Dr. Aruna then turned to functional medicine and Ayurveda to create a new paradigm of holistic mental wellness. That's an awesome phrase. I like that. I'm going to nick that one. She is considered a pioneer in holistic psychiatry. Dr. Aruna developed her signature program, Psychiatry 2.0, a unique root cause method to treat mental health by healing the body as well as the mind. With tremendous benefits to her patients, this all-natural approach works cross-board. Psychiatry 2.0 combines ancient wisdom of Ayurveda with functional medicine to find and address the root causes of patients' psycho and physiological symptoms. She offers a broad scope of intervention, including diet, lifestyle, counseling, meditation, supplements, Ayurvedic herbs, psychotherapy, and many, many more. I haven't got that long or that many notes. Her approach reduces the reliance on psychiatric medicines, thus reducing the severity and occurrence of side effects and empowering her patients to take charge of their life. So I'd love and be honored to introduce you to Dr. Aruna and her speech, Psychiatry 2.0, a new paradigm for physical and mental well-being. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rita and the panelists and our wonderful viewers. It is my absolute pleasure to be here and an honor to be part of this gathering today. So as Rita mentioned, I am a holistic psychiatrist, and frankly, when I started going down this path, a very good friend of mine, a therapist, said that that's an oxymoron, because we don't have in psychiatry the concept of the mind and body being one entity. That went out the door probably 70 years ago, the day psychiatric medications were discovered or invented. I don't know which it is, but so the whole very concept was called as an oxymoron. That's how I started my career as a holistic psychiatrist. So what does this mean and why are we here today? So two things. One is, anyone today, if you look around you, whether it's in the media, in your own family, in your friend circle, what you'll see is that people are really suffering, especially our children and our youth. We keep seeing these headlines, 25% increase in suicidal thoughts in young adults, and depression, anxiety, everything is around that mark. A third of our population, especially children and youth, are suffering. And for us women, of course, when we see our next generation suffering, it impacts us directly and indirectly, but then it doesn't spare us women as well. Studies show that 1 in 4 women over the age of 50, so 1 in 4 post-menopause are taking an antidepressant. So let's go back to what happened 70 years ago. Mental illness is nothing new. But is it increasing in prevalence and incidence? And if you think that you're seeing more of it around you, mental and for that matter, physical illnesses. Children today, what is it? Nearly 50% of children today are taking a medication for longer than 6 months, whether that is for ADHD or asthma, eczema, ear infection. And if you're thinking, what's going on? Am I the only one seeing this? Or am I the one that's actually crazy? No, you're not going crazy. It is genuinely happening. Another thing that I personally see is that successive generations are becoming more and more tired. When I look back to my mom and my grandmother, they would be like Energizer bunnies all the time going around. And to some extent, I feel that even in my generation, I saw a drop in that. But now when I see young people come into my practice as patients, or when I interact with younger people, both men and women, in the workforce, I'm definitely seeing that they are not able to keep up with the stamina and energy that even I have in my late 40s. So what's going on? Something is really going wrong. And going back to that time, 70 years ago, when psychiatric medications were introduced, people were suffering, and we were told that it is all coming from a chemical imbalance. And just like with penicillin, we were able to treat infections, and a 1-week course of penicillin and you're good to go, you're back to your normal state of health. This theory that there is a chemical imbalance and there could be pills that you could take and it will be better. Wow. If only that were the truth, right? I mean, who wouldn't want to take a pill or a handful of pills for that matter if it really took care of all your problems, right? And frankly, going through Western medical education, I repeated my first psychiatric rodeo was in India and then in the US. Both times I simply, hunkered down, believed everything that I was being taught, and that's what I did. Gave out prescriptions day in and day out for different conditions. If only it were that easy. But somewhere deep down, I began to recognize that that's not the case. It's not as simple as that. People are taking these medications, nobody's getting better, and then more and more side effects. But I was busy in getting my degrees. I was starting a young family. Didn't have the time to think about all of that. Didn't have time to really pause and say, hey, is this what I should be doing? Am I really helping? Because frankly, I became a doctor like every other person who chooses to go into the healthcare field. I became a doctor because I wanted to help people. I wanted to ease the suffering. And that gives me, research and medical research, that's not me. But, when I can create meaningful change for somebody, that is the day I sleep very well. So that's why I became a doctor. And I could see that I wasn't helping. And there was another thing that also came up. It was a recognition that if I had to give these medicines to my own family, I would hesitate. Actually, not even hesitate. I wouldn't give it. There were occasions where either for my mom or for my dad, my friends would say, hey, just give them a little Zoloft, or give them a little Risperidol, they'll just chill. I was like, no. And that no was very strong because I knew of the side effects that they could end up having. And that was something but again, day in and day out, I was doling out prescriptions. And I wasn't even aware of this cognitive dissonance because why? We are fulfilling all of these roles. We don't have time to think and pause and reflect until I had my own health issues. And I couldn't go on with things as usual. And even, so much of this, that's why, I've come to realize that self-awareness, really reflecting back is so important. But with my own health issues, I really began to look at everything that I was doing, the food I was eating, how much I was moving, the company I was keeping, and even paid attention to the thoughts that I was entertaining in my own head. And then I became interested in the topic of toxins, environmental toxins. My health issues were PCOS, Hashimoto's thyroiditis. I was diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, and I was put on a stimulant. For the first time ever, in my early 30s, I did take a stimulant for 1 whole week. Did not sleep a wink, and I threw that medication out with so much sadness that I'm destined to be scatterbrained. This is my life. I'll never amount to anything. I can never achieve beyond just what I'm doing. Went through all of that, and I thought I was resigned to that. But there was a part of me that was pushing against the narrative, looking for answers. And then I found that toxins can play a big role. So we removed the carpet in the house, we changed the paints, took out all the garbage stuff that we were using, from cooking oils to body lotions and everything. Didn't see any noticeable because, I was doing things in a piecemeal fashion. But this sparked the interest as to what is it? Why are we falling sick so much? Why am I seeing this decline in health, my own health, Again, my previous generation, they did not have all of these illnesses. And not at the young age that I was in my 20s. Before age 30, I had accumulated all these diagnoses. And that seemed wrong. And like everybody else, I turned to Dr. Google. And lucky for me, I saw some articles not only about my own health conditions, but also about how fish oil can be beneficial for schizophrenia. Never saw that in mainstream psychiatry journals or anywhere, but of course this did come up in a journal. I had to ask those questions of Google, and I found some of these answers. That piqued my interest, and the rest, as they say, is history. And I do want to point out one thing, just when we were moving, thank you, Rita, for getting a great moving start to our day, because do you know what? Moving and exercise has shown many times that it is better than taking an antidepressant. You could be taking an antidepressant in the morning, a sleeping pill in the evening, but if you just committed to moving your body and exposing yourself to that morning sunlight for 15 to 20 minutes in the morning, that is better than taking an antidepressant. And guess what? You don't get side effects with moving your body. So thank you for that amazing reminder. So, but then I went down the path of holistic and integrative psychiatry, and in the beginning I used to call myself an integrative psychiatrist because I felt I still had to integrate the Western or the modern medical psychiatric paradigm of chemical imbalance. I was still operating under those beliefs, but patients came in and I had to keep challenging my own belief systems, and I had to become, let's see where this is going to take me and my patient. And I have been surprised so many times in the beginning when I started my practice in 2016, and I would literally pinch myself, oh my God, it's so easy for this person with bipolar disorder to go into remission. It's so easy for this person for depression and anxiety, Hashimoto's. I mean, so many conditions, people were able to put it into remission. And I really had to pinch myself to recognize that I'm not dreaming. This is in fact happening. Our bodies are incredibly forgiving. All we had to do is give it what it needs and step out of the way. And when it came to root causes, of course, in the beginning, I was learning about the microbiome, the gut, the hormones. And I would go to these functional medicine and Ayurveda conferences, and I would go and tell them, hey, I'm a psychiatrist. I don't want to treat thyroid. I don't want to fix people's diabetes. Just tell me what do I need to do. Because I was operating still in that divorce, the mind and the body paradigm. And then one fine day it clicked that I could not do that. I had to step out of my lane. I had to look at how people's immune system was behaving, how their hormones were behaving, how their nutrition was, how their gut was functioning. Mitochondria, all about the energy. How was their mitochondria functioning? What kind of life experiences have they had? How are they talking to themselves? So all of this together, and of course, over a period of time, and my patients are my biggest teachers. And what I figured is that it's actually very, very easy. There are only 3 root causes for any disease, from cancer to Crohn's disease, from depression to dementia, from autism to schizophrenia. For everything, it's only 3 things. It's the food that you're eating. Is it in alignment with who you are? And this insight, I got that from Ayurveda, because in Ayurveda, it's personalized medicine. Salads are not good for everyone. You need to have a robust digestive system to be eating salads. And that too, salads is not good for the whole year. It's best in summer, definitely not for fall and winter, when our digestive fire naturally cools down, because that's the energy of the environment that we are in. So what kind of diet are you eating? Is it in alignment and attunement to who you are and what you need? The second thing would be trauma or stress of life. And what happens with trauma or stress of life, especially early life trauma, is that we tend to lose our own value. Unfortunately, culture and our upbringing, and again, everybody is a victim of this, both men and women, and children especially. What happens with our upbringing in today's culture is that we lose our authenticity. And let me clarify what I mean by authenticity. Authenticity is simply to be who you are in its truest sense, meaning to be able to speak your thoughts, your ideas, to have an opportunity to explore the world on your terms. But looking back into my own childhood and then looking back, and I would encourage you to do that. What were these belief systems that even as a child you instinctively knew that it wasn't true, but you were molded into that? This happens to all of us, and men and women, we are both victims of it. So that we lose that authenticity, and we lose that authenticity because, or rather in favor of attachment to our caregivers, to our loved ones, and also to be able to, and this is not just about the parental figure, but to be able to hold on to whatever standing we have in whatever little society or circle that we find ourselves in. So we tend to think that to conform is actually safer. No, that safety, that conformity actually comes at a big, big cost to who we are. So we begin to live life in an inauthentic manner, always suppressing the real person that we are. Our voice, what we want to do, our passions, all of that. And over a period of time, this constant suppression undermines our own self-worth. We don't love ourselves. And I'm not talking about going on a shopping spree or, getting our nails done. And yes, there's nothing wrong with any of that. But the true self-worth really comes in when we are able to speak our voice, speak our truth, when we're able to do things that are in alignment with us. And in looking at all of this, I've realized that we should do away with the word terrible twos. No, those are the authentic twos. They're not temper tantrums. That's the young child asserting their independence. The word no, oh my God, I think that simple word is the most powerful word in any language, in any vocabulary. And we need to empower ourselves into using that word. For our own sake, even sometimes we need to say that to ourselves. So the third one is toxins. So it's the diet that we're eating, trauma which robs us of our authenticity and our self-worth, and the third one is toxins. Make no mistake, we live in an increasingly toxic world, and as women and as teenagers, we are expected to conform to a standard of beauty and appearance that relies on chemical exposure. There are so many statistics. I think, by the time it's 9 o'clock in the morning, most women, including teenagers, are already exposed to 160 to 200 chemicals, which are all endocrine disruptors. And make no mistake, if it interferes with your estrogen and progesterone, it's going to mess up with your mind. Why? Because according to some studies, 90% of receptors on a single nerve cell are actually estrogen receptors. And nature makes no mistake. There's a reason why it is that way. So we are getting exposed to a lot of endocrine disruptors. We're getting exposed to a lot of other kinds of toxins in our toothpaste, in your indoor air, the carpets, the paints. They're either endocrine, I know. Yes, that's the bad news. The good news is that we can help by, number one, education and awareness. Number two, supporting our detoxification pathways. It really is very simple. So, only 3 root causes: diet, trauma, toxins. Take care of these. Eat according to who you are and according to the seasons. So don't eat watermelons in winter. That's a big no-no. Nature tells us what we need to eat according to the season. Watermelon is full of water, and that's what we need in the hot summer months, right? Basically all melons. Why do we get the cornucopia of winter squash, the thick, fleshy pumpkins? They're more richer in the density of that flesh tells us that we need more of those calories. We do need to hibernate. We need to pack on a little bit of that extra warmth in wintertime. That's what will keep us going. But then as winter's going away and we're moving into spring, we do need to consume those bitter foods. So if you're not a fan of bitter melon, so in the Indian culture, when spring comes around, we all consume neem flower, and neem is very, very bitter. But the reason we do that is because it allows the body to shed that extra water and the weight that we accumulated during winter time. So look to your own environment. What is nature naturally giving us? This is the intelligence within nature. This is the intelligence within our bodies as well. So, and that's about the diet. Trauma. Anything that you can do that will make you have a sense of accomplishment. It can start off by painting your nails, going for that haircut, but then look beyond that. Keep on pushing the envelope when it comes to that. Did you say to that party that you were invited to because you really knew that you needed to take some time with him? Yay. You're going to love that. Spend time with yourself, introspect, get to know who you are. And if you find that you are coming up with things that you are regretting about your past, sister, we've all been there. That is life. Those are not your scars. Those are your badges of honor. And the only thing we need to do is accept, embrace. Because what happened then was the only response you could have given, because that was the state of consciousness that you had. When you know better, you do better. Maya Angelou said that. I love that phrase. And that's the only thing that can give us grace and compassion to ourselves. We have to do that. Nobody else. No matter how much a therapist is saying, it's okay, you're fine, you're good, you're a good human. No, it doesn't feel true, because we need to do that for ourselves. We need to have that grace and compassion for ourselves. It starts with that charity begins at home. And Rita, you said about, I'm going to butcher this, but you said something about we always come home to our emotional home. Absolutely, yes. But what I would say is that you get to choose what kind of an emotional home you are going to live in. That is the power of free will and choice that we all have. And your emotions will dictate your thoughts, thoughts will dictate your emotions. But simply breathing in, taking a pause. Studies have shown that 4 to 5 cycles of this box breathing. Take a deep breath in, hold, exhale, hold. Do that for 4 cycles. That will allow you to break this connection between this thought and emotion that's going like a hamster wheel and picking up all your stress hormones. 4 to 5 cycles of that will do that. And then you can ask yourself, okay, what do I want to think and what do I want to feel? Bring up a memory of an emotion where you felt joyful, happy, at peace and at home. We've all had those experiences. All you have to do is bring up that memory, latch on to that emotion, and bring that to the present moment. Simple. So you get to create your own emotional home. Requires self-awareness. And the last piece is detoxification. Of course, a nutrient-rich diet, especially anything that can increase our body's ability to produce N-acetylcysteine, NAC, you can take it as a supplement, or glutathione. This is a master detoxification molecule. So sulfur-rich vegetables, all of the broccoli family, they can do that. Red onions, leeks, onion, garlic, all of that. Make sure that you make that part of your diet. That will help to stimulate your detoxification pathways. Another very, very simple and relaxing and enjoyable way is to have an Ayurvedic massage. An Ayurvedic massage, which is all about sesame oil based with different herbs. And we do need fat to get the fat-soluble toxins out. So that's the beauty of Ayurveda. They figured all of these things way ahead. Oops. One second. Okay. Sorry about that. That was my timer that I wanted to make sure that we were on target. Okay, so a little interruption, but anyway, where was I? So Ayurvedic massage, very relaxing. Go and get that once a month, once a week, if you can make it happen. Or there are, YouTube websites where you can. Banyan Botanicals actually has a really good video of doing this massage at home. Dry brushing, silk gloves, and anything to stimulate your lymphatic circulation. Get a small trampoline because that will also get your lymphatic circulation going. 5 minutes of jumping up and down on your trampoline will get your lymphatic circulation going, which will help with the detoxification. And of course, make sure you poop every single day. That's very important. Peeing, pooping, and sweating. Breathing to get the toxins out. So, really simple. I mean, I think the biggest message I want to leave with everyone is that our natural state is to be joyful and healthy. And if you're not there, know that you can walk yourself back to that joyful state. And with that, I will end my speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aruna. That was absolutely brilliant. Well done. Now, I took a couple of takeaways from that. I know that my kids at home will have taken away the fact that saying no to mum, great thing, and peeing and pooping, awesome. So, I know that you've made some children at home very happy, and my takeaway is I'm just going to go and schedule myself a massage every day. So I loved it. Thank you so, so much. And as a follow-on from such a wonderful talk, we're going to be opening up to our first panel discussion. So our first panel discussion today is about faith, love, and resilience for the modern woman. And our first question comes from Harriet Stewart, 45. I'm living with progressive muscular atrophy, and I'm only 45. Harriet, I'm so sorry to hear about what's happening for you. Is there anything I can do, or should I just accept my fate? So I open this up, first of all, to Dr. Aruna. What would you say to Harriet sitting at home?
Harriet, I'm first of all so happy that you posed this question, and it's a no-brainer for me. No way you should accept this. This is not your fate. Every illness, whether it's a physical disease or a mental illness, is simply a signal, a symptom asking you to look deeper. Genes don't create our destiny. We are not victims to our genetic predisposition. We are not. I mean, my mom had all the illnesses that I was diagnosed with. Of course, hers started in her 40s, but she had rheumatoid arthritis, Hashimoto's, diabetes, and all that stuff. I just manifested earlier on. But I don't have those diseases. I carry the same genes. So genes are they're just a blueprint. It's the environment that triggers. And again, any disease, it's diet, trauma, toxins. So if you're having progressive muscular atrophy, and please do not go by the disease name, that's just fancy name to say that in your case, my bet would be that you've experienced trauma and stress in life, and when we go through an experience that is intensely traumatic or stressful, and if our thoughts are affected by it, how we think about ourselves are affected by it, it manifests in the body as the immune system attacking ourselves. The trauma and toxins, these are the two big things that I think you would need to address. And of course, everyone can, take a look at what you're eating. And from an Ayurvedic lens, are you eating in line with what your current state is? So these are, it doesn't get any simpler than this. And the other thing I would say, I would give you this. I mean, look up Dr. Joe Dispenza's work. And he has actually been documenting healing seemingly incurable diseases with meditation. So mind-body medicine, this is the cutting edge. It's all energy. You can change the way you think, and you can signal your genes to heal you. And if you're giving your body the right nutrients and keeping your body in a detox state and loving every cell of your being, there is no reason why you cannot. heal.
Absolutely. And I completely concur with Dr. Aruna. Joe Dispenza is wonderful. Definitely go and research. And with any disease, and we just have to be aware that for many of you at home, you'll be living with diseases that may not fully heal, that you may not have a choice in. You do have a choice in how you perceive. You do have a choice in how you choose to live. You do have a choice to say, I choose not to die today. I choose to live every day as fully as I can, because your perception is your reality. And this goes to Harriet and anybody else out there. If you perceive yourself to have given up, you will. If you perceive yourself to have failed, you will. So change your perception, change your reality. But absolutely, go and look up Joe Dispenza. Thank you so much for that answer, Dr. Aruna. And our next question is unnamed. And this is one that really tugged at my heartstrings here. Is it okay to admit that I've had suicidal thoughts since turning 40? And I will open this up by saying that this lady, whoever's written this, is a wife and a mother. And please note that there are around about 76 to 78 symptoms of menopause. And one of them is panic attacks, mental strains. So I'm going to open this up to Dr. Aruna, but please note that there are so many symptoms beyond just hot flushes that afflict us. We just don't talk about them. So Dr. Aruna.
Again, thank you for your question, and whoever this is, actually let me ask, who hasn't experienced suicidal thoughts? More specifically, who hasn't experienced hopelessness? We all have. We all have. I mean, I went through the typical existential crisis in my 20s, and I thought my life was going to end. Why do I even bother living? Nothing's going to happen. We've all, it's feeling suicidal is an extreme sense of hopelessness. I see that as being on the same spectrum. And just because you're suicidal doesn't mean that you're going to do it. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't tell us anything about your strengths, your weaknesses, nothing. It just tells us you are feeling hopeless and you are in that state. That's all it tells us. So, should you talk about it? It all depends who you're talking to. So definitely talk about it. Confide in people that you trust. And confide in people that you know can contain and hold, give you that space wherein you can hold, that they can hold that pain for you. That could be your spouse, it could be other girlfriends, it could be a therapist, it could be your doctor. But if a doctor is going, oh my God, you're suicidal, you need to do something about it, that is not holding space. And I know as a psychiatrist, suicidality is the one big psychiatric emergency. We have that, yes. But I will tell you, I don't view it that way. I see that, in my practice, I've seen that when levels of homocysteine, which is actually a toxic byproduct of cellular metabolism, I call it the cell's poo, when that rises, people do feel crummy on the inside, and there is a potential for people to feel suicidal. So it has to do with your metabolism, it has to do with your life experiences, but most importantly, it has to do with your perception of choices or lack thereof. So when we feel hopeless, it will lead us to that space. And don't abandon yourself. And first of all, acknowledge it to yourself. There is no shame in that. Everyone goes through that at some point in their lives. Right? But it also depends on who is the listener. And I probably don't have to say this, but your children probably not the people that to confide that in. Again, you have to see that the person that you're confiding in has the capacity to hold that space for you. They should not be overwhelmed. And even if your children are old, unless they are in their, you're a woman in your 40s, I think But even adult children can sometimes not have the capacity to hold that for their own parent. So, but your friends, your spouse, your siblings, your therapist, any of these people. And again, it's just a state that you're in.
Completely agree. Find someone to hold space. Now, what I would say to the last two ladies, Harriet and whoever you are that asked that last question, please remember that there are places to seek help. Remember that we are here holding space for you. We send you love, we send you compassion, but please, to anybody at home, if you are experiencing suicidal thoughts, if you are experiencing a progressive disease, please find the right medical help that you need, whether that's natural and holistic, whether it's conventional, traditional medicine, whether it's psychiatry or a therapist. Please note that there are people out there, and anyone who is watching this who is affected or needs any help in these areas, please email in to the email support system, and we will provide you with the right contact details to help get you in touch with the right people for what you're going through. So our last question for Dr. Aruna, which has conveniently vanished off my screen, I know was by, I'm going to paraphrase this because I know who it was, Maya Roberts, age 50. Can I really change my life after 50, or am I stuck as I am? Dr. Aruna.
My oldest patient was 72 years old, and she was diagnosed. She had actually developed symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome when she was in her teenage years, was diagnosed with anxiety and depression as a young mom of 3 kids in her 30s, and for 40 years she was on an antidepressant. And at age 72, after she implemented our protocols, it took us a year for her irritable bowel syndrome that lasted from age 50 until age 72 to completely disappear. And it took us another 2 years to help her come off of all her medications. She was on Effexor. So now she's 76, 77, and she's doing well. I'm not even seeing her on a regular basis. She doesn't need me. I am currently working with another 72-year-old woman who has Hashimoto's and mold toxicity and all that stuff. And in 4 months, in my last visit with her, it's been 4 months, but in my last visit, she told me that she's not depressed anymore. No depression. She's able to feel joy. The only thing that we're still working on is her fatigue and low energy. That it'll take time. I mean, not everything goes away like that, but the biggest change for her was she was able to learn to be in the moment and accept herself for who she is. Which again, it's all about, it's however cliched it sounds, it is about accepting ourselves, the good, bad, and the ugly in all its totality, and having grace and compassion for ourselves. Whatever these words mean for you all, let it mean what they mean, and explore. Go down this path of exploration. See what comes up. And so no age, no bar.
I love that. Absolutely. Age is not a factor, especially in this room. We left it at the door. It doesn't exist. So you're not allowed to have it at home either. Age, stress, all of these things, they can go. So thank you so much. Yes?
I will leave the audience with this joke. It's a phrase in Hindi. So bar, we say age no bar. The phrase goes like this: age no bar, sex bar bar. Bar bar means again and again in Hindi. So age no bar, sex bar bar.
I had my own takeaway. My children had one. I think my husband's just got a takeaway from your speech too.
Oh yeah, you didn't mention your children were.
I love that. No. We're an open household. Thank you so much for your talk, Dr. Aruna. It was truly enlightening, and for your questions and wonderful answers to those for those listening at home. It's been an absolute pleasure, and you are staying with us throughout the course of the day, so we will surely come back to you throughout. So thank you so much, and thank you to all of those listening at home for listening to Dr. Aruna. If you do need any further information from her, that will all be in your media pack that you've got with the conference. So, up next, I am delighted to introduce our wonderful Lindsay Retzlaff. Here she comes. So, Lindsay's going to come over. Now, Lindsay is presenting her speech, The Renew Method to Living. Redefine, renew, and reclaim. Lindsay is a mindset and mental wellness speaker. She's a working mom coach and a licensed therapist. She is a mother of two. I mean, look at her. She's a mother of two, and has over 10 years of experience in the mental health field. Through this experience, she has found joy in helping working mothers redefine, renew, and reclaim their journeys through the Renewed Working Mum Narrative Program. Inspired by her work at one of the few evidence-based trauma programs in the US, Lindsay's method teaches working mothers to rewrite their life story, to address sorry, I'm skipping forward because I'm so excited about her speech. Write their life story through innovative systems, mindset and stress management skills, which I think is something that we're all lacking in today's society severely, to avoid burnout, live authentically, and increase connection in their relationships. As a result of renewing her own life, and it's a really interesting story that Lindsay's got, she partners with companies on mental wellness solutions to address burnout that impacts the bottom line of every working person. Lindsay believes personal or business goals can only be achieved with self-awareness, mentally well individuals in a safe environment. So true. Lindsay's most notable features to date have been in the well-known Parade, Authority, Home and Gardens, and Canvas Rebel magazines, and her insights can be heard on multiple podcasts, including my own, the Healthy and Wealthy podcast. I'm just going to get that in there. She was a wonderful guest. And so, without further ado, I hand over to Lindsay with her Renew Method to Living, Redefine, Renew, and Reclaim.
Thank you so much, Rita. We've been sitting for a while, so make sure that we kind of stand up, move a little bit, take a break. And I want to start by asking you one question. I want to know how many of you feel completely fulfilled in every single aspect of your life. If that's you, raise your hand. Anybody? Okay, good, because I don't either. One thing that we need to understand is how we got here. What is causing you to be unhappy in your current state, in your current transition? So raise your hand if it's okay if I help walk you through a strategy. I want to help you with strategic steps so that you can prevent and recover from burnout, navigate life transitions with ease and grace, and also renew your life so that you feel passion and purpose and fulfillment. You'll notice at the bottom of your screen is a QR code. I want you to scan the QR code and type in the word renew. This will allow you to give me feedback. Your feedback is really valuable to me because I want to be able to show up unapologetically and give you information that you really find valuable. And as a thank you for that feedback, I have a free resource that you can download, which I'll explain a little bit more about later. But make sure that you scan that QR code when you feel it and don't wait until the end because I might not hear from you. So, since everyone here has some area in their life that they want to renew, we need to start by reflecting on, like I said, what got us here. One of the there's one study that shows that only 10 to 15% of people are actually truly self-aware. About 8 years ago, I graduated with a master's in social work, and I was a shiny new therapist who had just landed her first job. Each day, I would walk up to a gorgeous contemporary 2-story building. As I'd walk in, coworkers would smile and wave. They were happy to see me. I'd truck up the 2 flights of stairs and go to my office. As I'd open the doors, I'd be greeted by wall-to-wall crystal clear windows overlooking the lake. Has anyone ever felt like they didn't belong? I grew up with imposter syndrome and anxiety since being a young child. I didn't believe that I had anything of value to say, and that caused me to kind of stay behind the scenes. I didn't speak up. There was a huge fear of embarrassment. What has led you to this place? One skill that can be very helpful is mindfulness. So the simple and short version of mindfulness is to be truly aware of your thoughts and your feelings and to notice them non-judgmentally. That part is key, as we've learned so far, right, about belief systems and the impact that they have. So we have to be aware non-judgmentally. What is causing you stress in your life? Is it your belief systems? Is it a behavior? Now that we're reflecting, we have to dig a little bit deeper. We have to go below the surface and explore how these beliefs or behaviors were formed. One exercise that I go over with the moms that I coach is I have them write down all of their thoughts on a sheet of paper for 2 minutes. They find that most of their thoughts are negative, and data also confirms this. 80% of our thoughts are negative in nature. Now you might be wondering, how does this happen? We're not born with these negative thoughts. So how do they become created? And I'll share an example. When I was in middle school, I was sitting in Spanish class at my desk working on an assignment, and I was minding my own business when suddenly I felt an intense pressure at the center of my back. It made me do one of these. As I looked behind me, there was a boy that was laughing in my direction. I realized he tried to stick a magnet to the center of my bra. Probably the worst thing you could do to a middle schooler. In that moment, I was so confused and horrified. What about me made him pick me out and single me out? There was an entire room of people. The only thing I could think of was that there was something wrong with me. I was defective. That belief continued with me throughout my entire life and fueled imposter syndrome. Let me know by raising your hand, is it okay if I get real here for a minute? Excellent, thank you. This is going to be uncomfortable for a lot of you, but through my personal development and the work that I do as a therapist, I've learned that in order to change, we have to lean into the discomfort. If we don't, nothing changes. The truth is that societal norms, generational patterns, racism, sexism, all of those things influence the way that we feel and what we believe about ourselves. So I want you to explore the nature of your beliefs and how they were formed? Are you constantly giving of yourself to other people just so that you can feel worthy? Do you look at women in a magazine and go, "Ugh, I can never look like that. I'm ugly"? Do you feel like you can't say no? Do you feel like you have to be a people pleaser in order to be worthy? Lean in. Now that we've explored and you have a really good understanding of what's causing you stress or burnout, you get to pivot. You know how you got here. Now we know how to get out of it. 65% of women have trouble saying no. 67% do identify with being a people pleaser. When I had my first child, I was on maternity leave. And it was a welcomed break from the stress that I was going through at work. I learned as a therapist that there was a high workload, a high caseload, and a high stress load. And a lot of times I left work with a very, very long to-do list. Knowing how I got there allowed me to identify the non-negotiables. On maternity leave, I loved the stress, or I was stress-free, but halfway between when I had to go back to work, that changed for me. I longed for adult connection. Bubble Guppies was not doing it for me anymore. It just wasn't. I needed a sense of purpose, but right alongside that thought came this feeling of guilt. Society tells us, right, that we should want to stay home with our kids. And if we don't, well, we're bad mothers. How dare I want to go back to work and want more out of my life? Non-negotiables are your way to prevent burnout and stay in recovery. What is it that you need? What is your non-negotiable? There's 3 areas that are really common and needed for burnout prevention. One of them is a positive and a growth mindset. There's 3 types of people here today. Those that are fatigued, those that are fixed, and those that are flourishing. If you're fatigued, you feel emotionally and mentally exhausted from chronic stress over long periods of time. Can you relate to that? You might, if you look at your behaviors, notice that you're pulling away from your loved ones. Things that you used to enjoy, that gave you pleasure, don't do that anymore. It might even be really hard for you to take a break from work and relax. Hard to shut off. Your thoughts might be, I can't do this anymore. Or, what's the point of even trying? Nothing is going to change anyway. If you're fixed, this is more feeling apathetic. You're okay with the status quo. Underneath it all, though, is a false sense of security. Your thoughts might sound like, I don't really have anything to work on. There isn't anything going on. Things are fine. But if you're flourishing, This is where your thoughts and your behaviors are working for you. You're able to transition through stress. Your thoughts sound like, I can do this. Or even, where's my next challenge? The second thing that's needed for burnout prevention and to aid in reduction of stress is self-care. Self-care looks different for everybody. It doesn't have to be going to get a massage every week. It can. It can. But it can also be something else, and something that's, self-care is unique to you. Understanding what gives you energy and what depletes your energy is an excellent way to start to figure out what self-care looks like for you. Maybe it's committing to taking a walk every day. Maybe it's saying no. Maybe it's reading a book or a chapter of a book every night. The third area that's absolutely needed is boundaries. Now, let's be really honest, and this time give me 2 hands if you sometimes stop reinforcing your boundaries with other people. Yeah, me too. It's hard to be consistent with that. But I want to tell you, the majority of the reason why boundary setting is so difficult is because we're doing it wrong. Boundaries, oftentimes, we start with a conversation, right? We try to convince the other person why they should respect and believe our boundaries. We want their buy-in. I encourage you to remove the conversation around boundaries. These boundaries are your non-negotiable. If you don't want to feel stressed, you need to have boundaries. So if you haven't scanned the QR code already, the workbook that you're going to get is going to help you get crystal clear on what your values are so that you know where to set these boundaries. It's super important in burnout prevention because when we're tired and stressed, it's easier to fall into our old patterns of behavior. Okay, are you still with me? We've gone through a lot. We've done some really, really hard work so far. And I want you to practice maybe saying something positive to yourself right now. Good job. Good job, me. Excellent. Because this is hard work. And you're leaning in, and that's all I can ask of you right now. So now that we've taught other people our non-negotiables, I want you to think about what is one thing you need to feel empowered to continue this even when it's difficult. Data shows us that 92% of people fail to achieve their goals. 92%. When I did serious reflection at my stressful job and realized what was causing my burnout, I had to lean in and I had to challenge these negative thoughts that I had in order to see growth. So I started putting myself in areas where people were supportive of me. They validated me. They knew my overall goal in life. And because of that, I started to increase my confidence. And I even applied for a job that I really didn't think I was going to get. But I applied and I got it. And I was talking with the hiring supervisor, and he goes, Lindsay, you know, when you told me you were going to apply for that job, in my mind, you already had it. Almost kind of looking like he can't be talking about me, right? Because I'm an imposter. I'm a fraud. What do I have to offer to this job? Say yes if you want me to prove to you that your belief systems are false.
Yeah.
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 There were people years ago walking around this round earth believing it was flat. The earth has always been round. The only thing that has changed is these people now have new evidence to support a new belief system. Who has told you that you are unworthy? Who has told you that you're ugly? Who's told you that you are worthless? Thoughts repeated over and over and over again turn into belief systems. That's important because belief systems fuel our perception, and our perception equals our reality. You can pivot, you can reverse this by saying positive thoughts about yourself over and over until it becomes a belief system. Okay. So, I imagine that as leaders, women, mothers, your schedule is jam-packed. Mine is, so I'm sure yours is too. But when do you allow yourself time to wonder? Curiosity is linked to higher life satisfaction. You know who has an amazing ability to wonder? Are toddlers. Stay in a room with a toddler 5 minutes and count how many times they ask the question, why? It's exhausting. Just the other day, I was in the car with my son. He was unusually quiet. He breaks the silence by saying, "Mom, what's heaven like?" Oh, that's an excellent question. You see, none of us on earth have been to heaven, so we don't know what it's like. What do you think it's like? What do you think it's like? He looked back out the window and his eyebrows were furrowed. He was thinking really hard. He turns back to me and he says, "I think heaven's dusty." He went on to explain heaven's dusty because it's old, right? It's sound logic. Wonder like a child. Be curious about life. Don't just stop at burnout prevention. If you really want to renew your life and have purpose and fulfillment, we have to be curious. Social media makes that hard for us now. Whatever we click on, we get fed more of. So I encourage you today, go on social media, YouTube, whatever, follow somebody who has a different opinion than you. Follow somebody who doesn't look like you. Create a list of books that spark your interest. Identify how you can move your mind and your body to different places so that you can fully renew your life, live burnout free, and wake up excited to start the day. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for such wonderful insights into renewal. And there's a lot that I took away there, especially that heaven is dusty. I think that's one of my favorites there.
I love kids.
Kids are fantastic.
Yeah.
And curiosity and playfulness are the two things that we lose as adults, I feel. We completely lose them. And, I was asked by my youngest child the other day, what is being cheerful? Like, he heard this phrase, what is being cheerful? And I said to him, well, I guess it's being happy, but really telling your face about it. And he was like, not enough people do that. And I was like, you're right, aren't you? Yeah, we never tell our face to really, truly reflect the happy.
Yeah.
So we move on to our second panel discussion, how to renew your life. And Lindsay, come here, because you'll be answering these questions. So the first one we have is from Aisha Harrell. I really hope I'm saying that right, Aisha. Age 40. How do I stop taking my stress out on my children?
Oh, I loved when I saw this question because I can relate to it so much. You know, and that's almost embarrassing to say as a therapist, you know, because I should have it all together, right? No, we're human beings. Stress is such a part of our lives. So I would say to anybody dealing with stress, I hope you already got, you know, some cues from the speech that I just did, but we have to really understand what is causing the stress. You know, if we have an idea of what that is, you know, is it, okay, there's loud noises from your children. Is that causing stress to increase? So maybe it's like a sensory thing. Are you doing and not pausing and taking care of yourself? All of these things can cause stress to increase. You know, and then once we kind of know what's causing the stress, I think about like emotional intelligence in the sense of we need to have that awareness, but then we also need to learn the skills to deal with the stress. So I mentioned mindfulness already. That's a really great one. You know, for me, I know I get overwhelmed with a lot of noise. So for me, I practice mindfulness, and sometimes I have to just take a break. Like, hey, mama's gonna go for a second. You're okay, but I'm gonna go breathe for a little bit, and I bring my levels down. And I think that this concept, while it seems simple, it's not easy to do in today's world because we're constantly going. We don't ever stop and really truly check in to see where our baseline is. So I would say understand where the stress is coming from, learn new stress like management or stress reduction techniques to help bring that level down. But just know you're not alone. And it's so common.
Absolutely. It is so common. And the noise, you know, we've all had that moment of sensory overload. It doesn't just happen to infants, it happens to us as well. And I'd like to open this question up to the panel. So if we go to our lovely Desiree Cruz, what would you say to our lovely ladies at home about their stress?
So I wanted to just add on to what you were talking about, which is that we have to have grace and forgiveness for ourselves. And part of this Un-Meno-Pause and like being here together is realizing that we're not alone. And one of the ways that I deal with my children when I'm feeling stressed is that I'm allowing myself to actually be authentic in front of them so that they don't grow up with an impression that stress doesn't happen. And we kind of have we have some verbiage that we use, which is mom needs a timeout. I'm overwhelmed and it's okay and I'll be fine. Let's all breathe together. But we also have a code word, which is, I'm going to PG it up, but mommy's losing her stuff right now. And that means that I like need to take a break and a time out, and just letting them know that it's normal, like you said, and then having grace for ourselves and doing it together. Because then when I come back to them, and I think that's the important thing, is coming back to the connection. When I come back to them, then I say, okay, this was the cause, and can we figure it out together how we can move on? Because when they're part of the solution, they get to feel like it's okay for them to have a losing their stuff moment as well, but come back afterwards and let's see how we can move on together.
I love that.
Absolutely.
Can I add on just very briefly to yes, and the statement is, I also apologize to my children when I do.
Yeah.
Right. It is impossible to think that we will never have a moment where we're completely regulated all the time. And so when those do happen, to be able to come back and say, I'm so sorry. I really didn't do a great job of managing myself, and I behaved in a way that feels really bad to me. And I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings or if I made you feel badly, or I mean, it's really great. And they then, I mean, the way they process that, you can almost see their brains going like, oh, wait a second. Mom doesn't think she's perfect. I don't have to be perfect. It's a beautiful chain.
I love that, absolutely. And I think that leads us on really nicely to our next question, because apologizing isn't weakness. Admitting ownership and fault or flaw is not weakness. And neither is asking for help. And this question comes from Zahara Conway, 63. I need help, but I feel weak for asking. How do I overcome this? Lindsay?
Yeah. This is such an important question, and this question gets to the root of why I love working with mindset and belief so much, because it has tremendous impact on how we show up in the world. So, similar, to my belief, it doesn't matter what the belief is, but if it's a negative belief, we have to kind of think about this concept. Think about a triangle. So on top of the triangle is thoughts, then there's behaviors and emotions. They all influence one another. So if you have a thought that's negative, you're going to feel more negatively when you say it, and in turn, you might engage in a maladaptive or an unhelpful behavior. So this is what I mean about leaning in. Can you consider that belief system was formed over many, many years by different people, experiences, and then it may not be true? Because as an outsider, not having your same experience, it's easy for me to see the full picture. I have never met a client where I'm like, oh yeah, I agree with you. Like, you are so worthless, right?
You're beyond help.
Yeah. That has never happened to me, and I know it never will. But it's easy for me to say that because, again, I don't have the same experiences. So challenging these belief systems by positive statements, it's courageous to be vulnerable. Again, I believe that. I see it. It's almost easy. It was easy for me to sit back and not address some of those things. It felt really terrifying. It's courageous to get up and ask for help. I work with coaches. I've gone to therapy. And my personal opinion is I think every single person on earth should go to therapy, because we're all human beings who are not perfect. So you're not alone in feeling that or thinking that. And I want you to, if you take away anything, I want you to hear that it's a belief system that can be changed. And if you can continue to challenge that and put a different narrative, a different story to your behaviors, you'll start to feel that confidence.
Absolutely, I love that, and I'd love to open this up to Dr. Aruna. What are your thoughts, Dr. Aruna, on this topic?
Okay, there we go. I muted myself. Well, yes, seeking help can be a difficult thing for many of us. Again, from my perspective, it boils down to what we think we are worthy of. So it's, getting some, and to me, it really comes down to the self-worth piece again. It comes down to self-love. So ask yourself, again, self-awareness, ask yourself these important questions. What is it that's holding you back? Why are you not worthy of help? Why are you not worthy of joy? Why are you not worthy of change and better things in life? I just wanted to share.
Absolutely. We all need help. As much as there are people at the height or the peak of their industry, of their fitness, their performance, Mike Tyson didn't get to the top of the world champions and then go, hey, I don't need a coach anymore. No one says that. No one gets to the top of their field and says, I don't need help. So remember, asking for help. The strongest, most successful people in the world still get help.
Yeah.
So, you
And
know.
I'll also add that if you really think about it, it's not about being weak, because another totally different way to think about it is when you ask for help, you're really asking to learn a skill, whether that be help with childcare or how to do a resume or whatever it is. You're actually saving yourself a lot of time and stress and pain from trying to learn it yourself. Why not go to somebody who actually has been there and knows how to get that thing, like how to write that resume or whatever it might be? You're saving yourself time.
Absolutely. Success leaves clues. It's not cheating, it's just sensible. Follow the clues. So our last question comes from Diane Herman, age 49. I'm turning to alcohol every night, and I don't even know why. How do I know if I have a problem? Lindsay.
If you heard Rita's podcast episode, then you know about my personal history with alcohol use. So I love the vulnerability and the bravery to kind of talk about this. You're asking, how do I know if I have a problem? I'll throw my clinical hat on for a second, and then I'll take it off and give you my personal. So the clinical answer is there's multiple different symptoms of an alcohol or substance use disorder. A couple of them would be that you're continuing to drink or use another substance despite there being negative consequences. Maybe that's legal consequences, or even your family is just kind of talking to you about it more, like, hey, what's going on with this pattern of use? Maybe your tolerance has gone up, where you feel like you have to drink more to feel the same buzz. Or maybe you're not drinking more, but you just notice that the tolerance has changed. There's quite a few different symptoms, but I can tell you the general consensus is if you're concerned about it and you're getting feedback, there's probably something there. There's probably a reason to look deeper at it. Personally, I can think back to my alcohol use, and I went through every single stage. I can see that very clearly. There was a time where I was like, no, drinking every single night, the amount that I was drinking, it's totally normal. There's nothing wrong here. It was that denial, right? We have to be open to consider, what do I want to say? Open to consider that others are noticing things before ourselves. You know, and you said that you don't know why. I would want to know what stressors are going on in your life, and think about the triggers or the reasons why you would be drinking or using. It could be as simple as just being bored. That was a trigger for me. Whatever it is, we don't want you to wait to get help. For some reason in our society, we think like that we have to be this person living under a bridge with a brown paper bag in order to be identified as an alcoholic. And I don't even like putting labels to that necessarily, because if you have a desire to stop drinking, that's all you need. My life has improved so much because of that, stopping drinking and being in recovery, because I'm more present, and I'm able to live my life in accordance to my values.
Absolutely. And I would echo what Lindsay said, in that if you're using the word I need a glass of wine, then there's something that is a problem there. Because we've got to remember, this comes down to food as well. There's true hunger, and then there's heart hunger. And if heart hunger is fueling your need, then there is an emotion there that is not being met. So start to look, as Lindsay said, at the triggers. Is it environmental, when you step in the door at home? Is it when the kids start screaming at that particular witching hour that we all know? Is it when you close the laptop? Look at the triggers, look at the emotion that comes up, and think, do I need this, or do I need to listen to that message and find a new way? So thank you so much, Lindsay. It has been an absolute pleasure and wonderful talk. Thank you so much. And I will ask you to rejoin the panel. And next up, we have the wonderful, and by the way, the hair and the jumpsuit, I am just envious already. The wonderful Desiree Cruz with her talk, Being Reborn. Now, Desiree, with over a decade of experience in personal transformation coaching, has dedicated her career to empowering individuals to become the best versions of themselves, which I hope we are doing with yourself today. Her journey has not only been professional, but deeply personal. As a devoted mother, a loving daughter, a supportive sister, and a bougie. I'm learning the lingo. The bougie best friend. Her life is a tapestry of meaningful relationships and passions, including a love for baseball, dancing, and the pleasure of good food and wine with friends. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Before embarking on her coaching career, she honed her skills and gathered valuable experiences working for Fortune 500 companies, increasing their profitability and teaching business development, which, please bear that in mind as her background when you see her slides. I mean, they're fantastic. For over 10 years, she has specialized in guiding individuals through transformative journeys. She helps them to align more closely with their true selves. Her coaching focuses on overcoming codependency, establishing firm boundaries, and nurturing a sense of autonomy. She's deeply committed to assisting her clients in not just navigating, but triumphing, which I think is a great word. We don't use that word enough. Triumphing over life's challenges, including difficult upbringings, toxic relationships, and particularly those involving narcissistic dynamics. We've all known one of those. Her approach is holistic and empathetic, recognizing that being walked all over or succumbing to people-pleasing tendencies are not just habits, but survival mechanisms. They're layers, and they can be unlearned. She empowers her clients to shed those layers of conditioning, encouraging them to show up more authentically in every aspect of their lives. So I hand it over to Desiree Cruz and Being Reborn.
Thank you, Rita. That's okay. When people read it out loud, it seems like, wow, that's a lot. And I'm very excited to be here with everyone today. Rita called me a couple weeks ago, and I was so sick. And one of the things that I want to talk about today is like your intuition. But when she invited me to do this, I was like, yes, I want to do it. And then I freaked out. And I was like, how am I going to do that? I have my son's birthday this weekend. I'm supposed to be at a wedding this afternoon. And I was spending the day with a bunch of pirates. So when we talk about my family dynamic, yes, I have a pirate ship. I do not run a well-oiled machine. There's cussing and swearing, there's a little bit of drinking, and there's definitely mutiny on the way by the crew at all times. But we do it together. And when she invited me to come and do this, I was like, this is a full body yes. And I didn't used to know that. But I want to talk about when she was introducing and saying like, who are the people I coach? I coach these very ambitious professional women that often are going through life transitions, and they are neglecting their own self. They forget who they are. They are living life just in flow of whatever everyone else wants, and that's where the people pleaser comes. And transition is a very interesting word. Transition is basically when you are moving from one place into another. But I like to use the imagery of specifically, and since we are talking to women today, and not all women have gone through birth, but many have, and many can relate to this particular analogy. And you'll see through my story how many times I've been reborn. And we're going to talk about my past lives and why that's important. But through every single time that I've been reborn, I've gone through transition. Now, in birth, transition is that moment right before the baby is there where you literally die as one person and you are reborn as the baby is reborn into another person. And it might feel a little bit something like this. So let's look at, it might feel like that. You're literally dying. You are in this dark moment. It is a deeply personal moment for a mother. And the parts of her that were the maiden are dying. They are, and they have to die. We have to allow those places and those things to die in order to be reborn into the next thing. Don't show that slide yet. Don't do that yet. So, to be able to be reborn into the next thing. And for me, my first transition that I really can remember as an adult was that moment when I was pregnant with my first child. And see, like leading up to that, I was doing all of the shoulds, the typical Gen Xer shoulds. I went to college. I got good grades. I went on and developed a career that everybody told me I was good at, but it wasn't really what I wanted, but I didn't know that because I was good at it, so I must be doing that right. I moved across country, I changed careers, and I met my husband. And it was great. He was my best friend. We loved to spend time together. We loved to dance together. And I really felt like, okay, I'm on the right track. And then things started to get a little hairy. I started to listen to society's what a good wife is, what a good career person is, what a good mom is. And I was in my early 30s. You must be ready to have children now. And I said, okay, well, I guess that's right. Okay, sure, I'll have kids. And I didn't have that like burning like biological clock. That was my ex-husband had the burning biological clock. I was like, well, I'm on my career. I'm doing my thing. But we got pregnant very quickly. I was shocked. And all of a sudden, my life started to change because I was going to be going through the first major death of myself, and I didn't even realize it. And I remember, after the baby was born, and I will say I did have a pretty traumatic experience, but it wasn't traumatic in the sense of like the TV show or whatever. It was traumatic because it wasn't the way I wanted it to be. It wasn't the way that I envisioned it was going to be. And so all of my expectations made it feel very traumatic. And I remember about a week after the baby was born, and I got this call from my job, and they said, here's this promotion that you've been waiting for your entire career. Are you ready to move across the country and work 6 days a week? And I was like holding my newborn, and I thinking, there's no way. And that was like this moment where I died not just becoming a mother, but I died as the previous self, the track that I was on. So I became reborn. I went through transition, I became reborn. And I decided that I was going to become a holistic health coach, and I was going to be a doula, and I was even going to go be a lactation consultant. And then I saw how much it was. And I said, well, you're not worthy of that. That's a lot of money. You can't spend that much money. So instead, I took a very, what I would call traditional role, which was the back seat to my ex-husband's career. And I decided to support him because I'd been supporting us financially and through my job as he built his business, as I had the babies. But when the second one was starting to come along and he was on the road for 4 to 5 days a week, and I was with the toddler and I was working full time, and the second baby came along and transition happened again. And again, I felt like that. Again, I felt like I was burning to the ground. And this time, I became reborn again because I said, I'm not going back to work this time. Figure it out. And I walked up the stairs with the newborn baby, number 2, and I decided to be a stay-at-home mom. Okay, I am not a stay-at-home mom. I'm a good work-from-home mom because what I realized, and there was starting to be that glimmer of hope, or the glimmer of the future, was that I loved having my identity. I loved being able to go out into the world. And so I strapped that baby onto my back and I started teaching classes. And he went with me everywhere. And I'm convinced that at this point, this is why this child did not walk till 2, but did speak at 1. And he would say things in a very clear way, which was, Mom, you need to use more words when you answer me. Or he would say, I don't like people, at 2 years old. And I just have to look at him with his authenticity and be like, okay, awesome. And so I'm transitioned into the work from home mom, and I'm still miserable. My ex-husband and I sold our house that we were living in because we were ready to upgrade into the bigger house. And it happened so fast that we ended up living in the upstairs apartment of my in-laws' house with 2 babies, and he was on the road. So really it was me living there. And it was beautiful, and my in-laws are the most amazing people, and I love them. In fact, they're watching the boys today for me so I can be here. But it wasn't me, and I was very lonely. And I remember next time that I decided to burn things down to the ground, sitting in the dark, we talked about alcohol. I was sitting in the dark. I had just opened my second bottle of wine for the night. The first bottle I drank while I was making dinner for everybody, putting the babies to bed, just casually, throughout the evening. Opened that second bottle of wine. I'm halfway through the second bottle of wine. I'm not a big woman, so that was actually quite a bit when we were talking about tolerance. And I'm scrolling through Facebook, numbed out on Netflix, and I come across an event. And this event was about connection, intimacy, and authenticity. And I was like, that's it. That's the solution. That's what I need. I am so lonely. And so I went to the event. And I remember at that event, the lady that sat in front of me, who ended up being my first life coach, at the very end of the event turned around to me and she just said something that was so resonant. She said, you can have anything you want if you'll just ask for it. And that really hit me. And I love to say that today I'm here because I just knew that what I wanted was to be here, and I just had to ask. Can I come a little bit later? Can I, have childcare? Can someone help me? But I didn't even know that I was allowed to ask. So a couple weeks later, I started coaching with her, and I remember sitting in my van, and I was screaming at her because she kept asking me this infuriating question that I ask my clients now, which is, what do you want? And I was screaming, I don't know. I'm just crying. I was sitting in my minivan outside a park because it was the only quiet place that I could get to like have 5 minutes of peace for myself because I didn't know how to ask for a break. And I was screaming, I don't know. And so I started coaching with her. I started taking workshops. I started getting certifications. And when she came to me and said, do you want to do this for other people? My whole body lit up. And I was reborn. I didn't know what. I was still very mushy and, infantile. And I was reborn into the thing that I have grown and cultivated and wanted to this day, which is the person that could say yes to spending. And let me tell you, my coaching certifications were way more than that lactation consulting gig that I thought that I was gonna couldn't afford and wasn't deserving of. But it was worth it because it was being truly in my purpose. It was helping others identify that. It was helping empower others to be more of themselves and more authentic. Because when we have a lot of people around us that are authentic and they say no, we can trust their yes. And that's a really cool feeling, is when you have people around you that you know that when they say yes, they mean yes. That launches everything forward. So over the last 10 years, I've basically coached people in health, wealth, life, and love. That's why I say it's a holistic thing. Because you have to look at where are you doing the things that you should be doing in all of those areas. They all bleed together. And the one common, or the most common thing that I see with pretty much every professional, man, woman, successful CEOs, therapists, dancers, even stay-at-home moms, is that they all lack self-love. They all lack truly feeling that they love themselves. So I'm going to talk to you about my 3-step model, and then I'm going to take you through a little bit of a journey. So the first thing I want you to do, though, is just, before I even start talking about this, is just take an evaluation, an inventory of where you're at right now. And on a scale of 1 to 10, and go ahead and write it down on a piece of paper, or just make a mental note if you don't have squirrel brain. Where are you? How much do you love yourself? Just what's the first number that comes to mind? Don't second guess. Just what's the first number? That's the best number. And I just want you to take a note of that. So over the last 10 years, I've developed this 3-part method to helping people through transition into transformation. What does transformation look like? And the first step, and I love the ladies here, it's so synchronistic, but it's awareness. We've already talked about awareness and how important awareness is. So when we're looking at awareness, we need to look at our past and our traumas. We need to look at the fears that are blocking us, because that is what it's happening, is that false evidence appearing real. That fear that holds us back, that is often a really great little hey, I'm over here, maybe you should slow down and take a look at this. But most of the time, we don't need it anymore, because that fear was developed when we were smaller, or maybe that fear was given to us generationally. And being aware of what we want. I don't know if anybody else felt frustrated when I was talking about the question of what I want, but being aware of what we want. And sometimes, if you don't know what you want, think about what you don't want, and then look at the opposite of that. I have a lot of my clients that I just say, okay, fine. And behind every complaint is the desire. I teach my 10-year-old this, because he's the complainer. He's the, it's not fair, I don't want to, how come this? And I said, wow, buddy, sounds like you want something and you're just not asking for it. And so, the example was his brother got to do something and he didn't get to do it. And I said, okay, well, do you want to do what brother's doing? Yeah. Well, can you ask me? Yeah. And so he asked, I said, okay, go ahead. He's like, what? It was just like mind-blowing that behind all those complaints is the desire. So being aware of what you want is really important, because otherwise you're just going to keep following everyone else's path. The second step is that we have to clear out those fears. And I use different methods, techniques, journaling, a little bit NLP. You're going to experience that in a few minutes. We have to clear out those fears, and we have to clear out the resentment. The resentment towards ourselves, the resentment towards others, the resentment that, and regret. Those basically take up space and create toxicity in our body. And as long as we're holding on to that resentment, we're not making room for the things that we want. And that's the third thing, which is the implementation. The implementation of what we want, of who our future self is going to be, of the boundaries that we were talking about before. And implementation is actually one of the hardest places to change. It's one of the hardest steps to actually move through. And that's because the people that benefited from you not having boundaries, you not knowing what you wanted, you not standing up for yourself, are not going to be happy when you step into that future self. And that's actually okay, because that is the way that the universe tells us that they are no longer serving us, and that we need to step into who we're going to be. So let's do that. Now, I can't give you my entire program, which most people work with me for about 6 months. And if you are interested, I'm going to talk about that at the very, very end, but there's a QR code so you can contact me as well. But what I can do is give you a little bit of a taste in 6 minutes. So what I want you to do is, if you're here sitting in the studio, I invite you to join me. If you don't want to, that's okay. You can just stare at me. I don't care. If you're at home, please sit down and start to breathe and get grounded. Take a deep breath from the tips of your toes, through your belly, up through the top of your head, and back out. And another one. And as you're breathing, I want you to start to feel your sit bones beneath you. I want you to start to feel your body as you settle into it. And on that third breath, allowing that oxygen to bring us from our fight, flight, or freeze, or our anxiety into the place of safety. And during this next few minutes, you are safe. And as you're sitting there breathing deeply, I want you to envision a screen in front of you, kind of like a TV screen, or if you are from Gen X or above, that inactive channel with the snow or the ant races. And as you're looking at that screen, I want you to bring up an image of your old self. Maybe that old self looks like you in pain, burning to the ground. Maybe that old self looks like tired, burnt out, exhausted. And as you're looking at that old self, what are they doing? What are they wearing? Is it moving? Or is it inactive, like frozen? Is it a snapshot? Is it in color or black and white? And now I want you to clear the screen, kind of like Scooby-Doo. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. And I want you to bring up an image of your new self. Your more empowered, more alive, more embodied, authentic self. Your future self that you want to step into. Your future self that has all the qualities, characteristics, and attributes that you want to embody. Are they moving or are they still? Is it in color or black and white? Is there any sound? And as you see that future self on the screen, adding in anything that you might need to make that the ideal image of your future self. And then clear it. And now we're going to do the magic. Bring up your old self, that self that we had previously created. And now I want you to bring up the new self. And as you bring up that new self on the screen, allow them to overlap. Allow them to cover, grow, surround, envelop, embrace, but then dissolve that old self so that now just your new, future, more embodied, more empowered self is sitting in front of you. And clear the screen. Bring up your old self. Bring up the new self, covering completely until the old self is gone. And clear the screen. Bring up your old self again, and your new self, cover, dissolve, and clear. And you might find that it's a little bit more difficult each time to bring up that old self one more time, bring up the new self, cover, dissolve, and clear. And the last time, let's bring up that new self. Seeing that new self, I want you to allow that new self to step out of that TV screen and now have it just sit and dissolve into you as you're sitting there. Bringing them into the center, allowing that future self to completely spread throughout your body, down your fingertips, down your toes, knowing that actually that future self is already you. You just have to be willing to become reborn. And when you're ready, I want you to gently come back into the room, opening your eyes. And I want you to ask yourself again, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do I love myself now? Now that I've touched that future self, now that I've embodied that future self. And if even it's just 1 degree of change, because remember, only 1 degree is what takes water to boil, to turn into steam, to power a locomotive. If even 1 degree or 1 point has changed, then you've experienced some transformation. And you can take that out into the world and share it with others. And I'd like to invite you that if you want to experience more of this, I would love to give every person here this free gift. I have an audio recording of what we just did. And if you scan the QR code and you send me a DM that says reborn, I'll not only give you that gift, I will send you the recording, but I would also offer you a free brainstorming session to see if this is something that really resonates with you. Because remember, there are 8 lovely women here today, and each person is going to resonate differently. And if this is something that resonates with you and you're ready for that transformation, I'd love to be your guide. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Desiree. Absolutely beautiful talk, and really interesting listening to all of those stages of rebirth. We have all been through so many of them ourselves. And I think, you know, in terms of our panel discussion from Desiree, we are looking at rising from the ashes. And by the way, beautiful images. Honestly, I love them.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Here's my future self. There we go.
There we are.
Rising from the ashes, being reborn.
Absolutely. So our first question comes from Hannah Frost for Desiree. I'm on the verge of burnout. What can I do? I mean, that's a very broad question. So Desiree, what are your thoughts?
So this is my super simple answer, which is the personal development formula. Drop off what's not serving you. So the things that you're doing that are creating the burnout, drop them off as much as possible. Just stop doing it. Is it stop it? There's an old SNL skit that's he's just like the psychiatrist, just like, stop it. And she's like, what? But I have all these problems. He's like, stop it. So just drop those things off. The second step, though, is to focus on the things that are working, that do have you feel great, that are motivating you, and do more of that. And then the last thing is to actually add in inspiration. So the inspiration part is maybe a new hobby or a new relationship, or maybe it's taking a walk, but adding in something that motivates and gives you energy. That's how I deal with my burnout.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree. And I think one thing that I would add to that, to Hannah, is to notice before you get to the verge next time. So burnout is essentially your autonomic nervous system is on overdrive. So imagine your system like a switch, a light switch, of which we have many in here today. And you've just left it on. It's just on all the time. Now, what would happen to any of your appliances at home if you left them on? A kettle, if you let it switched on, it would burn out eventually. You need to give your nervous system time to recover. And most of us, I think, as women, like to relax by taking in more information. And what I mean by that is we read a book. Well, books are wonderful, but you're taking in information. Game of Thrones is great, but you're taking in information. Podcasts are educational. You're taking in information. So you're overloading an already loaded system. So think about the silence. It doesn't have to be completely dead. Nature, a walk, getting somewhere that you can allow information to release and switch off the light every now and again. So I love that. Now, in terms of our next question, this is open to everyone. So I'm going to start with Desiree, and then I'd love to hear the panel's thoughts. And it's a very, very simple question from Isla Wedbush, which is a fantastic name, by the way, age 41. How do you cope with stress? To all speakers. So let's start with Desiree.
So the way I personally cope with stress is if I'm conscious. Because let's just be honest, sometimes I cope with stress by like going to take a nap, or having a glass of wine or whatever, or, going to a movie, but to actually cope with the stress, not just to like hide it or numb it out. I actually just will sit with myself and ask myself, what's mine and what's somebody else's? Because I notice that most of the time, if I'm stressed out, it's because I'm trying to make someone else happy, and I'm trying to do what they said that I'm supposed to do. And so I actually just do a really quick like NLP trick, which is I am I, you are you, and you and I are different. And you do it 3 times, and you'll notice then what is it that's actually stressing you out versus what's somebody else that you're feeling. Because women, we are very empathetic, and we can feel it. We have to be in order to like be around our, help our children, nurture them. And so yeah, I am I, you are you, you and I are different.
Absolutely. And I would agree, before I open it up to the panel, it's about recognizing the words. Are they yours? Are those thoughts yours? Or are they somebody else's? Because I have thoughts all the time that say, I don't have time. That's not my thought. That's a thought that I heard my father saying every single day when he came home from work and I asked to play. I don't have time. It's not my thought, it was his. So notice who's saying the words that you're thinking, and equally name it, because by the way, stress is a really politically correct word. Stress was invented by people to wear a badge of honor, because nowadays, how are you? Oh, well, I'm kind of stressed at work, but it's okay. We're allowed to be stressed as women, right? We're not allowed to say, oh, well, I'm really afraid, or I'm really angry, or I'm really ashamed. We're not allowed to say these things. So stress is a very all-encompassing word that covers a gamut of emotions. So name it. Move beyond the stress and name the feeling. So I'd love to open it up to Lindsay. Lindsay, how do you cope with stress?
I cope with stress by knowing what's important to me and what is not. We talk about like work-life balance and things like that, right? And there's always going to be something that feels super important, and there is limited time in the day. We all have the same amount of time. So knowing how to prioritize is really important to me. So I know that if I know that I value fun and honesty with my kids. So if I can show up at the end of the day after working all day, picking them up from daycare, and incorporate them even in making dinner by asking them questions and keeping it fun, that lowers my stress level overall because I go to sleep well at night, knowing that, yeah, there might be laundry unfolded on the floor in the laundry room, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter because I'm prioritizing what actually does.
And we'll take it to Audrey.
I just want to piggyback off of that. I love laughter and fun. So like when I am super overwhelmed and stressed, I will make a point to tell my kids, like, we're going to play tonight. Tonight we'll play. So they're older. I got teenagers and preteens. They don't really want to play. But I'll do something that they want to do. So we'll play cards, or another thing that we like to do is go for a walk. And I just, on this block, we're going to skip. And this block, we're going to run. And on this block, we're going to gallop like a horse. And maybe we look crazy to the neighbors. They already know that we are, but maybe we look crazy to the neighbors, but it's fun and it's play and we laugh and we have a good time together. And there is just, laughter is the best medicine. Along with getting outside, it's in nature, really grounding yourself, reconnecting with who we are. And we're made from nature. And if we can reconnect with that and we can hit our vagal nerve and ground ourselves, that really does help reset and help us with our stress.
Absolutely. We are made from nature, I think, is a beautiful phrase. And just remember, stress is a man-made concept. You made it. It's a woman-made concept. Men don't get stressed. They pass it on to us. It's a female-made concept. So if you can make it, you can unmake it. I love that. And if anybody else would like to chime in, Dr. Aruna, how do you cope with stress?
It's for me, it is about leaning into the emotion. Of course, naming it, but also leaning into it. And then asking myself what I need. Sometimes it's a nap, sometimes it's a glass of water, sometimes it's cuddling with my family and my dog, sometimes it's a walk. It's really about just whatever the need of the hour is. And it can be any number of things, but I think we have to listen to especially when we're stressed, it's not just a mind thing, it's a body thing. And sometimes it's simply about listening to what the body needs. Is it rest? Is it water? Is it food? Is it just loving, cuddling time? And so that's what I do. So all of the above, or one of the above.
I love that. Well, thank you so much to the panel.
I just wanted to add one other thing too, which is the perception. And you spoke about our thoughts form our beliefs and our beliefs form our reality. But one of the shifts is is it stress, or is it that you're really, really busy, or you have a very full life and you designed it that way and you're putting things in your bucket because you want them there. And that's also something that can very easily shift from it feeling stressed to feeling blessed and abundant and exciting every single day.
Fantastic. The problems will never stop, but the quality of the problems gets better. So, absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Desiree. It was a wonderful talk, and I am so excited with the caliber of women that we have today. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Desiree is going to rejoin the panel. She will be staying with us for a while. Now, before I introduce our next amazing speaker, I just want to remind you of some of the ways that you can get help today. So most of you will know me, but if you don't, I am Rita Trosser. I run the Health and Fitness Coach, and we work with women over the age of 40 on all aspects of health, whether that is weight loss, energy, because I think we all need a bit more of that in our lives, whether it's toning, fitness, whether you want to get rid of that meno belly, whether you want to create six-pack abs, I don't know, whether you've got that old outfit that you just want to get back into, or whether it's a bit more. Maybe it's you just want to look in the mirror and love who you see. Maybe you want the outside and the inside to feel like a congruent, connected woman, rather than has anyone else ever had that thing where you close your eyes and you see yourself as that 21-year-old, and then you open, you go, oh, what happened? That's not what I've got in my internal image. Whether you just want to create that body confidence that you wish you had, whether it's okay to admit sometimes that we feel so undesirable that we haven't had sex for years. That's okay to admit. I work with women in all areas. There is nothing that we can't talk about and nothing that we can't resolve together. So if you are looking for any help in your health, body, weight loss, menopause symptoms, hormones, or any of the above, then please make sure that you scan our QR codes. There is the website and our social media there. Now, anybody watching today, if you use the code in your media pack and you head to our 6-month online transformation program, any of you can get 20% off our coaching program. It is limited to 5, and I can already see that 2 are gone. So there are 3 left with our specific conference exclusive. So without further ado, I look forward to bringing on our next amazing guest, Audrey Anderson. Yes, the one that the neighbors think is crazy. You'll love her. So Audrey is a fitness behavior change coach. She is the founder and CEO of King's Fitness and Nutrition. She works virtually with clients, helping them uproot their deeper causes underneath excess weight. Audrey grew up around the US in 3 different states and has remained in Indiana for longer than she expected. With 4 kids calling her mom, she stays super busy. She travels, sports, school, working at the local gym, some adult social interaction as well, because working from home, we've all had that kind of stir-crazy moment. It keeps her days full. When she isn't carting kids around to school or correcting form or coaching her beloved clients, you'll find her at the local coffee shop, enjoying a book or one-to-one time with her friends. Her favorite seasons are spring and summer, when she can be out in the sun, taking a long walk through her urban downtown community. Coaching is personal to her because she has been in the same position as her clients. She was overweight and losing her individual identity to her roles as mother and wife. Although she's always loved being a mum more than anything, she looked in the mirror and just didn't recognize who she was. It didn't match the fun and spunky young woman she knew she truly was. Through years of exercise and research, she unlocked the keys to lasting and sustainable weight loss through the connection of mind and gut. And now she's helping women achieve the results they want without spending countless hours in the gym. So without further ado, I give you Audrey Anderson and her speech, Adventures in Authenticity, My Misadventures and Triumphs.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. And if I may have permission, I know you guys can't actually give it to me verbally, but I'm going to be very authentic. I'm going to be incredibly authentic, and I'm going to move this chair because I'm going to move and then I'm going to hit it. So I'm just going to move it now, and I'm going to be very authentically myself because that's going to be the best speech that I'm going to be able to give you, as if I'm 100% weird, quirky Audrey. So let me get started here and just say, picking myself up and putting a life together after divorce is one of the hardest things that I have ever done. I was a new business owner, 6 months into being a business owner. I'm called mom to 4 kids. I was a wife for nearly half of my life, and I was soon to be a divorcee. How in the world was I going to do that? How was I going to inspire women to be their best selves, to put their oxygen mask on first before serving those around them, when my life was literally falling apart all around me? I had no idea how I was going to do that, but I knew that as a coach, I had all the notes and tools right at my disposal. So I did what every good coach would do, and I looked at my own notes, and I pulled up resources, and I decided to put myself on one of my own programs. And I'm, again, being authentic here. I'm going to look at my notes because otherwise I thought speaking was going to be the hardest part of this, but it's actually sitting still and quiet for hours. So I'm going to get totally off track if I don't look at my notes. So anyway, I knew that if I allowed my life's circumstance to take control of everything, then I was not going to move my body. I was not going to eat well. I was going to fall apart spiritually and mentally and emotionally. And so I needed to put myself on a program because, let's be really honest here, divorce is grief. And unfortunately, I am very familiar with grief. I, at the age of 9, started losing loved ones around me and just experienced loss after loss. And the hardest of which was my dad passed in 2020, and that is the hardest loss that I've ever had. And then going through divorce in 2022, incredibly difficult and similar. And I was shocked because I didn't realize the similarities in that death of a marriage, of a future with that person. You go through stages of anger and guilt, shame maybe, and then sometimes even relief, right? Like there are some days that you can feel this like hope and this light at the end of the tunnel of like, oh, okay. And then there are other days where you are pleading with yourself to get out of bed and wash your face. It's tough. And it's really not a fun place to be at, especially when our society says that you have to win the divorce. Like, I'm sorry, what the hell is that, winning the divorce? Like, I'm supposed to show up at every occasion without puffy eyes as if I didn't just run across a photo of us together where we looked happy, and I'm supposed to not have a swollen abdomen from eating shitty foods. Like, I had just made a great meal with vegetables and protein. Like, I can't even hardly get out of bed. I'm supposed to show up as if I didn't just shed, or I just shed like 200 pounds of dead weight. Like that wasn't the case. It doesn't feel like that every day. It hurts, and it's pain, and it's grief. And grief shows up in untimely manners in ways that you don't expect, like ending up on your knees in the middle of Hobby Lobby with your daughter there because it just hits you out of nowhere. And it's difficult. So how do you deal with that? It's tough. Like I noticed that my once very confident self-talk slid into this like self-loathing, destructive, negative self-talk. And it wasn't a good place to be at. And the idea of winning the divorce, like putting that kind of standard on yourself is just going to lead to frustration and failure. So grief, it's just, you have to learn how to cope with that, with your self-talk, with all of those things playing a role. It can be an opportunity though. So grief is difficult, but you have this opportunity to rediscover who you are outside of that relationship. You have this opportunity to find new interests and hobbies. You can invest in personal care. I'll tell you, the hardest thing for me with the divorce was honestly not having my kids all the time. I was a stay-at-home mom for almost 9.5 years, and I loved it. And then having joint custody, it's a wonderful thing that he's a great dad, but losing my kids, I was like, what am I going to do? I have all this time. And so I was able to invest in these things that I teach my clients, and it ended up being a really wonderful thing for me. What we tell ourselves is our reality, right? We've already said that several times, and I love that it's been repeated because it's so important. Perception is reality. These self-destructive words, that nonstop chatter in your brain, it's there whether you realize it or not, and 9 times out of 10, it's negative and it's lying to you. Self-talk, it's the internal dialogue in which we tell ourselves, and positive self-talk, that's going to be life-giving, it's going to be empowering, it's going to be encouraging. Negative self-talk, this is going to be destructive. It's going to add to your anxiety. It's going to lower your self-esteem. It's going to, create this outlook of life of hopelessness. It's a really negative place to be at. And this damn hamster wheel is what I call it. This damn hamster wheel in our head, it has a significant impact on our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. When we become aware of our self-talk, we're able to make the effort to change the negative self-talk, we're going to be able to improve and overcome challenges such as moving through a divorce, reprioritizing ourselves, rescheduling things. If you're like me, you had to move, like all of those things. When we're negative, it makes it harder. When we can change that internal dialogue and have a more positive outlook about it, it's going to make everything a little bit easier. So it can impact our self-worth, help us overcome challenges, and then it will also impact the way that we see the world around us. It's necessary to grieve, and I want to emphasize that. It is really important that you grieve that loss. But it's not a good place to be at all the time or let it completely consume your mind and body. After going through my own program and notes, I decided to put myself on a goal of changing 2 to 3 things a week. This is something that I do with my clients all the time. So I sat down and I was like, what are the 2 to 3 things that I know that I need to work on for myself? And that would be nutrition and meditation and prayer. I'm very well versed in nutrition and fitness. I actually have competed in a few NPC shows, placing in the top 3 for wellness and bikini. I know nutrition. I know how to work out, but there were days that I just did not have the energy to get more than my 10,000 steps in. And so it was like, these are my non-negotiables, if you will. I needed to eat well. And I needed to have some meditation and prayer every day, setting intentions and affirmations. That is what I focused on, along with my nutrition. And I allowed myself the space every week to change new things, to add in exercise if I felt like I had the energy for it. But as I stated before, like there are days that it's just hard to even roll out of bed and wash your face and get the kids to school. I had to take a second and just really listen to my internal dialogue. Like I said, I've always been pretty confident in myself. I'm a middle child of 6 kids. Like if I wasn't confident, I was going to get run over. So like I just had to be a very confident person. But it was tough to go through that. So I needed to acknowledge that and give myself some affirmations. So I want you to just take a second first. I'm going to walk you through an exercise. If you don't think that you have negative self-talk, like I'm just going to kind of challenge you on that a little bit, because you can be somebody who's like, nope, I'm good, I've got it all together. But I'm telling you what, there are things in your head that are just repeating themselves. And it can kind of just be like this, like I said, damn hamster wheel is just playing and you might not even acknowledge it. So we're going to take a moment here, and this is actually going to be really good for me because I'm talking a mile a minute right now. Calm down and come back to center. And we're going to put ourselves in our morning routine. So if you will, go ahead and close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths in and out. In and out. Keep your eyes closed, and now imagine waking up in the morning. Your alarm has just gone off. It is a work day. You have 100 things on the list. It's 6 a.m. What is the first thought that pops into your head? Hold that there. Now roll over, kick your legs off the side of the bed, sit up, walk into the bathroom. You get a peek at yourself in the mirror before grabbing your toothbrush. What do you see? You start the shower water, you're beginning to undress. How do you feel? Write these down. What are the things that you hear and say to yourself? I work with women who have said some of the most gut-wrenching statements to themselves that just tear me up, and you may be in that position as well. So if you say things to yourself like, oh my God, I'm so fat, I have to work out today, I can't be lazy anymore. Or maybe, oh my God, look at these cheeks and thighs, like, ugh, gross, what am I gonna wear? Or maybe even, no wonder he didn't want to have sex with me, I'm disgusting. These are lies that we tell ourselves, and it then affects the way that we present ourselves to the world. And you may think that you hide it very well. But this affects everything. Your pain is seen. When you walk into your place of business and you have your shirt untucked because you're trying to cover up your abdomen, when you're tired and you're wearing glasses to try to cover that up, when you're sitting in an office meeting and there's muffins at the table and everyone else is grabbing them, and you put your hands over your stomach and you try to remind yourself that you don't deserve any because you're too fat. You're trying to make yourself show some damn self-control. It's seen. And it's how you present yourself then that affects your career, your relationships, your future. You've lost yourself in years of cohabitation, and now you don't know who you are, who you want to be, but you're unhappy with where you're at. Can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. You don't know how somebody could love you because that person didn't love you. Well, there's an opportunity here, again, to rediscover yourself, but to love yourself right where you are. And so if your words to yourself were anything like I had just shared, I want you to take a moment right now, and I want you to put your hands on your abdomen or on your heart. I want you to hold your gaze if you're able to look into a mirror or something. And I just want you to say, like, I see you. I see you, Mama, and I see the hell that you've been through. And right now you are safe. You're safe in this place. And because I can acknowledge and see where you're at and hold space for you, and I'm going to move you in positive ways, and I'm going to eat food that is nourishing, and I'm going to believe and do things that are going to move me forward in the direction of my dreams. When we can disrupt the nasty narrative that we say to ourselves every day, when we can break these patterns, we create new patterns of behavior. And it might be hard to believe at first, right? Like holding your abdomen and being like, I am thankful for, that could be really difficult for you. I get that. But try to do it with an attitude of like belief, because that will change over time. And I did notice for myself, like I'm a volcano. If you guys haven't noticed this, I'm kind of a lot. So I'm a volcano of emotion and words, and sometimes things come out of my mouth before I even know what I'm saying. And this did not serve me well in marriage, in arguments, because I would like immediately jump to things. So in divorce then, I didn't want to argue with this person anymore, because I'm like, wait, I don't want to argue with you. I don't have to argue with you anymore. And so one of the things that I started doing for myself was every morning I would wake up and I would set an intention and an affirmation. And I would say to myself, today, no matter what gets thrown my way, I am going to choose to pause and then respond with thought and love, as I have the power of self-control, and I'm going to practice. So if we can start doing those things, and we can say them with positivity and belief, then it will change. I remember when I started doing this, I started looking at myself differently. And then when my ex and I would engage in conflict, I noticed that I was able to practice this even more. And it started happening naturally. And then it wasn't even just happening with him, it was happening in everyday conversation with people. Because, you know, if you've been through this, you know that there are people who just love to walk up to you and be like, hey, I heard you're getting a divorce. And then they just stand there awkwardly. And if you can practice the pause, it makes it a lot more uncomfortable for them than it does for you. And you can then respond in a way that you'll be proud of at the end. It will change how you see yourself. It began to change with me and how I presented myself. And then I saw other people making comments of like, wow, like, you're doing really well. And that was huge. And so this translates in so many ways, because for me, yes, I went through my own transformation physically. This one was a little bit more of emotionally and learning how to cope with the loss of a marriage. But you can do this in so many ways. And so I want to encourage you, if you are going through a divorce or you've been through a divorce, if you're still struggling with the negativity that brought into your brain and into your space, write down a new affirmation. Write down something that you want to see in yourself, and then practice it. A lot of times, unfortunately, when we have a divorce, we lose relationships. But I'm sure that you have a few people around you still who have been there for you, who have heard your heart and seen your pain, and they can come alongside you. And it would be really helpful if you would share with them, like, hey, I'm trying not to talk negatively about myself and this situation, and they can hold you accountable. This is something that I do with my clients as well, and I'd love to, work with anybody, especially with affirmations if they would like. But we have these people that can be a sounding board for us and hold us accountable to this. So one thing that I say, and they say something negative, is I say, you're not allowed to talk about my friend like that. And I just hold them accountable to that. Because what you've said to yourself, what you've admitted that you say to yourself when you look in the mirror, would you allow your child to say that about themselves? Would you allow your girlfriends to say that about themselves? Then you are not allowed to say it about yourself. It's just absolutely not allowed. We need to love ourselves, and we need to believe in ourselves, because again, I'll say it 100 times, it is how we then present ourselves to the world. And we all want to be perceived as being these amazing, confident, strong women that we are. At the end of the day, your self-talk matters, right? I kind of sped through this, but I want to encourage you that you should write this on your new affirmation. Write it on sticky notes. Write it on your mirror and dry erase marker. I do that all the time. If you follow me on social media, you'll see me post every now and then my new affirmation on my mirror. My kids walk in there and they read it, and so they know what's going on in my brain, and I think that that's really important and authentic to do that with my children. But read it often and read it aloud. And say it with the biggest belief in the world, because we're calling forth who you are on your own as an individual and believing in her. We've missed her, and we need to see her again, because what you bring to this world is invaluable, and it's only something that you can bring.
Absolutely beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, and it is something only you can bring. And I think we can all agree that Audrey brung it. Sorry for grammatical. We were talking about grammar yesterday. So really, really fantastic job, and really interesting to hear the different affirmations, and because I think for a lot of women, affirmations don't always work. And I think part of the reason is that affirmations don't just come from here. So, as Audrey was demonstrating, affirmations are a full body experience. I could say, I love myself. I'm probably not going to feel it. Or I could say, I love myself. No, I really felt that one. So it's about how you bring it from the body as well. Mm-hmm. So, that was absolutely fantastic. And that brings us on to our next panel discussion. So today we are taking questions from audience members all over the globe. And remember, if you still have questions that you'd like to send in, please do so. Email them directly through or pop them in the chat. And our next question, again, this lady chose to remain anonymous. Can you say the word for me?
Anonymous.
Thanks very much. I still have a childhood trauma where I stood up in front of the whole school and said phenomenon. I just couldn't stop myself.
Oh no.
So this next question is, how do you get over regret? I'm divorced, alone, 52, and I've made too many mistakes to count. I don't want to live in regret, but I don't know how to change.
Yeah, first it starts in your head, right? So if you're repeating these mistakes and regrets to yourself over and over and over again, you're just perpetuating this negativity. And I'm realizing now, like I left an entire part out of this speech because I was just so excited and repeating myself on other things. But we need to be able to connect with that emotion, like you just said, of like, if we just say like, I'm smart, I'm important, like those aren't bad in nature, but they're very vague. So we need to connect emotionally with what we're telling ourselves. So these things that you know are regretting, or that you have these mistakes that you've made, let's make an affirmation around that. So like if it's something, let's say like, oh, I really regret that I did XYZ. Okay, let's acknowledge that. Let's make an emotional connection with that, and let's reverse it. So it starts in your brain, and yeah, make it personal.
Absolutely. And I'll open the floor up to, first of all, Desiree, and then we'll come to Anna. What would you say to our lady at home who's trying to get over her regret?
So what I like to look at is that regret is often not about really like regretting a certain action. It's actually regretting the outcome that action had, and that you had an expectation that it was going to be any different. And you can't change that. That's not in our control. But what we can change is our relationship to it. And what we can do is say, how is this situation for me? And it's the switching from victim to victor, or paranoia to pronoia. So paranoia is that it's all conspiring against me, and I'm a victim of the situation, and I regret the situation, versus the victor and the pronoia of the world is conspiring in my favor to teach me something. What did I learn? And then moving forward instead of living in the past.
I think for me, what I have experienced, I've been noodling around a lot of regret in the last couple of years, and many life transformations that I am experiencing. And the way that I have found to quiet the noise in my brain is to think about what I'm going to do differently next that I didn't do before. So when I reflect on, hindsight's always 20/20, right? You can look back on your career, and if I only knew, right? Well, if we'd only known, then we wouldn't be who we are now. So, when I look back on the last couple of years in my career, there's some things I very much would have done differently. And I can't do anything about that now. But what I can do is change that next time around. I can do something different. I can do something new. I can combat my old patterns. I can do the opposite of what old me might have done. And that for me has given me some peace. And, in addition to giving grace to the woman that I was when I made the decision, right? When I had the intention that I thought this was the right thing for me, for my family, for whatever. And then to try something new and try something different next time around.
And if we come to Christine next, how would you advise this lady to get over her regret?
So, Audrey mentioned this, but a lot of times we have regret because we haven't grieved fully that process of what could have been. And it just sounds like if you're still feeling, you're using that word regret, you haven't grieved through the process, acknowledge that it's happened. You can't change anything, but you can pivot and you can look forward to things. So just like if you attended a funeral, you're physically there, you're acknowledging things are happening. You have to do that sometimes with some experiences. And it's necessary so you can move to the next thing. A lot of times we, as women, we're busy with the next thing, especially as visionaries. You just want to jump to the next thing. Well, I have too much things to do. And it's like, you will have a forced stop where you'll have to deal with it. So your life will slow down. You'll have to deal with that. These losses happen. This didn't turn out this way. And then you're forced to deal with it instead of you dealing with it in your own time. So I just think it's just like a grieving. You go into the grieving process.
Completely agree. And if we come to Dr. Aruna, what are your thoughts on how to get over regret?
So regret, I think of, that's more of a mental phenomenon, and really what happens when we're rehashing the whole thing over and over again and looking at various scenarios, outcomes, I should have done that, I should have done this, or I wish it could have been different. But what really happens is that when we are in that mental thought space, we are abandoning our emotions. And the only way we can move forward is when we lean in to the emotions. So one of the things, I do this with my patients too, recently young women, same scenario, and I would get her to say something or lean in, and she would immediately jump to over-explaining, overthinking, and I'm like, no, I don't want to hear your words. Drop into your body, drop into your heart, and tell me where you feel it. Because emotions, and for most of us, it's in our chest. For some of us, it's in our throat. Some of us, it's in our belly. It can be in the back and wherever. You connect with that emotion and allow that. And sometimes, I've had people have old memories come up when they do this, or it can be, you may think that you're regretting one thing, but it can actually be so many other things clubbed together. The latest event in our life was just triggering everything else that the baggage included. But the way is that we don't abandon oneself, and we allow for the emotion to move through our body. So you connect. So don't abandon yourself. And what I mean by don't abandon yourself is don't abandon your emotional awareness. So that's it. Drop into your body, and quiet your mind. Disengage from the mind. The mind is just a data processor. It keeps rehashing the same old stuff. But connect with the body, drop into your body. And you just have to do it a handful of times. It can be very powerful. For some people, it's just 1 or 2 times. When you do that, you'll be able to kind of leave that behind. But I think what Anna was saying about, okay, if this happens again, how am I going to show up? That's a very, very important question, because now you're rehearsing, you're becoming. And Audrey, love and all the light for you. I was just thinking, it is so hard for me to just listen to your story, but you actually lived through it, and you're at the end of the journey, and you lived, and you're telling us your story to inspire so many other people. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that too.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for responding to that question. I think that stirred up a lot. Apparently, we're all experiencing or have experienced a lot of regret, and this is one of the things to realize, that regret and guilt are the 2 most useless emotions in the world. They do not serve you, and as Dr. Aruna was saying, you will feel them in your body first, but usually it isn't you. I wish I knew your name, but it isn't you. Every version of you is still in there. 5-year-old, 10-year-old, 12, 15, 20-year-old. All of these versions who have been hurt, traumatized, for a lot of women abused, they're there. And you can be in this moment with me right now, and something happens and it's triggered, and hey, 21-year-old, tap, tap, tap. I'm afraid. I'm the one that's feeling guilty, and she comes forward and she takes over. So I urge you to look at your past selves and just take a second to think, who was most hurt? Because whoever pops to mind, she needs healing first. Mm-hmm. And simply write her a letter. If I was to do it for myself, it would be 21-year-old me who went through an experience that I wouldn't wish on any woman. Dear Rita, and give her what she needed at the time. I needed safety. No one gave it to me. I needed love. I needed forgiveness. No one in that moment gave that to me. And so I was trapped. And 21-year-old me would be triggered every day. With my husband, he didn't deserve it. With my kids, they didn't deserve it. So I had to heal her. So whoever that version is for you, write her a letter as if she was your daughter, your sister, your aunt, your mother, and give her exactly what she needs to heal, because then she'll let you be. And I think that's the hardest thing for most of us, is to just be. So wonderful question. A lot of conversation around that one. And that moves us on to Elle Norris, who I'm guessing you're in your 50s, Elle. And how do I start over at 50 after divorce? Audrey.
So, I'm not 50, but as we said in here, like we're not going to hold like that bar, right? So it's the same. It's the same for you as it is for anyone. Now maybe your kids are older, out of the house, maybe this, maybe that. So there might be some particular circumstances that are slightly different, but as far as like how do you start over, I mean, I'm just going to keep returning to it is internal. So I do want to say too, one thing that I didn't mention in that last question that something triggered it is self-forgiveness and compassion. Like, if you want to start over, you have to grieve, but you also have to forgive yourself for the mistakes that you made in order to move forward. So yeah, I want to open this up to panelists. I picked this question because it's relevant, but I do want to open this up to our panelists.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to come to Desiree first.
So I'm not quite 50. I'm 45. I'll be 46 this year. And I think one of the things I've noticed this year is that the age. So when I was in my 20s, 50 was like retirement. And our society and like climate has evolved so much that 50 is no longer retirement. 50 is not even midlife really anymore. It's the next stage. It's the next place that we're going. So going back to like that concept of being reborn over and over again is that it's a number and you get to choose the next version of yourself regardless of how old you are. But our mentality that like 50 is where you retired and you've already had one career your entire life and like your kids are in college now, it just isn't the same anymore. And so I think we have to really kind of get with ourselves and realize that it's the number isn't the same anymore.
Absolutely, and I would sort of take on from that, and I want to reframe the question, Elle, because this word starting over, I don't think that's the right frame. Why do you need to start over? Why is that something that has to happen? You have a GPS, right? Most of us, I don't know about yourself, Elle, but most of us have been on a plane at some point in our lives. Now, that pilot has a destination, I don't know, let's say Hawaii, and they started in San Antonio. Now, that destination, do you think he takes a straight line to get there? No. There's turbulence. That is him about. And guess what? Corrects the course. Co-pilot, I don't know, I'm going to call her Louise. She sees probably not a flock of geese that high, but she sees some rain clouds coming. She feels that they need to correct course. At all times, they're correcting course, but they're still on the same path. They don't say, hey, dude, it's raining, we better start over. Like, can we go back to the beginning and start? That's not what happens. Every single step, including divorce, is just one moment in your life path. So don't start over. Don't become a new version of you. Don't change who you are or feel that you should be just because this transition has happened. Just see it as a stepping stone. Course correct. And you'll end up at the right destination. Just make sure that you continue to stay true to your needs throughout. I just wanted to hop in there before I come to Christine. So, Christine, what are your thoughts?
So I like that. And I know we'll get to the part where I'll talk about more of like the women I work with. But starting over, there's really no such thing. It's just more of like a lateral transfer. But I think the biggest thing is, you mentioned storms. So thunderstorms, when we have the lightning actually breaks the molecules and it brings nitrate back to the soil, which that you need that for rich soil. So a lot of times when we have the thunderstorm and the lightning, it's necessary because we need soil to replant and to grow the crops that we're going to harvest later in the year. So I don't think if we look at the storms that are going on, when we're going through it, it looks really scary. But in hindsight, you're looking at it forward like, okay, this is all nurturing my new ground that I'm going to be walking on and I'm going to be planting. So that's just a visual if you...
Anna?
I just wanted to offer the notion of ritual and transformation, and that the feeling of whether it's a rebirthing or a starting over, that doorways and transitions can be important, thresholds and transitions. And so if you are feeling like this is a rebirth, like everything is starting over, and each of us in our transformations has been through, I mean, sometimes it is new house, new location, new car, loss of income, whatever the thing. I mean, some of these are very devastating, large transitions and doorways and thresholds that we're going through. Ritual can be a really powerful thing. Whether you are connected with any kind of spiritual belief or not, it doesn't have to be sort of a faith-based ritual. It could be something like taking the notebooks from your old job and burning them in your backyard, if that's legal where you live. Please follow all fire ordinances. But it doesn't have to be, if you are a faith-based person, if you're connected spiritually, it could be a spiritual transformation. It could be a rebirth. It could be a baptism of sorts, a burning in fire. Fire and water, at least for me, have been the most powerful pieces of transition. There's a ritual in Judaism called tashlich, where we essentially write something on a piece of paper and allow it to float downstream away. And there are certainly, for those of you with CBT and DBT therapy backgrounds, there are lots of exercises about putting things on clouds and letting them blow away. And so whatever the ritual needs to be, I would just say it sounds like you need something to help disconnect what you were feeling then to what you want to take forward. And so I offer that suggestion for ritual.
Fantastic. I absolutely love it. Wonderful thoughts and offerings from our panelists today. And that just leaves me to say thank you so much to our wonderful Audrey, firecracker that she is. I thoroughly enjoyed your speech, and I look forward to hearing you in more of our panels today. And I'm kind of over the whole handshake thing, so I'm going into hugs now.
I was going to hug you anyway.
Absolutely. Well done. Thank you so much. So we are coming very, very close to our lunch break moment. Yes, you all get a lunch break. And we do have one speaker left now. Before I bring her on, I just want to remind you that all of the speakers today, you'll find their details in your media pack, and you can get involved with any of them through their websites or QR codes. And remember, on your screen right now, if I point in the right direction, this way, there we go, you have 2 QR codes. One will lead you to our website, where if you head to our 6-month online transformation program and use code UMP 2024, you're going to get 20% off any of our 6-month online transformations to change your body, weight, body confidence, energy, mindset, and all of the above, as well as menopause symptoms. We do offer blood tests for those as well. And if you would like to follow any of our panelists on social media, please make sure that you head through to their QR codes as well. So that brings us to our last speaker before our break, our intermission, which is the wonderful, drumroll please, Chris M. James. Now, Chris M. James is a program creation specialist, which I think is a phrase that until I met Chris, I'd never come across before. She's a program creation specialist for 6-figure women. Her journey from a former government worker to speaker, the coach, entrepreneur, is the spirit of transformation and empowerment. I feel like we need to start a drinking game. Every time you hear the word transformation today, you need to take a shot of something. In 2012, when her first son was less than 1 year old, she found herself caught in a cycle of doubt, with little vision, making the wrong choices, surrounded by a work environment that stifled her ideas and potential. It wasn't until she realized that she wanted something better. And that's when opportunities started presenting themselves. I hear you say manifestation. The kindness and support of a mentor ignited a fire within her, inspiring her to not only uplift herself, but also to dedicate her life to empowering other women to do the same. Despite the challenges of working full-time and raising children, she pursued education with determination, becoming a guide for fellow students through scholarship seminars and eventually for audiences worldwide. Her passion for mentoring has evolved into a profound commitment to helping women build their legacies, influenced by the life-changing mentorship that she received. She is a woman of faith, a wife, a proud mother of 4 boys and a dog, a lover of wisdom and books, and a Marvel enthusiast. She lives by a motto that brings a touch of humor to her resilience. Nothing is off limits besides my kids' bathroom. And as mums of boys, or if you're a mum of boys, you know exactly what we're talking about. They have no aim. She also lives by this philosophy. Everything is in theory until we test it. Then we tweak it. So let's begin. This approach has not only guided her through life's challenges, but also shows us all that with a bit of humor, resilience, support, determination, we can overcome any obstacle put in our way. Dedicated to creating a world where wisdom is spreading, she stands before us today as a clue to the power of mentorship and the impact of dreaming big, all the while keeping a light-hearted perspective on the twists and turns of life. So please give a warm welcome to an incredible force for change and inspiration, Chris M. James, and her talk, Getting Your Program from Paper to Profit. Take it away.
Thank you. So I am so happy to be here. I've been enjoying this very much. And I can see that we're very in a like-minded group because a lot of us are touching on key points, but we all know that it takes 7 to 11 key points to hear things over and over again for it to actually kind of stick. So I am a big believer that vision and belief are one of the most powerful forces here on earth and things that we have in our life. And if you're I'm like Rita mentioned, I do love Marvel movies. I love stories. I feel like stories change people's perspectives about themselves. They can see themselves. And I love movies. So one of the movies I'm actually going to be referencing to is Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. And that may sound like your life right now because it was mine as well. So with that, I just want you to follow along as I talk about Evelyn. She's an entrepreneur. She has a daughter and she has a family. And she came from China here to run her business and had these high hopes. So a lot of times as visionaries, we go through stages that a lot of times when we're unaware, we start to feel like we're out of place, that we misheard, we've grasped at everything to move us into this direction, but it's not working. We try to pivot and go to this direction, and then we start feeling hopeless. So Evelyn, she is bombarded by the IRS, which I think a lot of business owners are like trying to avoid, because there's a different language when you start business. So not only was she a foreigner coming to a new country, learning an English language, she's also learning language about business. What's the difference between a hobby and a business? And she started to downplay the talents that she had because there was rows of receipts of different things she's done. She's sang, she taught how to piano lessons, how to do laundry, and all these other things, events that she's done. So what I like about movies is that they intentionally put things on set. The people are there, the names are on purpose, everything's with attention. And that's much like our lives. So Evelyn's name actually translates to life. And her daughter's name, and this is the relationship I'm gonna focus on because we all have that inner daughter. And her daughter's name was Joy. So if we really look at it, the aspect of life and joy, we can see that we sometimes try to, as a visionary, make joy the way we think it should look. And this is the only way we're going to be able to receive joy. So we go through these different stages as we're realizing that joy is not looking how we think it should look, and it shouldn't be making us feel. So we go through the stages of unaware visionary. You're unaware that you're a visionary when you look back in the past and people think you're doing too much because you have all these activities that you want to be part of. Because you're like, well, I'm kind of good at this, I'm kind of good at this, and you're trying to find your footing. You are an unaware visionary when you are feeling like you have to dim your light in front of other people because maybe you know too many answers or you always have a solution and people start to frown on you for that. You're an unaware visionary when you are pursuing a career that people are telling you should, but now you're like, but this is the thing I really want to do, and everyone's saying you're being foolish, that you need to stay this path, this is the most successful path for you, because they're looking through their lens. Once you become aware, that's when you can step into your power from the unaware visionary. And awareness looks like self-acceptance, that, oh, this is who I am. I love many things. I love beautiful things. It also comes into awareness of you accepting that this is your current stage that you're in. And this is the thing that you do want to pursue. So along with that is when you're making that pivot in your life, you're transitioning into a new feeling that you'll have where you're feeling enthusiastic because you're like, I made this change. I'm ready for different. I'm ready for new. I'm ready to help all these people because that's what visionaries do. They look outside themselves. They want to serve at a higher capacity. And when you start to serve at a higher capacity, you start to see your other roles as a mom, as a daughter, as a caregiver. Those are all rising up at the same time as you're pursuing this career. So when that's happening, there is another stage called guilty visionary. So part of guilty visionary, you feel ashamed that you have ambitions. You feel that, oh, maybe I just don't think what I have is good enough. I'm being greedy. There's a lot of guilt around money, having a lot of wealth that maybe you feel like you're unworthy to have. You feel like you want to hide because you don't feel like you're there where you need to be yet. You start to feel guilty because you're not fulfilling all the other roles in your family. How do you bridge from the guilty visionary to the honest visionary is you start to be honest with yourself. So just like Evelyn, when she started on that transition, she had to be honest about what joy was looking like for her. Joy was not what she thought it was supposed to be because she brought in her family loyalties. And that's a lot of times what we do. We want to be loyal to the family dynamic. We want to be loyal to what our parents did. They worked hard. We should be working all through the night. If we're taking looks like an easier way, that's not going to bring in the wealth. We have to be like working to the bone. We need to tell our children we're always so busy. So there's some loyalty that's there, but you're actually free from that when you're honest with yourself of how that plays into your life. So honesty is going to break you free from the guilt and the shame that you're experiencing. The third type of visionary is the unmotivated visionary. She has tried all these things, usually all at once. She's tried all these things, and now she's just feeling burnt out. She's like, I think I misheard. This is not working for me. Maybe I just need to go back to my 9 to 5. But deep down, she's like, I really don't want to go back to 9 to 5. At least once a week, she's looking on the computer to see who's hiring. So with the unmotivated visionary is she also is struggling with completing tasks. So now she's just feeling like she's all over the place. So how does an unmotivated visionary get pulled back into being motivated? Well, you have to start setting deadlines for yourself. You have to get focused on the one thing. And I'm going to go through a process that I go through with my clients. And it's called a shifts process. And you want to start to get excited again about where you're going, where this one idea can take you. A lot of times we're focused on many things. And just like that quote says, is that you can't chase 2 rabbits at the same time because they're going in a different direction because you'll catch none. So it's the same thing. You have to trust yourself enough that this one thing is going to move you a little bit forward. And then a lot of times there's fear behind that because you feel like if you put all your eggs in one basket, that this thing is not going to work. But it's really about the becoming, because that skill is not like a library book where you return it, you don't have access to it anymore. You've acquired that skill for life. Now it's you practicing that, and you're getting motivated because you're starting to see results, but you have to stick long enough to it. Being a motivated visionary, you have to understand also that sometimes it's going to be boring. You're going to see things on repeat and routine. And as a visionary, you don't want to be boring. You want to stand out, be different, and all those things. I encourage you to do that in another area of your life while you're having a boring business that's bringing in revenue. So all these things, being aware, being honest, being motivated, actually leads you to the visionary that you really truly want to be, and that's the liberated visionary. So the liberated visionary, actually, she has the motto that free people, free people. And she wants to free as many people from all her life experiences through her programs and through her talks. She wants to free them. She wants them to feel like they're not alone. They can get to the next level. And with that being said, when you get to that liberated visionary, you'll go through a shifts process. So I always ask people, like, remember the scientific method? It's the same thing. The scientific method, I just changed it to the shifts because people didn't understand how I try to break it down. So if I can explain this in a way, this will change your life forever, okay? So the first thing I actually want to do before I introduce that, I want you to write the word question on your paper. You're going to write question on your paper. All right, so what I want you to do is take your pen and I want you to circle the first 5 letters of question. This is why, Rita already mentioned this is why we ask powerful questions. Because this is actually, this is putting you on a pathway, on a quest. So when you ask yourself powerful questions, this is where you're gonna start pivoting. Now, with that, do you remember Goonies? I love Goonies. I love 80s movies. So Goonies, I used to think in movies like, how does that work out? Like everything's timed perfectly. But if you really think about it, that's like for our life as well. So they were trying to figure out how they could keep their house and not move out their neighborhood and break all their friendships up. And what happened was they were playing in the attic. So they asked that question. Immediately after, a map broke down onto the ground and they pulled it out and they're like, we need to go find this treasure. It's the same thing. Treasure wants to be found. You don't have to chase your dreams. It's about seeking. And seeking, things want to be found. That means there's something's findable. So how do you get there? You start with a question and it leads you to a quest. When it leads you to the quest, there's 6 things you need to do when you're going down this path. So the first one is S in shifts. You are seeing and observing what's currently going on in your life. H is hypothesis. How did you get there? What are you like looking at that you want to be different? Because something's uncomfortable for you right now. I, sorry, my throat's dry, y'all. There's no water over here, right here. But I is for ideal and reality. So this is where it gets really interesting. And we talked about already, Desiree actually brought this up. Yes, one of the hardest questions is when you ask other women is like, what do you want? Even if they have this beautiful vision board. I mean, how many have you done that? Like you have this beautiful vision board and then someone's saying, hey, what do you want for dinner? You have no idea, right? Oh, thank you so much. Can I take a sip real quick? Okay. Sorry.
This is where I will step in and say the broadcast will resume momentarily.
Thank you. Yeah, that's better. I appreciate you so much. So what do you want? So a lot of times this question like makes people like freeze up and like, wait, well, and they'll give really vague answers. So this is actually how this process breaks this up very, very well for you. So in the shifts process, you look at ideal. You start from ideal first, and then you go to what's currently happening in your reality. So ideal may be, I want to earn more money. Okay, why do you want to earn more money? Oh, because I want to do more things with my kids or my family. I want to retire my parents early. I want to do more things in the community. I want to give back. I want to join this program. I want to travel around the world. So that is your ideal life. Your reality is you're not traveling. You haven't even got your passport yet. So that might be a first step to do, right? We'll get to the F part for that. It may be that you've been avoiding your kids by being so busy at work is because you don't feel like things are working. You're staying longer at the computer, thinking more things are going to pop out at you and say, oh, this is the clue. The other thing is you're burnt out. And I love that what Lindsay said earlier today, because I'm a big believer that curiosity is the cure for burnout. You have to start, you're noticing that you're not curious about life, about colors, about getting out the house. So those are all things you're like, whoa, this is like a reality for me, but I want to get here. So now you're understanding what do you want and what are the stages you need to do. I'm not saying do all 5 because we just talked about the visionary. She wants to do everything at the same time. Let me fix everything overnight. Let's do it. No, that's not going to work out. So what can happen is let's do travel first, right? The first step, so we're going to F, the first step in focus is going to be to get your passport. Okay, don't say you're just going to get your passport. The second thing which you need to do, still in that same focus, is that you need to look to see if you need to schedule your passport. A lot of times the post offices, depending where you're going to get those, they're scheduled out like a month. And then the turnaround time, don't even use that as an excuse. Oh, it's going to take 2 months to get back. Are you going to travel in 2 months? Probably not. So the thing is that you need to start being early in the process, because this is what's going to build momentum for you. And then you put a time, T is for time. You put a timeline around that. Because remember what I said about the unmotivated visionary, she needs deadlines. This is what's going to push her. A lot of times she may not make that deadline on that day, but she'll make it at least the next day. So you're setting a timeline for that to execute. S is for solution, because you're going to come back and revisit. Okay, did my plan work? Would you share this with a friend? If you want to share this plan with a friend, then you shouldn't do it. You should start back at S again. And then you need to set up systems. So habits, if we actually break the word down, habit, it also means clothing. So a lot of times we're putting on these habits daily, go to sleep, wake up. We're putting on these habits daily that are not serving us to move forward in the life we desire. So you need to set up systems right now that's going to help you curve that, curve those habits to make it more easy for you to be successful in getting that. So it may be that you set the alarm 2 days before and not just the hour before for you to get your passport, for example. So with this, I help the same process through my clients, breaking down their program, because a lot of the women I work with, they're true visionaries, and they're also trailblazers. They're the ones that are cutting down the new paths for everybody. And there's a little help here and a little help here, but they're really making a new path because they desire to close the gaps. They don't want other people to struggle, because like I said, liberated people, right? They want to liberate other people. And that's what the visionaries want to do.
Fantastic. Amazing job. And I think we all want to be a liberated visionary, or at least I do after that. How would you consider yourself as a visionary?
I go back from motivated, unmotivated, motivated, and then to, because it's usually when I'm feeling like tired, and then mostly liberated because I find help.
Absolutely. Finding help, I think, in every aspect of being a visionary is so important. And that's where Chris comes in with taking your programs to profit in general. So I think, listening to those, and I need to go and watch this movie. Everybody else seemed to have a reference point for this movie. I don't, so it's on my bucket list now to go and watch it. But taking us through that process with different visionaries, it really brings us on to our next panel discussion, which is you have the answer. You just have to be reminded where to look. And we come to Nina Parson first, 46. I want to expand my reach and impact more people in my business. How do I do this while still fulfilling my roles as mum, wife, and daughter? So Chris, I open it up to you.
Yeah, this is such a great question, because I think a lot of us are fulfilling those roles right now. I think the main thing is important is, like, what does impact and reach look like for you? Because it's unique to everyone. Just like marketing, people think, I just have to be so live on social media. And it's like, maybe marketing is you doing podcasts or speaking engagements. So you have to get really clear about what impact and reach is. So let's say your impact and reach is that you own a cleaning business and you want to serve your community and they have the cleanest houses and everyone's feeling so great. Because when someone's house is clean, they're feeling like, oh man, like I'm that one, right? They're feeling like that and they feel like they can accomplish things. So maybe that's how you want to do your reach and your impact. And when you get clear about that, then you can start to look at the things you can eliminate in your life. So when you start the elimination process, do not delegate before you eliminate, because you can delegate mundane tasks that don't even need attention. So you want to eliminate things that you do not desire to have in your life, think about from there. And then you want to go ahead and start to delegate the tasks that other people can fulfill. But other people can't fulfill your mom role. They can help with the caregiving, but they can't replace you as a mom. And then they also can't replace you as a wife. So those are things that are not delegated. But however, like cleaning and other those things that are like you cannot avoid, but you can delegate those things.
Absolutely. And I would suggest that, Nina, look at your hourly rate. That's what I would do. I would say to any woman, look at your hourly rate, because If your hourly rate is, let's say, $100 an hour, and you're spending your time changing beds, spending all of your time picking up at home, doing the chores, well, from a financial perspective, if you got a cleaner in, and this is just obviously one obvious area, at let's say $15 to $20 an hour, well, you're $80 an hour in profit. Go and take that time and impact your children, impact your husband, impact more people. So look at your hourly rate and give it more of a respect than it is, because most of us say, this is my hourly rate, and then immediately undercut ourselves. We're very good at doing that. We immediately undermine. So stick to it and go and get some help. I love that answer from Chris. And let's open it up to Desiree.
So it's a little bit of the remember to remember, but then also answering her question, which is, I think we are conditioned to question ourselves and second guess ourselves and look outside to everyone else for those answers. And it's really in those very quiet, still moments that the answer is within us. And we have to be able to trust that the answer that comes up is the next right step. And if it's not exactly it, the next right step will appear as well. But when we stop second guessing our own intuition and how it's going to happen, like we have to stop that and then just move forward. You really do have the answers inside of you. Quiet enough.
And if we come to Lindsay?
I would say consider removing the word balance from your life too and change it to harmony. That's helped me tremendously because, I mean, you know, as a business owner myself, it's like, I wish I was further along than I am sometimes. And the only reason that I'm not is because I have a family and I have kids and there's other obligations. So when there's things like an event like this that requires more time, I know that I will be flexing and there's like an ebb and flow in my life. That's the harmony piece. This week, it was more work. Now when I return home on Monday, it's going to be more family and more kids. So not expecting things to be 50-50 would be very helpful.
Love that. And if we come to Natalie?
As an adjunct to what I'm listening to, I just wanted to say I had a spiritual teacher talk to me about business, and it was, if you're not clear on what you want and what you don't want, then the universe also is not clear on what you want and what you don't want. And I really believe that what we radiate really is what we attract. So spending time to really be clear with that, so not just for yourself, for everything else, but with the universe. That.
Yes, I feel overwhelmed in my business. I need to get more help, but I don't know what kind of help. Where would you start? Now, I have to start here with our program specialist. Christine, what would you suggest?
Yeah, that's such a great question. A lot of time overwhelm, and what was just stated right now, Natalie stated, is usually because we lack clarity and focus. We lack clarity and focus. So that's a lot of times when the overwhelm is we're feeling overwhelmed. We feel like we have to do all the things all the time. I'm going to refer to the movie again, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. A lot of times we're working from home, and a lot of times this is our house, and then we're going into a regular room, our room to work, and there's no set boundaries. We're not setting boundaries of office hours, because you physically left the office, that's at work. Some things are replaying in your mind, but you're physically gone. But at home, you're going back on the computer, so you're not really having rest and reset periods. And that's necessary for you to reduce overwhelm. And then that also gives you, if you reset and rest, it gives you clarity on what is really important for the next day's task and what's going to move you forward in your business as well.
Absolutely. Rest is so key because most of us are, well, we hit decision fatigue, right? Especially as women, because we're making decisions 24/7 about everything, not just about business, but about kids' dental hygiene. I mean, you know, if you're about to run out of, have you ever got to that point where they go up a stage in toothpaste? Who makes that decision? You do. I've never heard a man go, is he ready for the next one? That never happens. So we hit this decision fatigue. We've all been there. I mean, have you ever done the sort of doom scrolling of Netflix and you say, right, I have 30 minutes to watch something, and 29 minutes later you still haven't chosen a thing to watch? Go to bed, stop, rest, allow those decisions to just wait another day. And I'm going to open this one up to the panel, and I'm going to come to Anna first.
Having recently made lots of decisions related to business, and just last year, after spending 25 years in corporate America with other people giving me my task lists often, now I'm responsible for all of my own. And at each stage, I have found things that felt overwhelming and then found a path through. And so in the period of about, I know nothing about web design. I'll just give you one little example. Know nothing about web design. I thought, okay, what's the easiest possible way I can do this? I was already using a program called Canva to make some graphics. And I thought, okay, that program has a website. I'll figure that out. And it was kind of hard, but I figured it out. And it didn't do the things I wanted it to do. And I thought, well, do I pay somebody now? Like, is this the point where I go, oh, okay, I'm just going to pay somebody to do it because I don't know how to do this and it's hard. I thought, well, I think I've got a little more capacity to learn. So then I launched a Google site and I learned how to build a website on Google. And at that point, I thought, oh, this is kind of hard. I don't know if I can do it. And ta-da, I managed to do that. Well, again, it didn't do what I wanted it to do. And I thought, am I really going to learn another thing? Like, am I going to learn one more web tool? Is this the moment that I pay somebody to do this? And so, and it wasn't. I still haven't paid somebody to build my website. I still did it myself. Chances are you might have more brain capacity to learn more things. But the decision point for me was, is this going to be worth it later if I learn it now? So what I decided, for instance, with the website was, I want to be nimble and I want to be able to change my own stuff anytime I want to. And I don't want to have to wait to email somebody. I just want to do it myself. I want to know enough. Now, someday, maybe I will hand it over to somebody. But for now, I felt like it was important. So I think that's, in terms of thinking about when it's time to get more help and what kind of help you need. Is this, think about, is this something that will be useful for you to know later? And if it's not, grab the help. Let somebody else do it. But if you might need it, then it's worth taking a little time. You've probably got the, it may feel hard, but you've probably got it in you somewhere.
If we come to Audrey.
I want to teach you guys a little verbiage that I worked with one of my clients. She was overwhelmed, has kids, works a full-time job, very demanding job, and husband is great, but doesn't always see, the toothpaste or the stuff on the counter or whatever. So we worked on some phrasing when it comes to overwhelm, and that was sitting down with the family and thank you so much for trusting me to take things. However, I'm going to need you guys. And then delegating to the family. But that phrasing is so different. When we can approach these with a little bit of, but also gratitude. You did mention that like shame and guilt are like low level emotions. They travel at this really low frequency. And I'm big on energy. Gratitude travels at the highest frequency. So if we can approach our family instead of like, I'm so freaking stressed out, you guys are killing me, why don't you do this? And we can say, thank you. I love that you've entrusted me to do this for all of these years. But now you're at the age that I need. And delegate that to them. It will tremendously help with all of those little things, because all of those little micro aggravations add up to that overwhelm.
absolutely. And I completely agree with that. I love the phrasing. And what I would say, just bringing it back to Paula, your specific question about being overwhelmed in business, where would I start? I would start by going and having a session with a business coach or mentor. That's where I would start, because I don't feel that any of us can give you the best answer. I will put my hand up when I can't give you an answer that's going to be the best one for you. And right now, I know nothing about your business. I don't know what it's in, if it's online, if it's in person. I don't know how many staff you've got. I don't know what systems you've got in place. And so the best thing that I can suggest is go and get a business mentor or coach. You know, I have business coaching clients of myself, and the first thing we do is we just diagnose. We sit there and we look at what exactly is going on. So that's the first step that I would do if I were yourself, Orla. So I love the overwhelming family, but if I just bring it back to business, that would be my sort of suggestion. And that brings us on to our last question of this pre-lunch session. This is from Ellery McKnight, and I love the name as much as I love the question. How can we expand women's links to each other, i.e. mentorship, coaching, networking? So I'm going to start with Chris, but I'm going to open it up to everybody. How can we expand our links with each other, especially in this online digital world, as women globally? Chris?
Yeah, I think showing up is the first thing. Especially if you get invited to events, just make sure they align with you first. But a lot of times we'll have that self-talk where, I even said that yesterday at dinner. It was like, oh, you can do all these other things. It's like, you're avoiding. Let's go ahead and show up. And I enjoy the conversations that we had yesterday. And that creates network and opportunities that will go ripple effect. But online, I think definitely encouraging other people. There's no cap, excuse me. There's no radar that you have that says, oh, you only can 5 comments on someone's. No, if you see it, don't bypass it. Just be like, oh, that really resonated with me, and leave a comment. Because you're also leaving a digital footprint that someone's going to eventually come back and be like, hey, I seen that, Audrey does this. This is somebody I would actually refer to another person that I met a couple weeks ago. So you don't know what's going to happen. So to expand your reach and your networking, it's really important to show up, to comment on people's posts, go to their events if you say you're going to go, even when you have that self-talk that says you could be doing something else. It's like, no, you need to be present here. You got the invitation for a reason. And I'll say just start there.
Amazing. I love that. If we open up to the panel, would anyone like to start? If we head to Lindsay?
I think that's a really good question, and it can feel really overwhelming to know where to start. And I always think about what is within our own control. So yourself, where you thrive, what interests you, a skill set, an area where you have a skill set. You maybe consider reaching out to someone, because you're talking about women and networking, and just offer them a chat about whatever you're interested in if you think it would serve them. That's how connections are built with people, is offering something that you thrive in to somebody else that could benefit. I know when that's happened to me, it feels so good that somebody would offer their time and their energy. And that person now is on the forefront of my mind for anything else in the future. And I want to give back to that person too. So just something to consider.
Love that. And if we come to Desiree?
I like formulas. I like a plan. And I like the number 3. So a lot of people say that you are the accumulation of the 5 or 6 people that you surround yourself with the most. I actually like the power of 3. And I share this with my male and female entrepreneur clients, which is have 3 people that you follow and look up to every day. Have 3 people that are your peers that you get to mastermind and share ideas with. and have 3 people that you are mentoring. And this way you have a growth network around you at all times, but those 3 are then going to expand to more and more, and it becomes exponential. But if you want to start somewhere about increasing the connection, don't say yes to every single thing, because you have to check to see if it's resonant with you, but start with 3. Like 3 that you look up to, 3 that you are peer with, and 3 that you mentor.
Something to that. Okay, I'm gonna reference the movie again because I do love movies. So in there, they had to do, for her to tap into this new skill and this new pathway, because remember, she's like run down, tired, everything's not going well. Her husband wants to file a divorce. They came together, like all this stuff is happening. And it wasn't until she had to do weird things. So one of the weird things, no one's going to ask you, I keep doing that, hi. So one of the weird things may be that someone, no one's going to ask you to suck a fly in their nose. That's what happened in the movie. But she had to tap into this new skill set. So the same thing, it's not going to be to that extreme, but you're going to have to do something weird and uncomfortable, and you have to choose discomfort when you do put the plan together. So like Desiree said, it's going to be 3, you focus on 3 things to do, people to reach out to or look up to, but it may feel uncomfortable for you to reach out, but you have to just do it and just like send it, just do it. So I just wanted to say that.
I love that. Uncomfortable is being comfortable with the uncomfortable. And I'm going to come to Dr. E. What would you like to add to our expansion of women's links, Dr. E?
Thanks for that. I wanted to say that whenever I have an opportunity, I actually create an opportunity for other women. So if I need a referral for an accountant or a lawyer or a CFO, assuming all candidates are equal, I will purposely verbalize, I am choosing you because I want to give a woman an opportunity. I sit on boards, and I often have to go through contracts, and I will say, I am choosing you, all things being equal, because I want to give you this opportunity. So first of all, you are expanding their network, but as they grow, they will come back to you. Whenever you have a chance, choose another girl.
I love that. Whenever you have a chance, choose another girl. That does not bode well for my 3 sons, but hey ho, I'm here for women's empowerment. I love that, Dr. E, absolutely. And I think the last thing I would add to this before we wrap up this first half of the day, life now is human to human. It used to be considered B2B and B2C, business to business, business to customer. That doesn't exist anymore. Life is now human to human. And think of your life as a greenhouse. If you can grow your own greenhouse whilst helping others to nourish their own, then everyone benefits. The globe benefits, you benefit, they benefit. So the next time you're looking to expand that link and that reach, take that word networking out. Take that word mentoring out. Take that word coaching out. Take that word, I don't know, business meeting out, and just say, hey, I'm doing human to human right now, and I'm just connecting with you as an individual, and I care. So that would be probably my biggest thought about how do we expand links, especially now in such a digital society. It's very easy to look at everything as transactional. So stop seeing it as a transaction and see it as, I think the word of the first half, see it as a curiosity. So thank you so much, Christine, for such a wonderful talk and such a wonderful movie reference. I'm going to have to go and watch this. So that now brings us to the conclusion of our first half. On the second half of the day, we have some amazing talks by Natalie Trevino, we have Anna Etten, we have our wonderful Dr. E, fresh from her live television show. So I'm excited to hear about that. And of course, you'll hear a little bit more from me. So right now, I want you to do 3 things. 1, get up, shake it out. Yes, everything wobbles independently to my main frame. That's okay. So get everything up, shake it out, get some movement going, go and get some steps, get some fresh air. 2nd, go and get a drink of water. No more coffee. I see you. Yes, you at home. There's been a lot of coffee. So no more of that, please. Go and get a big jug of water, start sipping on it. And 3, go and nourish yourself. Go and get, I'm not going to mention salads now because I feel like Dr. Aruna might tell me off. So go and get some vegetables of some description, go and get some protein, go and get a good nourishing meal. And go and check out our website or our socials. Just scan the QR code, go and check them out. We've got a great offer at the moment, which is 20% off our 6-month coaching program with code UMP2024. Or simply go on there and you can chat directly with me through WhatsApp. Not a bot, not a random person taking it over. It is me, and I will respond. I might be a little bit slow, but I'll be there. So go and take a break. I will see you in, my clock's gone, just under the 1 hour mark. So I will see you very, very soon, and go and have a wonderful break and join us back imminently. Bye-bye.
Mic check, 1, 2, mic test.
Wonderful to meet you as well.
Hello and welcome back to Un-Meno-Pause Your Life. My name is Rita Trotter, owner and founder of the Health and Fitness Coach, and I am honored and pleasured to be hosting our conference today with some of the most remarkable women that I have ever met, giving their thoughts, expertise, education, learning, and expressions on all areas of life, health, business. We've had a lot of emotions, a lot of spirituality, and absolutely zero regret as women or women in our second stage or our mid stage of life. No tweenagers here, please. So if you have just come back from your lunch, I hope you had a wonderfully nutritious one. I'm not gonna tell you what we did here because I'm very much about being open and honest, and all of my clients know that I talk about everything in moderation. So yes, I'm currently training for a bikini competition. And yes, I just had my very first Church's fried chicken. And you can do both of those together. So I hope you went and nourished yourself well. I've got my big bottle of water ready to go. And I'm so excited to bring in our second half of the day. And we are kicking off with, well, she's just known to me as Anna. And Anna Etten is one of the most vivacious, vital, and wonderful human beings. As we were just saying before we came back on air, she is just the right amount of everything. So Anna is bringing us her speech today, Cycles of Strength, the Unseen Bonds Connecting Generations of Women. In Cycles of Strength, she invites us to explore the profound impact of women's relationships and mentorship across the generations, because I was invited yesterday in an Uber ride to understand the word Riz. I've never heard this word before, but I have now been introduced and realized that I am no longer of the youth generation. And Anna brings together the different generations in all of the work that she does. She delves into female empowerment narratives, weaving together ancient myths and modern challenges to illuminate the enduring strength and wisdom passed through women's stories over years and through intertwined cultures. From the revered triple goddess archetype to the poignant stories of challenges facing Gen Z women, Anna pulls on threads of resilience. She'll share stories connecting daughters and mothers, creating a living bridge between the past, present, and the future. She'll challenge headlines and biases, highlighting how women in 2024 are redefining intelligence and empathy in both personal and professional spheres, breaking cycles of generational trauma and confronting societal narratives equating worth with work. We've all been there. You know you have. You know at home, you Louise, I don't know who Louise is, but you at home, you have judged yourself at some point in your life on your bank balance coming in from a job, on the title, on how many people you manage. And Anna has been there, done that, I can assure you, and she is here to break the mold. She will be a beacon for those committed to nurturing the next generation of women leaders. She'll offer insights and inspiration to bridge generational gaps and nurture our legacies. She reinforces the idea that instead of yielding to criticism or competition, women of all generations can come together in collaboration and mutual respect. Cycles of Strength urges today's leaders, that's you, mentors, innovators, to forge supportive environments that embrace the diversity of women's experiences and contributions. So, without further ado, I hand it over to Anna and Cycles of Strength.
Thank you, my friend. I will start by saying what an incredible honor it is to be here with these amazing women and learning. I have pages of notes and things I have jotted down myself and that I've been thinking about already. And what a wonderful time. Rita started the day by talking about how we don't celebrate ourselves enough and don't celebrate each other enough. And I agree, we probably could find 365 hats or roles that we wear if we were to try that. You're going to turn into your mother. Now, I didn't know what they meant when they said that years ago, right? We hear that from the time we're little girls. You're going to turn into your mother. At 48, I hear her voice coming out of my mouth so distinctly that sometimes it will stop me in my tracks. That I will actually pause whatever I'm doing because I have to check that I'm still me and not her. And I really didn't realize that's what they meant. Now, I am extraordinarily fortunate to have a good relationship with my mother. And what I would like to create some space for and honor is that I know that not everyone who has joined us today has that. I know that relationships with women in our lives, mothers, grandmothers, daughters, are layered with emotion and intensity, and for many are fraught with harm and pain and trauma. And so as I talk about my own mother and daughters and share stories, I'll ask your forgiveness and hope that does not cause you pain in the storytelling, but that maybe you are able to find women in your life who have held those roles that maybe were not your biological family, that maybe were not the people that life assigned to you, that you were handed, but people that you chose, people that you found and selected as part of your family, as part of your community, as women that cared about your well-being and wanted to nurture you. And maybe that is yourself. Maybe I think each of us are coming into ourselves in this age and learning how to be our own mothers and our own daughters in new ways. So, you'll turn into your mother. A friend of mine told me this week that she, as she was washing her hands at the sink doing dishes, she saw her mother's hands. And those are not taught lessons. That's in our DNA. Those movements, those shapes our bodies make, the sounds, some of those are just in our bodies, in our DNA. And then some of them are learned and observed. Now, Barbie stole my opener. And what I'm going to tell you is I was going to begin this segment with a song by a group called the Indigo Girls. The song is called Closer to Fine. It has been a part of my life since it came out in 1988. I was 12-ish years old. And I didn't know who these women were, but I knew the sound they made spoke to my soul. I knew that the words that they were saying meant something a lot bigger than what I understood, but that it felt like it was connecting me to women I had never met before, that women across time that I should know or wanted to be close to. This band also has connected me to my mother and my daughters. I sang their songs as a teenager with my mom. And in my 20s, went to Lilith Fair, an amazing collection of female performers. And my mom and I went together. And I remember this day distinctly because it was the day that I told her I'd gotten my first tattoo. And I did so. I was so worried about telling her that I told her that I had done something that couldn't be taken back and that would stay with me for my whole life. And I didn't know how she was going to feel about it. And so by the time I got to the fact that it was only a tattoo, she was so relieved that it was fine. It was fine. So note to self, build up the tension. 20 years later, I take my daughter to see the Indigo Girls. And 2 years ago, my sweet 15-year-old and I grabbed her best friend and jumped in the car and took a little road trip and went to this amazing outdoor venue, and I watched them sing and dance and sing the songs that I had been singing for 30 years. And in the light of the moon, in this space with all these women, and it just was magic. And so Barbie stole my song because in the Barbie movie, this song, Closer to Fine, is the song that brings Barbie into the real world. It is the song that plays when they're driving in the pink Cadillac and they're coming into reality. And how stunned I was to hear this and see this as a young woman raised by feminists who was not allowed to play with Barbies. Barbie represented everything that was wrong with the patriarchy and all of the bad images of women. They were all combined in Barbie. And so there's this dichotomy of like, wait, this song, my heart, my brain, what's happening? And it reminded me of the dualities that I think we often experience in life, and that we are often both and. We can feel lots of ways about things, and we are allowed to feel lots of ways about things. As a young child, I remember feeling the power of the collective of women. My mother was an avid feminist, and she was involved in, not just involved in, she was actually the state president of the National Organization for Women when I was a small child. And the first Monday of every month, I had a group of women in my living room talking about saving the world. And so I was raised to believe that was a thing that can happen. I was raised to believe in the collective and the power of women. Now, the work that I have had to do since then, I work professionally in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as a white woman doing this work, I've spent a lot of years and a lot of time thinking about the ways in which the way that I was raised and the privilege that I had has shaped the way that I experienced the world. And so I know that the women's work that was done in the United States in the 1980s, fighting for the Equal Rights Amendment, was both incredibly powerful and necessary, and also harmful to Black and brown women that were part of the movement. And so those, again, I am experiencing a duality, right? How do I honor my mother's work while also knowing that there were women that were harmed, that she didn't personally harm, right? But that the nature of the white saviorness of that work and that movement was harmful to other women that we were explicitly trying to support and trying to help. And so again, I'm faced with this duality of honoring and learning. And so back to my childhood, I've got this power of the collective, and then I come into school, and I've always been a heavy woman. I was a heavy kid, and this is my body as it is. Oh, its natural state. We could argue that. That's a different session, right? But this is the body that I have walked the world in. And I learned at a very young age that my body was unacceptable to the general public. That as a child, that I was doing something wrong by simply looking the way that I looked. And that just my sheer existence, the taking up of the space that I consumed, was a problem for others. That my sheer physicality of personhood was uncomfortable to other people. And that there were people that believed that because I looked the way that I looked, that I was not smart, I was not methodical, I could not be professional, that I wasn't diligent, that I had no self-control, that I had all of these negative things that people assign to fatness. I'll use the word as it is. Doesn't frighten me. It is a state of being. And so I then found the collective of women painful, harmful. And I didn't want to play with the mean girls. And I didn't want to turn into a mean girl. Long before Lindsay Lohan and Tina Fey ever wrote the brilliant movie, right? But I knew that's not who my family was, and that's not who I wanted to be. And so for many years, I was a young woman that didn't have close female friends. Whether I was afraid to, whether I didn't nurture those relationships, who knows? But I was definitely a young woman that said, I don't really hang out with girls. I don't, most of my friends are guys. And I reflect on that and think about the pain that caused that situation. And I feel sad for her. I understand the 15-year-old me and why she felt that way. And I'm also sad for her that she was not able to cultivate those relationships, because I'm certain there was another girl that needed her as much as she needed them. I first found the goddess image through my mother. She was an avid reader, and in addition to stacks and stacks of I'm going to forget this woman's name, Patricia something, that writes murder mysteries, and it's all A is for Apple and B is for, we know this author, right? McCaskill? Anyway, in addition to these stacks and stacks of murder mysteries, we had Anne McCaffrey and her Dragons of Pern. And I dove into these fantasy novels, not the new kind, but dragons and unicorns and wizards and warlocks and witches. And I was consumed with books of magic, because in those books, women could transform themselves. They could transform and they could transmute, and they had power. They had a kind of power. And I read stories of shape-shifting and transferring through worlds, and I daydreamed about the magic and the power. And then I learned, and I was fortunate to have a father who was an ordained rabbi who also encouraged me to seek deep spiritual connections for myself and to question and read and be hungry. And then, so I found these images of the triple goddess and began thinking about how women move through stages of life and how I might experience these stages of life. I found wise women in every culture, in African nations, in indigenous cultures, in First Nations. There are always wise women who share stories and pass those down through generations. And the stories are, they're vocal, they're oral traditions, and they are physical traditions of the way in which we wrap our children, the way in which we care for our grieving and dying, the way in our birth and death processes, the rituals of life are also carried down. The stories are not always biological connections. And for me, I am fortunate. I have an incredibly deep relationship with my biological daughter. And I have also found an amazing relationship with my adopted daughter in ways that I never could have imagined us being similar. In the threads that tie us together, and her upbringing was so very different from my own, and so very different than what I was able to give the daughter that I birthed from my own body. And yet, we share so many things, and we've been able to teach each other so much through these other bonds. For those that are religious, that there's a story, Naomi and Ruth. And Naomi moves to Moab with her husband and her sons, and she decides then to return after the death of her husband, returns to Bethlehem, which is her home. And her daughter-in-law, Ruth, stays with her. And I'm terrible at quotes, so I wrote it down because I wanted to make sure. Where you go, I will go. And where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be your people. Your people will be my people. And your God, my God. And whether or not you have a spiritual or religious connection, I think this speaks of our connectivity to other women. We can choose to be better to each other, to care for each other. And so that brings me to the workplace and the work that I have done over the last decade or so. About 13 years ago, I had been very involved in leading a corporate women's leadership group and had won an award for doing that work. And the head of diversity at the company I was working for challenged me to explore generations. And she said, everybody's talking about these millennials. What are we supposed to do with this? And I thought, well, I don't know. Do you really want research? Is this a question with an end to it? Is there some big dog executive that wants me to make a business case for something? Or do you really want me to do some research? dangerous position to be in as a young middle manager. I asked a mentor, and he said, no, I think they really want to know. They really want to know what you think. And so I spent about 18 months doing some research into generational dynamics and put together a business case, pitched it to the C-suite, and created Bank of America's Intergenerational Employee Network, where we explored the dynamics. So in this research, I found that we didn't need a millennials group or a boomers group. It was the connectivity, the threads that tie these generations together that we needed. It's that the communication and the perceptions and the expectations we had of each other were not reasonable based on the experiences that we had had. And so I began combating generational biases, debunking the myths, as I like to call it. Over the last decade, I've probably spoken to 80,000 people about generational dynamics. And I hear very similar stories over and over again. And I will have amazing, often baby boomer aged women will say things like, my daughter just got her first internship and they're not giving her much important work, but she's so smart and I know they're going to figure out how smart she is eventually. And then we'll turn around in the same breath and disparage the young women who work for them in their own workplace. These women don't know what to do. These women don't. And I'll say, listen to yourself. Right? Someone else is saying the exact same thing about this young woman at their family's house. And so some of these myths take a little bit of pushing back on. Current headlines. So we fast forward to today. I began this work with millennials. Oh, the millennials. Turns out they weren't so different from the rest of us as we thought. And now Gen Z is coming, and we take all of the headlines that we had for millennials 10 years ago, we recycle them for Gen Z. Generation Z doesn't know what to do at work. Well, why would they? They're 20 years old. Why would we possibly? I didn't know what to do in the office when I was 20. Gen Z is depressed. Absolutely. Look at the world that we have created. Look at I don't have my phone. I do have, the weight of the world, right, is in their pockets now. They carry this around with all of the news and the fear. And I spend so much time with my daughters and their friends talking about the deep understanding and empathy that these young people have for each other and for the world around them. There is a creator that I follow that describes Gen Z as having feral empathy. And I thought, what a beautiful, such a beautiful phrase, right? And it's the notion that they may or may not know how to stick up for themselves, but they know how to stick up for you. And I see something, and I see an injustice happening, and I'm not going to let that happen. This creator used the example of elementary school kids marching for LGBTQ rights in a school system and saying, we may not understand all of this, but we know that human beings deserve to be treated better. And so we're going to do something to show that we feel that humans deserve to be treated better. And so this generation, I see, Whoopi Goldberg has been in the news a couple times recently for criticizing Gen Z's work ethic and talking about, what they don't know, and they're lazy or they're entitled, or all of the same phrases that were used for millennials a decade ago. And we fast forward now, and here we are, with Gen Z. And I find it so disappointing to hear that. I understand why, and I hear the biases all day, every day, and I do understand where they're coming from. We are each trying to understand the changing world, the changing times, the changing dynamic from our own lens. But rather than, I want us to nurture this young generation. So in the US, 41% of adults have experienced high levels of psychological distress. Boomers are reporting somewhere around 27 to 30%. Gen Z, double that. 59, 60% of our youngest generation reports experiencing high levels of psychological distress. They are our children. They are our coworkers. They are the next generation of our businesses. If we are not caring for them, if we are not thinking carefully about how to evolve our practices, our workplaces, we won't survive. And you add in, for instance, a layer, people with disabilities report twice as high levels of psychological distress as those without disabilities. We add to this a population jump. So I don't have stats for all of the countries where we have people viewing today, but I will share in the US, the population rate of 18 to 29-year-olds is the highest it has been since the 1940s. And these people are most likely to lose their jobs because they're the youngest and newest, and they're the most likely to live back at home. And so when we think about, well, okay, so then what? Well, the then what is a couple things. When I talk to my corporate clients, I give them two options, essentially. We could spend the next 3 to 5 years admiring the problem, and we could talk about how interesting it is, and we could recycle more headlines, and we could complain a lot to each other. Or we could just start now and listen to this youngest generation and ask them what they need and ask them for ideas and start making the shifts now. So a decade ago, millennials were criticized for wanting purpose and value. They wanted jobs with purpose that felt meaningful. And the boomers, oh, it's these millennials, you know, how dare they think that we should all have jobs with purpose and meaning. Finally, I started getting through to some folks and say, what's wrong with the rest of us, right? I mean, how broken are we that we don't believe that anymore, that we don't think that we deserve to have work, life's work that is meaningful and purposeful, that feels good to us. And so Gen Z will challenge us to be efficient in new ways, to think about the way we work as people in new ways, to communicate differently. And I am encouraging us all to embrace that, to think about this next generation, whether you have daughters of your own, think of them, I mean, they are our collective's children. They are our collective daughters. We can do better for them. They don't have to suffer because we suffered. They're not soft because they are choosing to break generational curses. They are wise. They are empathetic. They are emotionally intelligent in ways that I think most of us didn't even know existed until the last 15 or 20 years. And so rather than treating them as if, oh, these exasperating next generation, let's embrace them in a different way and create a space in which women, maiden, mother, crone, wherever you may be or identify in this triple goddess version of yourself, that we are making meaningful connections across our collective of women.
That was absolutely fantastic and really, really moving. You got me there in quite a few ways. Now, come on in, because we've got a few panel questions, right? So first of all, give me a hug.
Yes.
Because that...
I managed to not cry. I was really proud of myself.
You really did well. And it really opened my eyes up to viewing maybe how I am looking at generations that, as you were saying, they're not soft. Too many of us are putting so many restrictive disciplinarian rules because I'm going to do it. We are pissed off that we had it hard, so we want you to have it hard.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
That's it. I'm annoyed that my path to my success was so damn difficult that why should you have an easy ride? Well, if we keep going that way, we're as a human race, we're going the wrong direction, right?
It's such a disservice to each other.
Such a disservice. So absolutely wonderful. And it brings us into our next panel discussion, transition and transformation. For anyone who was with us in the first half, that's a shot right there. Now, our first question comes from Bibi Durham, age 62. I feel stuck in the past. How do I handle the younger generation at work? Now, if you haven't had that question answered already by the last 25 minutes, maybe Anna can shed some insights into that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you another couple of things. I mean, there are intentional ways and there are, well, they're all intentional, but there are ways that have format, like a reverse mentoring program. If you are in an organization or in a workplace that has mentoring as a path, flipping that on its head and having the newer employees, the younger generation. I mean, technically all good mentoring programs should include learning for both mentor and mentee. We know they're not traditionally designed that way, certainly not in corporate workplace. And so looking to the younger generation for advice, guidance, ideas. How might you do this? There's also the sense that older women are often marginalized, just as much as younger women are. So once my hair grays, then I'm not invited to the lunch at work anymore. You know, I see my younger coworkers going out to the bar, and maybe I'm not invited, or maybe they stop by my cubicle and give me a performative ask, but they don't really want me to come. And so I think that can be a real challenge. And I think one of the ways to combat that, it's not the only way, but one way is to just pull the elephant out of the corner or hit the nail on the head, whatever metaphor speaks to you today, and say to one of these younger coworkers, you know, hey, I like karaoke too. I'd love to come with you. I know I'm the older gal in the office, but you know, I really like it as well. Or to say, this is what I offer to my Gen Z students sometimes, is to say, when you're working with an older coworker, think about the fact that that coworker, when they began in the office, literally had to walk the file down the hall to the other office. Right? And so now when you are asking this employee who is 60 or 70 years old to learn a new computer system, they're not trying to be difficult. They've just done it 14,7 other ways before you got there. You're now coming in with another new way. Give them a minute. They'll get there. They want to do it right. They want to do it well. So I think just having some of these conversations, it is amazing what just having like a Generations 101 style conversation with your team can bring up, and just bring some of these biases out, and then they're out, and then you can deal with them.
Couldn't say it better myself, really. We're going to come to Lindsay, just as a follow-up.
I really love this conversation. There's so many different ways that I could go with this, but I'll just say, to go off what you said, I feel like if we keep trying to prove our beliefs or our situation as right, we're never going to be effective. And you can't be both. You're going to stick your feet in the ground if you're going to try to be right. And in that, you're missing connection with the person that you're not fully understanding. So I want to offer, like, you know, if we just think about empathy, there's really two different kinds. There's the natural empathy that I think we all normally think about, where, you know, if you're watching football and a player gets injured, let's say they hurt their knee, you wince. You could feel that because maybe you've had physical injury before. That's natural empathy. But we don't always have to feel that in order to be able to empathize with somebody. There's also intentional empathy, where that looks like, I don't know what your experience is like, but I'm going to choose to ask you questions so that I can better understand you. In that, you're building connection, which I think helps lower frustration or even resentment. You know, and obviously this works for, you know, in the office, but I won't get on my soapbox about what this could do for like racism or anything else along those lines as well.
Absolutely. Really well said. Now we're just going to have to move on to the next question, I feel like we could have a whole hour on this. So we are going to make sure that if at the end we do have some time, we're going to come to any questions left over. But we are going to have to move on to Iris Sweeney. Iris is 58 and she is spending all of her time on her business. And her question, shouldn't I be further along? Anna.
Oh, there's a should, right? Yeah, there's another should. Oh, those shoulds. What did we say we were going to do with those this morning?
We're going to leave them at the door.
We're leaving all the should at the door. Yeah. This is a really tough one. I mean, shouldn't I have been a level whatever in my corporate career by now? shouldn't I be a director or, whatever the company? That's a really tough one. And this is where, Rita mentioned this, redefining ourselves as something besides our work and what we are producing. I am in the thick of this, my friends. Iris, you and me. I have spent 25 years in corporate America. I've been a single parent for 17 years. There is literally always someone who needs something from me at any given time of the day, if I were to allow that to be my entire narrative. And so there are a lot of shoulds. I definitely empathize with wanting to be in a different place than you are with your business. And so I think for me, it kind of goes back to some of what we talked about this morning, and I'll throw out a phrase of radical acceptance, is that this is where I am right now, and I want it to be different. And so now I can choose a number of steps, and I can choose to where I spend my time. I can choose where I expend my energy, the tasks and the people with whom I expend those energies. And if what I want is to further my business, then that's where I need to direct my time and energy. So I'm sending full empathy. There's not a quick fix for the shoulda, but I think giving yourself some grace and forgiveness, and we talked about that this morning as well.
Absolutely, and I think I'll come to Dr. Aruna on this, but I would concur, Iris, with everything that Anna has said. What does further along mean? I mean, ultimately, we're born and we die, right? I mean, those are the two certainties other than taxes in life. Everything else is just a step. If you equated it to my area, which is health, I was 70 pounds overweight. I had to go through that to be here. I shouldn't have been further along. It had to happen for all of these other steps. So maybe redefine what the along means to you. Redefine where you perceive yourself to be. Maybe, and I don't know exactly what it is, but maybe the finances aren't coming in as much as you like, but you're 58. Maybe you've got some beautiful children. Maybe, I don't want to bring up the word grandchildren, so I don't want to horrify you if they're not there, but all of these things that are coming, exactly, all of these things, they play a part of life. So just redefine what you believe it to be. If you started your business at 57, that's a completely different thing to someone who started at 17. So don't compare yourself to other business owners, just in the same way you wouldn't compare in other fields. So I'll open this up before we move on to our last question of the panel to Dr. Aruna.
Thank you, Rita. I just wanted to kind of, share very quickly, a couple things that people may find it useful to, going along the lines of that radical acceptance. The first point is that the universe itself is expanding. So this need to want more than where we are is a natural state of the universe, and that is who we are. There's nothing wrong with that. But the way to expand and experience more than where we are, and this comes from my spiritual beliefs, so take it or leave it, it's entirely up to you. But one way that I found radical acceptance is to remind myself with this very simple prayer. I am who I am, and I am enough. Otherwise, I tend to get caught in my own head, but just I am who I am, and I am enough. And it's like, I have to say it 2 to 3 times. And just to break that, again, a lot of the times when we're caught in the mind, it takes us nowhere. We need to drop into the energy, into the body, and a way to reorient ourselves is to remind that, hey, and look at how far you've come. I mean, we always, when we're looking to where we need to go, we underestimate, undermine everything else that we have done before that point in time. So, thank you.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Look behind, not just in front. Fantastic. And our last question, and I'm going to direct this solely to Anna, is from Laura Scott, 43. How do I explain to my children why I am struggling with my emotions? Anna.
I will be as brief as I can and say that my answer to this varies greatly depending on the age of your children. And so I think in the same way that we might gauge other topics, I think with very young children, and we spoke a little bit about this morning, and being able to be authentic and demonstrate to your children that there's a wide range of emotions, and that is a normal human thing. There is a beautiful tool now, love the interwebs, of the emotion chart. I mean, there's actually like a circle chart with names of the emotions. And I think this is such a beautiful tool to use with children, because when we have a word for something, then we can talk about it. But if we don't have language to talk about a thing, then we're just stuck. And so if you have children that are older, I mean, my daughters are 17 and 22. And as I am making a pretty scary, large transition from, a corporate environment for many years into a business owner, I've spoken very transparently with them about the things that I'm concerned about, the things that I am making sure of. Like I talk to them about, these are the things that I'm doing to make sure that our family is stable, that our home is stable, that I am okay. I'm going to therapy. I'm taking my, whatever I need to take, my vitamins and all, right? So I think depending on the age of your kids, as authentic as you are able to be with them will serve them well and give them language that they can then carry on into their adult lives.
Fantastic. I think that summed it up entirely, and what a wonderful answer from what a wonderful speaker.
Thank you, my
So
friends.
I really, really enjoyed that. I got quite a few emotions as well as laughter out of that moment, and that's what it's all about. Bring humor to those situations, because in humor we usually find our unity. So thank you so much, Anna.
Thank you,
it
my
was an
friends.
absolute pleasure. So as Anna rejoins our panel, that leads me on to introducing our next speaker. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Natalie Trevino. Now, I'm sure she'll say that with much more flair than I ever could. And Natalie is giving us her speech, Positive Change and Transformation. There's another drink for you at home. Through connection, rest, and the art of curiosity. Now, Natalie is an energy artist, healing coach, teams facilitator, and general dentist. She has a doctorate in dental surgery and works with dental teams across the country, sharing insights about intentional breathing and deep connection with the self. In 2018, she received a mastership award from the Academy of General Dentistry and was a New Dentist of the Year nominee. She has completed the curriculum at the prestigious Institute for Comprehensive Care in Dentistry and has studied full mouth rehabilitation techniques, which is a new one on me, so I'm interested in that, therapy for jaw muscle pain, and dental sleep medicine. In 2020, she stopped working full-time in dentistry and pursued study in mindfulness, meditation, Reiki, mediumship, astrology, sound healing, frequency generator healing techniques, and many, many more. She is known for being a skilled clinician and an intuitive healthcare practitioner. Her favorite and unique offering to the world, however, is her voice. Guiding an audience through an emotional experience when she sings for ceremony or rites of passage gatherings is her favorite. Born and raised right here in San Antonio, she studied, right, you're going to have to help me on this, folklorico. See, she's got the accent for it. Flamenco, tap, jazz, ballet, and clogging. As a child, she is the clogging dentist. I mean, this is a great resume, right? In middle school, she learned to play the violin and sing traditional mariachi music, eventually performing with numerous professional groups. If this resume ever ended up on your desk, I damn well hope you would read it. After learning more about the art of grounding, she adopted the practice of grounding and regained her true sense of self. And today, intentional breathing is one of the most important daily routines in her life. Now she wants to help others navigate the storms with breathing, just as she does. So I will pass this over to Dr. Trevino with her, I'm not going to say the word, transformation, with her speech, Positive Change and Transformation, Connection, Rest, and the Art of Curiosity. Take it away.
Well, thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you, Rita, for inviting me to be here. So, hello, everyone. I was guided to be here to speak to you today because I have a message to share. And I really feel and sense that we are witnessing the birth. We're witnessing a health revolution right now. And And we're watching some healthcare systems really just fall apart, not just here in the Western states, but all over the globe. And many practitioners are using the wisdom of ancient medicine and combining it with the wisdom of modern medicine. And it's becoming more clear to us that for humans to, survive and thrive, is we really do need nutrition, movement, connection, and rest. And today, I really want to focus on the importance of connection and the importance of rest. And connection in the way we're doing it today, today we're in this beautiful gathering with all these beautiful people. That's important because we share stories and we learn about each other. We're learning from each other. And connection with your doctor, therapists and psychologists, that's so important too, because they're holding space for us to be seen and heard when we really need to get something out. And the connection that I really want to talk about is connection with the self. And I've heard many people already talk about that, but connecting with the self, this deep sense of self gives you an inner strength that you really don't know you have until you take the time to really connect with the body. So a deep sense of strength, inner strength is a virtue, right? And you want to connect with your body. How does the gut feel? What's your nervous system doing? What's the heart doing? How do we even know that we're disconnected? I sometimes it's like a rupture, like my friend Lisa Marie will say, that really highlights this fact. It could be a divorce, or it could be a death. I made that sound because it seems like so many people are going through this right now. The death of a close friend, of a family member, or even, a big career collapse, or change, like a death and rebirth. And these things can really joggle your belief of what you thought to be true and real. And it's happening right now. It's happening to my friends, and it's happening to my family right now. And what we're doing right now is we're breathing. Like, we're breathing at home. We're breathing together. We've got these links of these people that we like to follow right now. We're all following Breathe with Sandy right now on YouTube. And I went ahead and put a reference page on my website. If you go to that, there's a conference, like for this conference, there's a little link, so that way you can go there and it'll have links to places that I'm referencing on this talk. But I love Sandy because he says, "All right, welcome all you beautiful breathing people." And he just gets you in the mood. So what I love is his heart coherence guided breathwork meditation right now. And I want to talk about this coherent breathing, this coherence state. And what coherent breathing is basically using the breath to balance or harmonize the nervous system with a self-induced, it's a rhythm, very indigenous, like a heartbeat. It's a rhythm that you get into. And it's very simple. It's free, right? And I think one of our other doctors, and maybe somebody else already talked about, breathing in for like 5 to 6 seconds, then exhaling out for 5 to 6 seconds, and then you breathe in, and you just get yourself into this rhythm. And it's kind of getting your brain waves into this rhythm. All your cells, everything starts getting into this rhythm, and it's very healing. So if you do this while, I think Dr. Aruna mentioned this earlier, you do this type of exercise while holding a beautiful heart quality, an emotion of love, of gratitude, or a memory that you really can tap into to feel deep inside your heart. that just gives you joy, and smile, while you're doing this. And I love to close my eyes and just listen to the voice and just get into that rhythm. What it does, the benefits of that far exceed anything that I can share in just this small talk. So I invite you to be curious about coherent breathing, because that really seems to be super helpful and very healing. Doing that while laying out on the ground is also very beneficial, because you're grounding yourself at the same time. You're pulling all of this in together. If anyone has ever heard of, well, a lot of us have heard of grounding. We hear that word all the time: centering, grounding. Earthing is another term, but literally putting your hands on the ground or laying on natural earth, you absorb electrons. Absorbing electrons decreases free radicals in the body, decreases inflammation. So if you do all of this together, you're really getting a lot of things done all at once. And the reason, another purpose I wanted to bring this up is that, yes, you do benefit from that moment while you're doing it, but what you're doing is you're training yourself. You're training your nervous system to drop in to that state of, harmony or balance. You're dropping in, and you get into that state quicker and quicker the more often that you practice this. So I want to encourage you to look into that. And the HeartMath Institute has wonderful work on there. Again, a link I have put on the conference reference page on my website. HeartMath Institute is wonderful. Breathing with Sandy is great. I think you'll really enjoy it. And I also want to talk about rest, right? The importance of rest. Now, I talked about breathing in the waking state. What about sleep-related breathing? What if you have been, untreated for sleep-related breathing disorder? And while you feel that you are actually sleeping and getting the rest that you need, your body's pumping out a cortisol hormone, which is increasing your fight or flight, your sympathetic nervous system all night long. It's increasing your blood pressure all night long. This is something we refer, it's obstructive sleep apnea. There's many misconceptions about that. I've heard people say, well, no, I don't have that, when I have these discussions with my patients. One of the misconceptions is that it only happens to overweight men with big necks. Now, do I look like an overweight man with a thick neck? I have obstructive sleep apnea. So yes, I wear one of those sexy masks every night, and on top of that, I also wear a night guard. Why? Because I grind the heck out of my teeth. I was doing it even as a child, and I didn't know this at the time, but that is also potentially a symptom that you're not getting enough oxygen while you're breathing, and it can cause a lot of headaches, a lot of muscle tension in these areas, jaw problems over time. So I really think that this is something that we don't talk about enough, and these are misconceptions, but I do, I have that. And I wear a nasal strip. For a while there I was wearing a nasal strip, but then I was like, man, it's leaving a residue and it's messing up my makeup, so I didn't like that anymore, and I moved to these dilators that you can buy. But the point is, these are things right now, if you can talk to a doctor that will help you and stay curious about this with you, you can learn about these things. Yes, a CPAP machine is not very sexy, and night guard is not very sexy. Nasal dilators are not very sexy either. But really, they do help your well-being, And once, maybe you just need it for a little while to get over the hump, because when you're not getting enough oxygen, you're in a hypoxic burden, is what we call it. You're constantly not getting enough that oxygen, and it creates chronic inflammation. So over time, this leads to cardiovascular disease, diabetic complications, bone, muscular, and skeletal diseases, and just chronic inflammatory diseases. So looking at these things is very important. And the other thing I want to point out to you, as we get older, the ways to treat this become more narrow. And what we're finding as, the biggest opportunity women have at any age is to use their power of observation on the next generations to help recognize disruptions as early in life as possible. And their role as caregivers to impress this on parents and healthcare providers that need to intervene now. And so the earlier we can recognize that our children are not breathing while they're sleeping, the better this will be for them, so they don't end up like us when we don't have many options where we can wear this CPAP machine or the nasal dilators. But there are surgeries that can be done, but it's much easier to get these done when you're earlier in life than when you're at these later stages. But still, an awareness about this. Children, it's less invasive. We can use orthodontics, we can use headgear, we can use little things like that. Nasal breathing is very important too. I really wanted to put this in there about nasal breathing, because there's a book out there called Breathe by James Nestor. Will really open your eyes as to how important it is to breathe through the nose and all the benefits of doing that brain. So on top of that, next, if I had my slide, I would go next. But I want to talk about this staying curious, right? So when I talk to my patients, I only have a little bit of time to really get to know them right away. And I have this beautiful mentor who's always saying, stay in the question. Stay in the question. When you feel like you can answer their question, like you've got the answer, ask them another question about it. And what happens is you dive deeper into the problem and they start to get more comfortable. And I'm inviting you to stay in the question with yourself. When you're engaging with your doctors, you want to ask questions. And if you get someone that cannot give you these answers that you look for, ask them to refer you to someone else. Or just leave. I think that it's important to find and be an advocate for your own health at this time right now. And I really wanted to, definitely stay in the question and ask and be an advocate for yourself. So staying curious about the self. How do we connect with the self? Go back to the breath. We go back to the breath. Dream journaling is also a wonderful way to connect with the subconscious. And this is what I would recommend you do. Some people think it's a little off, a little tedious, but this is a way to touch into the mind that that's not always awake there, right? It's a subconscious state. So you go to the bed, you have to set an intention, right? That you're going to want to remember this dream, because many people don't remember dreams. Set the intention that you want to remember this dream, but when you wake up, don't open your eyes right away. Just keep your eyes closed. Recall the dream, and then go ahead and try to jot it down as quickly as you can. And as you write some of this down, you'll start recalling more and more of the dream in there. And if you get really good, what will happen is that you'll recognize things happening in your day-to-day that remind you of what happened in your dream. And when you wake up and you start jotting these down, as you're writing your dream down, you'll remember the emotion that you had while you were in the dream. And then you'll correlate that with what's happening to you day to day. And you begin to see synchronicity. Oh, that was, I already had a sense that was going to happen. Something in me picked this up. Those are the little threads that you want to connect to more and more, especially if you're interested in connecting with yourself and spaces around you. So that's what I have. I really also want to just remind you to go back to that coherent breathing, because it really allows you to balance the mind and balance the heart, and balance all your. So thank you.
I love that. So Natalie, how did all of these, I've got to ask this before we go on to the panel questions.
Sure, yeah.
How did all of these areas of yourself come together? Because we have breathwork specialist, we have dentist, we have clogger, we have mariachi. We have so many. I think this is probably the most bows I've seen So what led you? Was it intuition? Was it a should? What led you to each of those steps?
I'm a very sensitive and sensory person, a highly sensitive individual. And what happened to me is that I was lost, completely lost and overwhelmed with everybody else's emotions. I could feel it in my body and I was starting to get sick. And I was kind of forced into the dancing as I grew up, right? So I did that all along my life up until I got to college. But I always had this sense of wanting to heal. Like I wanted to learn more about the body and learn more about those things. And the scientific part right now, which we're all learning about now, is that light and frequency work and sound healing is very important. And I connected that with my past of learning how to play music, violin, sing, create sound. I really think that is the future of healing. And I had to go deep into myself to kind of practice not picking up everybody else's vibes. And then the breath work really helped me center myself, regain that sense of strength, because I was just everywhere, you know? I was really just kind of a ragdoll, I guess you could say. No, and I've had times when it was really hard. Yeah, but now it's better.
Amazing.
It's better.
Well, thank you so much for bringing us into your world. It was absolutely fascinating listening to it. And by the way, okay, a CPAP machine isn't sexy. Why do we damn well have to be sexy all the time? I am exhausted of this idea that we have to be sexy.
I like that. Very
Honestly,
good.
Why do women have to pretend that in lunch break, I said I've got deodorant because I'm glad you don't have smell-o-vision. It's hot in here, right? I changed my shoes because I didn't have socks. And you know what? Women sweat too. It's okay that we have bodily functions and we don't wake up and go to bed with lashes, lippy, and everything sorted. So please remember, ladies, being sexy is not something that you have to be admired. Okay? They're completely different things. You are desirable just as you are. So I just wanted to get that in there. Anyway, so we move on to our panel discussion. Grounding, centering, and earthing. Who are you? I mean, what a fantastic question in itself. So we come to, now, please forgive me if I pronounce this wrong, Khadija Scott, age 40. Why am I losing my sense of self now that I've turned 40? So I will open this up to Natalie.
Yes, I have to go back to this need for us to really practice some of these breathing exercises. I think that there's a lot of things that happen to us as we get older, right? Things sag, you know, things change. Our sense of self it can get lost too. So these breathing exercises, I have found, I can only speak for myself, but they've really helped just get that rhythm going again. I really don't think it matters how old you are. I think it can be someone who is young, someone who's in their 40s, someone who is 60. I have my mother. We're talking about all these different things. So learning to gain your sense of self, to connect with your sense of self can happen at any age. And I really, truly believe a way to do that is to touch the earth and to do these simple breathing exercises. But, you know, everybody is different. So if you need to get something out and go to the gym and punch a bag and just to feel something physical for a while, I think that's important too. But if you can move into that place where you're okay being by yourself, cutting off all the energy waves, just be there, be in nature, reconnect with the ground. That is Mother's key right there. That is Mother's healing. So connecting to Earth, I mean, is by far one of the best ways I have found. And a lot of people that have told me that helps them a lot too. So I recommend that.
And before I open it up to the panel, I would sort of reiterate that and also say that, you know, Khadija, at the age of 40, you're potentially going through or starting perimenopause. And one of the symptoms of perimenopause and beyond is that we start to have, I guess for want of a better word, self-doubt. This isn't because you've suddenly, lost all of your worth. This is a genuine symptom that happens. So as our estrogen or our estradiol decreases, it was Desiree that was talking about birth and rebirth. Well, that's a stage of rebirth for you. The old version of you is dying and a new version is coming through. Of course you feel like you've lost your sense of self because you are not the 20-year-old or the 30-year-old anymore. You are a new version. And the only way to really connect with who you are is to connect with your values, because they usually don't change. Your job title will change, being a mother or not, being a wife or not, being a daughter or not, a sister. All of these labels change over time because everything is transient. Nothing is forever. But your values tend to bring you back to who you are. So just keep hold of them, but know that this is a really, really normal part of perimenopause. So don't be scared of it. See it as a curiosity. That's what Natalie's talk was all about. See it as a curiosity to find who that sense of self is again. So I'm going to open this up to the panel. I'm going to come to Lindsay and then Christine.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was gonna say, just, you have never been 40 before. You're not going to be 41 the following year, and so on and so forth, meaning that we have to continue to evaluate our life, and not just the physical aspect, but also the mental aspect too. So being able to assess what is different about 40 for you now, as Rita was suggesting, like, is there something physical in nature that's different? Is there something within the relationship? So this continuous assessment and evaluation of ourselves and our lives are so important, because we have never been the previous year older.
That's fun. Well, let's come to Christine.
So I agree with that 100%. So I was going to use a short story. It's from the Bible, but there's this man named Naaman. He's like a warrior. He's used strategy after strategy to win wars. That's much like how we are. Like, we've used a certain strategy in each year, oh, this worked, and career, this worked. And it wasn't until he actually needed this cure for his leprosy, and we can use that in any area of our life. But he needed this cure, and his instructions was to dip himself 7 times in the Jordan River. He was so mad that it was that simple that he didn't even do it. So even as I was hearing Natalie speak to, some of that stuff seems so simple. We talked about playing, being outside, being in nature. Sometimes that seems so simple. You're like, no, my issue is too complex to be that simple to dip myself 7 times in the Jordan River. And by the way, it's dirty in there. You can't send me up to these other awesome rivers that are clean. So with that being said, I really love the simplicity of the techniques and things we can do, that we don't have to go buy anything. You can literally just go outside and connect. And I'll just say, don't overlook it just because you've had hard strategies and hard things happen, because it's complex. But I think it's really getting yourself in a position of submitting yourself to the simplicity of change.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's come to Anna.
Yeah, just sort of building on, I love the connection that we are all finding and kind of building on each other, but a little sort of reverse engineering that I did a few years ago. I was experiencing a fairly deep depression and trying to figure out how to find myself again, and who was I in the first place. And so I decided I did this little exercise, and I don't know if it was suggested to me. I don't know where it came from, but I tried to think back on what were the ways that I behaved when I was happy, even though I didn't feel it right then. What were the actions that I took? And so I wrote down on a piece of paper that I listen to music more, that I dance when I'm happy, that I do art with my kids, that I walk my dog, that I hike. And I kept that on my refrigerator for a long time as the reverse life hack to say, all right, I am not feeling happy. Can I then play music that I love and kind of force my brain back into that space. So I may not necessarily feel it all the time, but can I push myself into those behaviors? And so as you are looking to find yourself again or redefine yourself at 40, I am betting there are 4 pieces of you that are as they have always been. The threads that of that 5-year-old you, the 10-year-old you, the 15-year-old you. See if you can find those women, those girls, and make your list. And that may help you figure out who the next version of you is going to become.
Love that. Find your thread. What a fantastic way to look at it. And indeed, you're right. We all have threads. We have dancing. It's usually based in creativity, but look for yours. So I love that. And hopefully that's helped Khadija. Now, the next question comes from Natalie Kent, 58. What is the one piece of advice you'd give to an 18-year-old you just starting out? Now, Natalie chose this question. So what is the one piece of advice you'd give 18-year-old you?
Yes. So the fact that you have high sensitivity and that you are a highly sensitive empath is a gift to the world. And it is your responsibility or duty to seek out what it is that you need to do in order to find the deepest parts of that gift and bring them up and forward so that way you can provide your own medicine and offer that to the world. So do not be afraid to seek more and figure out what it is about you that makes you different from everyone else, and that difference is okay. It's your gift to the world.
That difference is okay. I think every single woman here would resonate with that. And I think if I were to give a piece of advice to my 18-year-old self, it would be thinking about what life is like when you're 58, because it's okay to just be here. It's okay to not have it figured out. We are, as an 18-year-old woman, you know, maybe there are daughters or younger siblings watching. You hear everyone here and probably at home talking about, oh, well, I wish I'd have done this, or I wish I'd have done that. Stop wishing away everything. Enjoy it now. Go drink, right? Honestly, go stay up till 5 a.m. and then immediately go to work and pretend like you don't have a hangover. Go do that. Go move to a big city where you get lost all the time and just explore. Go do all of the things that we did and loved, but maybe say, don't do that, right? As women, and as moms especially, will usually say, well, don't do that, don't do this, I probably shouldn't. We've all been there. I can guarantee every single woman over here has had at least one night of drunken debauchery, right? Okay, all right, the smiles tell me yes. So don't think about what life is going to be like. Don't have every single step mapped out. You are 18. Go enjoy it, go live it, make memories, good or bad. They will shape who you are in the future. So that's probably the advice I would give myself, is stop listening to the grown-ups. And we come on to our last question, which is from Tilly Little, age 41. And her question is a very, very open one, and if any of the panelists want to answer this as well. What is the one question you'd like to be asked and never are? Natalie.
How can I stop saying I'm sorry all the time? I hear that every day in my interactions with everyone, it seems like. And this was something that I had to recognize in myself a lot, and then just I had to stop. So a sidestep from that, because it was so easy to just roll off my tongue without even thinking, was to say, "Oh, pardon me," you know, or just I really, that's what I started saying instead of "I'm sorry." Because I'm sorry felt so deep inside my body. And like if I had done something very wrong, and I am a Scorpio moon, and I do feel things very intensely. So part of me had me like gris poupon type of vibe instead of I'm sorry. But that's what I use. And I just encourage you to figure out a creative way to sidestep that and to recognize when you're doing it and just stop it. Just stop it.
Absolutely. Stop saying. How many times as a woman, either in your own business or somebody else's, have you, I don't know, taken 2 days to respond to an email because it got missed? I'm so sorry for the delay. A man never starts an email like that, ever. Right? They will just say, okay, so I have now caught up with my emails, and they move on. Or we might make a mistake or send the wrong information. I'm so sorry for my mistake. No man is ever taught to start a conversation like that. So take ownership, absolutely take ownership, but don't apologize, especially when all you're doing is learning, whether it's in personal or career. So absolutely stop saying sorry all the time.
Words are spells. I always say words are spells. The words carry vibrations, and the self-dialogue is absolutely important. So what you say to yourself are spells put on yourself, and if you want to think of it that way, but it's a vibration. It's a vibration. It carries an emotion. It carries a sense. So, choose the words. Be kind. Be kind and loving to yourself. They should feel light. Be coming from the higher self. Light and joyful and inspiring, not dense.
I love that. Well, thank you so much to Dr. Trevino for such an inspirational and really, I'm going to go and look at all of this breath work and how it's going to help me with my jaw, because I wear a night guard as well. So I'd never really thought about it from a breathing perspective. Yeah. So really interesting, wonderful questions as always. And thank you so much.
Rita. It was a pleasure and an honor to be here.
Thank you. So that was Natalie, Dr. Trevino. And we are coming up to the penultimate talk of the day. Now, before we head into it, just a reminder that all of the speakers today are featured in our media pack. Each of them has some sort of QR code or link. Please feel free to use it. And as you can see on your screen, there are 2 QR codes for our website and socials for the Health and Fitness Coach. We ourselves specialize in helping women over 40 lose weight, transform their body, increase their energy, increase their self-confidence, their body confidence, their self-love. We just want you to be happy, because I've been there myself. As I mentioned earlier, at 70 pounds overweight, I always thought I had to lose weight to be happy. And through a lot of my own work, I found that I needed to be happy to lose weight. I had it the wrong way round completely. And for me, it was about being happy in my own body meant being happy in my own self, no matter what size that was. It was about loving the individual on the inside. And that's what we want for you, because no woman should ever be there in a space where they don't enjoy. And we've had so many women today take up the most perfect amount of space. Every single individual one of them has been wonderful in their own unique and diverse way. And isn't that what confidence is all about? Confidence is about standing in your own power, accepting and loving the version of you right now. So, without further ado, that leads me on to Dr. E. Now, she does have a full name, Efrat Lamondra, but Dr. E is just so much more catchy, so we're going to go with it today. And Dr. E is talking to us with her speech, It's Not in Your Head. What to do when all the labs are normal, but you still don't feel well. Now, Dr. Efrat Lamondra, PhD, is known as Dr. E. I didn't come up with it. She is a leader in functional medicine. She founded the New Method, a national functional medicine coaching company serving clients nationwide. Dr. E is also the author of the best-selling book, It's Not in Your Head, where she introduces her functional medicine approach, helping individuals understand the root cause of their health concerns. Through this method, she has aided hundreds of patients in optimizing their health, reducing medication dependency, and preventing illness. Additionally, Dr. E established EG Healthcare, don't know why I've got the rap going on, but I like it, a primary care practice that takes care of over 20,000 patients and serves as the founder of Hawk Scribes, a medical scribe company, and EG Prep, an educational company dedicated to enhancing clinical confidence amongst nurse practitioner students. She also holds the position of chair of the Staten Island Hospital Foundation Board of Trustees and serves as clinical faculty at Wagner College. Dr. E received her master's degree as a family nurse practitioner from Rutgers and her PhD in integrative medicine from Quantum University. So it is my absolute honor and pleasure to introduce Dr. E and her speech, It's Not in Your Head. Take it away.
Thank you. You just need to allow me to share my screen.
So this is where Michael comes in with all of his tech gear, who's going to bring up the, who knew that Zoom would be the one thing that brings us down today? There's always the one thing.
There we go. He's allowed it. Thank you so much. Perfection. You can see the screen, I'm assuming. Oh, good. Okay. So, a little bit of an energy change from what we've had earlier from these amazing women. So here's my question to the audience at large. If you feel absolutely great all the time, you have no joint pain, no belly pain, no brain fog, nothing. You feel amazing every day. It's the best day you've ever had. You feel like this all day, every day. I want you to raise your hand and let me know that's you. Because this talk is not for you. Okay? So have a nice day. That's awesome. Just move it along. For the rest of you, I want you to know that you're normal. Okay? Take a deep breath because we're all in this together. Everyone here works their butt off, right? You're busy. You're taking care of your kids. You're taking care of your parents. I've heard everybody doing a million things. Everyone's bio is amazing, and the listeners as well. Super busy. And I know you're busy because you're a woman, so you're automatically busy. And you're taking care of business. But who did you forget, right? And you already know the answer. You forgot yourself. Nope, you forgot yourself. Because it's fine, right? You're fine. I'm fine. You're fine. Everyone's fine. It's fine. Right? And everything is burning around you, but it's fine. It's perfect. It's all fine. You know, and maybe you're tired a little bit and you need another cup of coffee to get through the day. Maybe your joints hurt you. Maybe you think twice before going back up the stairs to get that thing you forgot. And your stomach hurts after meals, and your skin isn't looking the way you want it to. And maybe it's a little hard to remember things, but it's fine. It's fine. You're fine. I'm fine. It's all good. Or maybe you're one of those people who really have thought about these things, and you're like, you know, maybe I should go get it checked out. And you went to your medical provider, and you got it checked out. You finally made it. You filled out the paperwork, you put on the gown, you did everything you had to do, and they said you're fine, right? In fact, they said there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. Sometimes they say things like lose some weight, your head, right? So maybe you actually went to the doctor and you got a diagnosis and you're taking a medication or two, and maybe you're seeing a specialist and you're taking your meds and you're seeing your doctors, and this has to be fine, right? You have it all under control. This is perfect. All good. It's fine. So the question really is, what if you're not actually? What if you're just in the pre-stage? And what if everything that you're feeling, your I don't feel good, actually means that you're doing something bigger? What if all of this that you're feeling is the before stage? How much longer are you going to walk around just saying, I'm here to tell you that it is not fine. It's not fine. And why do you have to wait for a diagnosis to validate how you feel? Right? And if you already have a diagnosis, why isn't anyone taking the time to talk to you about how to reduce your medication or prevent needing medication? Why not stop all of it before it gets worse? I just want to take a moment and say that I'm not against medicine. Sometimes people hear integrative and they think I'm against medicine. I'm not against medicine. I practice medicine every day. And if I'm sick, I'll be the first one to take medication. And if my patients need medication, I will prescribe it if you're in New York or New Jersey. But there's more to feeling well than just disease and medicine. A little background about who I am. This is me, this is my name, I'm in my messy office, you could see it. And I started off as a nurse. I worked in emergency, I did trauma, I became an FNP, I worked in a community for low-income patients. Then I opened up my own practice called EG Healthcare. I'm E, my wife is G, that's the whole name. And this is me in front of my sign. We started growing, the practice grew, the reviews are great, and I have over 20,000 patients, I'm on the board of trustees, blah, 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 I'm super fancy, right? But I had all these patients who kept telling me that they weren't feeling well when I first started out in my first years, but their labs showed that they were fine. Right? Now, before I tell you how I got into this, I have to tell you a little bit of a personal story. And that is, when I met my wife, she was a vampire. Now, not the cool kind of vampire where you have superpowers and you can run really fast. She had a disease called PMLE, stands for polymorphous light eruption. And that disease means you're basically allergic to the sun. Had to live like vampires. We can only go out at night. And she's in conventional medicine. I'm in conventional medicine. In fact, we met in the ER. And we had all our friends are in medicine, and we thought we would have all the answers. It took us years to get diagnosed, and then it took us years of medications to realize there had to be a better way. And that is how I started exploring it, and I went into functional medicine to help cure my wife. And then I brought it here. But I asked myself, if this happened to us, and we're both in medicine, and we had everything at our fingertips, who else is this happening? Who else is walking around either in a state of fine or not diagnosed? Or maybe you're just sensitive to the sun. It took us years to get the answer. I decided, what if there was more to medicine than what I initially learned? What if there was a better way? So I decided to go all in. I got my Institute of Functional Medicine certification, and then I got my PhD in integrative medicine, and I created the new method. I called it the new method because my patients know. You know your body, you know what's going on. And it's just about figuring it out. And I started empowering patients all over the country just to realize that your symptoms are not in your head. I even wrote a book about it. This is what it's called. This is me in my office. So you might say, well, wait a minute. If my medical providers, they're all very well respected and they're all smart and all went to school, they're telling me it's fine. They're telling me no big deal, or if they're just saying to take this one medication, and isn't it? Well, they're not wrong, because when we go to basic primary care, when you go for your annual visit and you get your basic blood work, you're probably okay with those labs, sure, because primary care is designed to look for disease because it could only treat disease, but there's no room for pre-disease. There's no room to set, it's just set up to find a disease and treat, which is great if you have a disease. If you have diabetes and you get a medication, that's amazing. But if you're in this pre-stage, this cooking stage, this undiagnosed stage, there's actually no room for you in conventional medicine. And this is why. Okay, on the left here, you have wellness, which is what we all want, and on the right, we have illness. And it takes years to go from wellness to illness. There are two endpoints of the spectrum, and most people are somewhere in between. And if you're in between, if you're in that stage of I don't feel good-itis, this is when you're told it's in your head, but it just means you're on your way. The disease doesn't happen overnight. It feels like it does, like, oh my God, ever since I turned 50, this hasn't been the same. But it doesn't happen that way. It takes time to cook. And the one common denominator for almost all disease is inflammation. And the result of years of inflammation is disease. So you might be in that in-between stage, just having inflammation, but not yet in the space of disease. So this little chart that actually my son made a few years ago, on the left are things that we're exposed to all day, what we eat, the toxins that we're around, micro stress. And on the right is when we finally get diagnosed. And on the way is the things that we feel when we're told there's nothing wrong with us. Fatigue, low energy, brain fog, abdominal issues, muscle pain, leaky gut, hormonal imbalances. The entire time, every time you go to your medical provider, when you're in that middle stage, you're going to be told, you're fine. There's nothing wrong with you. Maybe here's a Xanax. And we want to stop. So this is a new way of seeing things. It means that if you have a diagnosis, what you're seeing is not actually the disease, but rather the end result of years of inflammation. And if you're just treating the end result, if you're just treating the diabetes, if you're just treating the thyroid, it actually doesn't make sense without treating the entire underlying cause. You want to move beyond disease management to tackle inflammation. But it also means that but that's for the people who have a diagnosis. But if you're one of the people without a diagnosis and you're not feeling well, now you understand that you are just on the way to a diagnosis. You're in the pre-stage. You are in the inflammation stage. You don't have to wait for the diagnosis to validate you. You don't need someone to come out and say, you have this itis to feel validated. Your symptoms are the validation that you need. And you can start tackling the root cause of inflammation to prevent it from getting worse. And inflammation affects everything. Your brain, your nervous system, your GI tract, your liver, your kidneys, your pancreas, your endocrine, your muscle, your joints. I mean, you name it, it's there, right? This is why we have so many anti-inflammatories on the market. It affects everything. And when we go into conventional medicine, where it's very siloed, right? You have one place for your cardiologist, one place for your diabetes, one place for your thyroid issues, one place for your memory issues. And it feels like the body's not connected because each place has its own waiting room with its own labs and its own everything. They don't talk to each other. But what I want you to understand that there is a common thread linking all of these together. There's a root cause to no matter what you're feeling. You have your blood pressure, you have your thyroid, you have your brain fog. It's all connected. Inflammation. Right now you know that the common thread is inflammation. This is how disease progresses. You have your genes. You're exposed to a trigger. Everyone's trigger is different. Maybe it's mold, maybe it's an infection, maybe it's stress. And then you have this years of inflammation cooking it, years of not feeling optimal, and then eventually disease. And for those of you not feeling well, you're kind of on the way in those middle parts, right? And symptoms of underlying inflammation could be this unexplained fatigue, and you go to the doctor and say, well, your thyroid's fine, you're not anemic, maybe you should just get some sleep. Maybe you have low-grade fevers, and they say you have no infection. You have body pain, and they say you have fibromyalgia, or what do you expect? Go exercise some more. Maybe you have skin issues and where you get some cream, but no one ever discusses why it's happening. Maybe you have GI issues. They lead you to, and they give you this diagnosis of IBS. Don't get me started. That gets me crazy when people get this diagnosis. Or maybe you have brain fog and they just say you're doing too much, or it's your hormones, mood swings, depression, anxiety. The list goes on. And all of it just means that you're inflamed. And so I want to empower all of you that these symptoms, right, they're not in your head. They're telling you that something is wrong. They're telling you that something is on the way. Now, to understand how to treat inflammation, you need to understand where inflammation comes from. And of course, it can come from a lot of places. But here's another way of looking at it. The top of the tree, this is the reasons you go to your doctor. Hey, I have arthritis. Hey, I have insomnia. But the issues are not there in the leaves. The issues are here on the bottom. You're not eating right, maybe trauma in your life, lack of sleep, nutritional deficiencies. And if we don't deal with these root causes, we are never actually fixing anything on top, right? You come in here, but the problems are here. Now, some of the obvious lists of inflammation, because I could do a whole talk just of inflammation, but just to get a sense of what I mean. Of course, a poor diet, and this has nothing to do with weight loss. I just want to make sure I hate the word diet. I should change it to nutrition, because I have very, very thin, quote unquote, people who are very, very unwell. This has nothing to do with that, and I have heavier people who are doing just fine. This has to do with how we're getting our nutrition. Lack of exercise, because that calms down inflammation. Not exercise because you want to be a size 0. Exercise with intent to reduce inflammation. Stress, poor sleep, of course, smoking and alcohol. But there's other contributors, right? There's the things we're exposed to, the heavy metals, the pollution, exposures, mold. Mold is a big one. Infections, long COVID. Long COVID is real. It's a big thing. I see it all the time. And then it could just be low vitamin D or low omega-3 fatty acids. These are all things that contribute to inflammation. And I know I'm speeding through this because I really just want you to get at a really macro level. And the whole of it is to ask you, has your PCP ever discussed these possibilities with you? Or is it just like, well, you're pre-diabetic, don't eat sugar, or you're diabetic, here's some medication, here's blood pressure medication. Has anyone ever discussed with you all these things on this previous slide? Hey, are you exposed to mold? Hey, is there heavy metals? How much mercury have you been eating? When was the last time I didn't talk? When did you have code? Do you have H. pylori? Right? These are all the things that most PCPs don't discuss with you. And then I guess the question is it any wonder that you don't feel well when none of these things, none of the root causes are really addressed, and we just wait to the next annual visit to say you're fine, right? Just remember, if you're in the middle, your labs might be normal. This is the part where you come in and everything is perfect. You're not anemic, your thyroid's fine, you're not diabetic, see you next year. Yeah, but doc, NP, PA, I really, really don't feel well. Yeah, but you're not sick. I can't help you, right? So I want you to know that the labs are only there to show you if you're already all the way on the right, okay? You don't have to wait for this inflammation to become a disease. And if we already have a diagnosis, you already have a disease, you don't have to wait for it to get worse. Just increase your medication. Start your journey by removing the triggers and inflammation and start reversing your symptoms. So even if you don't have a diagnosis, you start peeling away those triggers, the inflammation, and you just start feeling better. We don't need the validation to start feeling better. You don't need the labs to validate you. You know, there is so much medical gaslighting, especially for women. You're fine. You're heavy. Lose weight. It's just your hormones. It's not, my dude. It's me. I'm on my way to unwellness. And I want to empower you to know that you don't have to wait for someone from the outside to let you know that you're not feeling well. And I want to leave you with this. I tell my colleagues all the time, yes, there are so many tests you can run for your patients, but there is one foolproof way to find out if your patient has inflammation. Just to listen to them. All you need to do. So until then, until everyone starts listening to us, I want you to know, I want you to always trust your gut, because you always knew there was a better way.
Fantastic. What a wonderful talk by Dr. E, and really appreciate you joining us today to talk about it. And absolutely, inflammation is such a key that most of us just don't think about. We just pop a pill to fix the situation. So really, really educational talk, really wonderful. I highly recommend the book. I read it after Dr. E was a guest on my podcast. So our final panel discussion, or our penultimate, I should say, with Dr. E is entitled Listening to Her. So what was the phrase that you just used, Dr. E? Come on, my dude. I love that. I'm going to be using that with every man in my life. Listening to Her, Transforming Healthcare for Every Woman's Journey. And our first question comes from Ella Louise Castro, age 40. Now, I have to sort of put context around this. I'm not sure, Ella, where you are in terms of your hormonal stages, but the question is very simple. Should I start hormone therapy? So let's open that up, first of all, to Dr. E.
Okay, so let me say this. Every menopausal woman, unless she has very serious contraindications, should 100% be on bioidentical hormone replacement therapy. And this is not our old school hormones, and this is not just for hot flashes. This is to preserve your brain, to preserve your heart, to preserve your bones, to preserve your focus. We are living longer than we ever have before, and the concept of longevity is not something that our moms and our grandparents really, there was not that much in medicine. In today's world, we cannot talk about longevity. We cannot talk about preventing Alzheimer's. We cannot talk about living well outside of a nursing home if our hormones are not balanced. So you want bioidentical hormone therapy. Now, I said postmenopausal, so that it's much easier. There is a world where perimenopausal women can also start some hormones. It's slightly more complicated, but if you're already symptomatic, it's something to consider. So without question, postmenopausally, unless you have contraindication, 100%.
Absolutely. And as Dr. E was saying, let's just make sure that we are aware of the differences between perimenopause and menopause. Now, perimenopause can go on for years. For some women, we sail through it, don't even know it's happening. For other women, it can be a real struggle. It can go on for a long time. Menopause is when you haven't had a period, or this is the official, for 12 months. So that's how to know which stage you're in. So obviously Dr. E was referencing those in the menopausal stage, which comes afterwards. But absolutely, great advice there from Dr. E. So hopefully, Ella, that helped. And our next question is from Samara Hines, age 54. How do I know if I need medical intervention or medication to get on top of my menopause? So again, Dr. E.
So I'm going to double down and say, even if you don't have menopausal symptoms, you should be on hormones, because, as I said, the reason we get osteoporosis is because our estrogen goes down. The reason we lose focus is because our testosterone goes down. The reason we have increased cardiac risk is because our estrogen goes down. So even if you're perfect, I have clients all the time who say, I feel fine, I feel great, that's awesome. We're still putting you on BHRT, bioidentical hormone therapy, so that's how you know, you just need it.
I love. She's very, very quick with her answers, isn't she? There's no fluff involved. This is when you know. No, it's great. This is when you know you're speaking to a medical professional who sees 20,000 patients. It's like, no, I have a one-line answer. So absolutely, and really, really listen to Dr. E on this. I think it's some great piece of advice there. And I'm also going to come to Dr. Aruna.
Hi, I do concur. I'm as a geriatric psychiatrist, and I've been trained in Dr. Dale Bredesen's protocol, which is about RECODE, reversing dementia. And I think the biggest concern is that when we talk about hormonal therapy, people are thinking that it is birth control pills and synthetic estrogens and estrones, which are endocrine disruptors. So I don't recommend birth control pills, but when it comes to bioidentical hormones, I almost think of it as medical grade food, because that's what they are. I mean, I don't know the specifics of each hormone. I would leave that to experts like Dr. E, but from the research that I have done as well, BHRT, bioidentical hormones, do not increase risk of breast cancer. They do not increase risk of other cancers, but they are incredibly valuable in conditions like, for preventing things like dementia, especially osteoporosis. And I think I did refer earlier in my talk as well that a single neuron, 90 to 95% of the receptors on a single neuron are estrogen receptors, and nature does not make mistakes. There's a reason for that. The only thing I would say postmenopausal women or perimenopausal women, the one medications that I would big word of caution is actually psychiatric drugs. Now those, there is no chemical imbalance. They don't fix any chemical imbalance because there is nothing to fix. And because of their action, they do create chemical imbalance. So that's those pharmaceuticals, we have to be careful. And there are so many things we can do for anybody at any age group, definitely in the post-menopausal period, to help with mood and anxiety and all of those issues, even psychosis and anything, before we have to reach for a medication.
So, Rita, can I add to that? Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So everything she said was so on point, and I want to say two things. When she describes psychiatric medications and many medications, you tend not to have a deficiency, a lack of a psychiatric medication. So if we're going to take psychiatric medications, and certainly if we need to take it, there's going to be some side effects because it's not something that we're missing. Unlike bioidentical hormones, which is suddenly we have a drop and we're bringing it. And the book that she referred to is The End to Alzheimer's, right? Alzheimer's Protocol is the most amazing book. You should read it. Neither one of us wrote it, but we both read it. And we're talking about how to prevent Alzheimer's, and of course it's reducing insulin resistance, but a big part of that is making sure your hormones are balanced, because without that, you'll leave yourself exposed to Alzheimer's.
Absolutely. And I think if I'm going to do the layman's terms of some of what the two amazing doctors are talking about. One is to recognize that estrogen starts to deplete from pretty much your late 30s onwards. It's at its highest level in your 30s. That's a great age for a lot of women. And then it does start to deplete. And for some women, it can be very, very rapid. Also, to be aware that some of the mental health symptoms, there's nothing wrong with your mental health. It's just that sometimes one of my clients, a multitude of doctors who didn't look at it holistically as our doctors here today do, multitude of doctors looked at so many symptoms. She had crippling joint pain, crippling arthritis. She got out of the car on the side of the M1, which is a large motorway in the UK, for no apparent reason. None of this made sense. Her estrogen was at 8% at the age of 42. No one looked at that. They just tried to drug her up with antidepressants. So please remember that we need to be aware that estrogen can drop, but the level drops differently for different women. And equally, I concur with everything that the two doctors are saying. These compound BHRT, they're designed for you. You're not just going to be given this bog standard, sorry, that's a phrase in the UK, this standard across the board cookie cutter, everyone takes it. It's going to be developed and designed to your needs, so you don't need to be afraid of it. Hopefully that puts a little bit of a layman's term on it. So really interesting chat there between the two doctors. I think they could probably give you a whole nother hour on the subject. We're going to come to our final question of this panel, which is from Valerie Shaw, age 52. I wake up feeling so tired that I dread the day. How can I fix this? Dr. E.
Yes. So of course, you always go to your PCP first. You have to rule out the biggies. Never skip that step, and never go to anything kind of holistic or outside the box until you first do that. Make sure you don't have anemia, make sure your thyroid's on point. So I'm assuming you did all that. After that, the next thing to consider, if you're that exhausted, is something called adrenal fatigue. Adrenal fatigue means that your cortisol levels, which is what gets us through the day. It's what wakes us up in the morning. It also is our stress hormone. It is also our get up and go hormone. And after a lifetime of stress, some of us get really depleted. And we lose that rise in the morning that we need to get up and out of bed. So it's an easy test. It's a saliva test. Your conventional medicine doctor will not perform it for you, so do not ask them that. Go to conventional medicine first, get everything else tested. Then you find a functional medicine provider and ask for adrenal fatigue testing. If you do have adrenal fatigue, there's different stages of it. There are amazing supplements that you can use, and sometimes you actually get cortisol replacement in very low doses. But there is a way out of it, and so I want you to find the answer that you deserve.
Absolutely. I think we can probably say that about every single speaker today. We have huge numbers of different variations and backgrounds, but please, if you are suffering from anything that has become chronic or that isn't just sitting right with you, please go and find the appropriate medical outlet first. That's always, holistic is wonderful. I am very much holistic in my nature. I'm a big believer in the power of nutrition, in the power of movement and exercise, in the power of fresh air, in the power of cleaning your environment. But equally, I'm a big believer that if you have something that really needs medicine, there is no affirmation in the world that can fix that. So go to holistic, look at your whole life, but medicine and traditional medicine is a part of that. If you're going to look at everything holistically, you can't ignore that fact either. So I reiterate everything that Dr. E said. So wonderful talk, really interesting, fascinating, and a great panel discussion there. Thank you so much to Dr. E for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
So I guess that leaves me. And with all of these wonderful speeches, I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to keep up with it, but I'm going to do my best. Now, my name is Rita, and I, like I just mentioned, work in a very holistic way. So I'm a level 4 personal trainer, I'm a level 5 nutrition coach, I am a long COVID rehabilitator, I am a pre and postnatal specialist, I work with women over the age of 40, through lots of training in different areas of nutrition, movement, and mindset, including behavior change. And all of that is to say that I still really don't know anything. And the reason being is I've only just in my mind started. Now I've been doing this for 8+ years. And to me, that's a drop in the ocean. A day like this, I have learned so much from so many wonderful speakers. And I would say that each and every single one of them brought something different. To me, that is filling my cup, the cup of Rita. Now, it is not filling my mind. And the reason being is my mind isn't my mind. Now, bear with me. This isn't because I've just had loads of coffee and it's the end of the day. There is a reason behind this. The mind is not your mind. I'm going to demonstrate this. So I can see that Anna has the microphone. So I'm going to ask each of you to give me a thought that they've had, which is an intrusive thought. So I'll start you off. I've had a thought before, not right now, but I've had a thought that I am not smart enough. I've had this thought a lot, especially when you listen to someone like Dr. E, right? I am not smart enough. And it's not a thought that serves me. It's a negative centric thought. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists. So I'm going to come to Anna first. Anna, what is a negative centric thought you had?
What if the decision that I am making next is going to hurt my family?
Okay, what if the decision I make next is going to hurt my family? All right, let's ask Lindsay. Lindsay, what's a negative thought that you've had?
That I can never amount to other people.
That I can never amount to other people. Dr. Trevino.
That even though I can hold space and help other people's heal, that I will never be able to heal my own problems of being able to really breathe the way the body is meant to breathe. I have some obstructions. That's a scary thought for me.
Okay, so before I come to our other four, I'm going to start there mainly because my memory is not that good. I've got to remember 4 things now. That's a lot for me. So my thought, I am not smart enough. Hands up in the room, the 2 doctors at home and you at home. Hands up if you have ever had that thought, I am not smart enough. All right, I've got a full house. Second thought was Anna's. What if the decision I make hurts my family? Hands up if you've ever had that thought. Okay. All right. Lindsay's thought was, remind me of your thought again, Lindsay? Lindsay's thought, I can't amount to other people. Hands up if you've ever had a variation of that thought. Okay. All right, cool. And Natalie's, hands up if you've ever had a variation of the thought, although I can help other people, I cannot help myself. Okay, so in the room here, I had 100% of hands for 100% of those thoughts going up. So I can guarantee that I'm nearing that at home with all of you. So let's ask Christine. Chris, what is a negative centric thought that you've ever had?
If I allow myself to have fun again, my business will fail.
All right, hands up if you've ever had the thought, if I allow myself to have fun, my business will fail. Doctors, all of you at home, everyone in the room. Okay. Audrey, what is a negative centric thought?
On the spot.
I am, yes.
I mean, I relate with all of those. I can't think of one right now. A negative centric thought that I've had is I will perpetuate my family cycle. I'm not good enough to move forward.
I will perpetuate my family cycle, or I'm not good enough to move forward. Ever had a variation of that thought? Okay, are you seeing a pattern? I'm a great believer in patterns. So I'm going to come lastly to the 2 doctors. So Dr. Aruna, what is a negative centric thought that you've had?
I will never be accepted by my medical community. That was a big one for me.
I'm going to just, for the majority of you at home, remove the word medical from that because it might not apply to all of us. So I'm going to rephrase that into I will never be accepted by my community. Who's ever had that thought? Okay. And lastly, Dr. E, what's yours?
I feel that, Dr. What if the risk I took is too big of a risk?
What if the risk I took is too big of a risk? Hands up if you've ever had that thought. All right. So are we noticing a pattern that pretty much, let's say 99% of women listening to this have all had the same thoughts. So what does this tell you? Your mind, not your mind. The mind is an evolved state that has one sole purpose: to keep you alive. From millennia of evolution, it has come to the conclusion that it needs to find threats to be useful. I am me, my mind is my mind. I want to be happy. My mind couldn't give a crap if I'm happy or not. It really doesn't. It just wants me to be alive. Same with all of you. So we are in this constant battle where we seem to think that we are in this state of self-sabotage, and we are not. Our mind is just trying to prove its worth. Because guess what? 1,000 years ago, do you think any person under the sun sat around their campfire going, I wonder if I'm good enough? I wonder if the tribe will accept me? No! They went, I wonder if there's a bear behind that rock. Or I wonder if the other tribe is coming with spears to hunt us down. There were dangers. So what did the mind do? Millennia ago, it looked for dangers and it found them. It was the way of keeping you safe. It needed to search them out. But nowadays, I mean, I would assume most of you, if you've got access to a video stream, are probably not living somewhere that a tribe's coming to hunt you down. Nowadays, those dangers are relatively minimal. So your mind goes, crap, she doesn't need me anymore. I'm not useful. I better find a way to prove my value. Just like a child would. A dog. Who here's got a dog? Right? My dog loves so much that he needs to prove himself. He brings me things. It's wonderful. Your mind's a dog. It's trying to prove that it's needed by you. And so you're in this constant battle because it's always looking for the dangers in life. So it creates them. All of our minds are doing the same. We have a collective feminine mind that isn't yours. So if we start to tackle it together, maybe we might get some. Because your mind is often hijacked. Your mind doesn't know the difference between reality and fiction. Why do you think we love Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, or in my case, Harry Potter? Really wish I didn't have to admit that, but I will. Why do we love all of these sci-fi, out of this world, unrealistic shows? Because your mind doesn't know that isn't real. It takes you in. Have you ever had that moment where you've lost a TV remote? Ever had that? You're with your partner on the couch and you say, you know, he or she says to you, pass me the TV remote. And you say, oh, I don't know where it is. I can't see it. They say, it's right there. It's right next to you. I can't see it. It's right next to you. I can't see it. And then they come over and they pick it up. Oh, yeah, it's right in front of me. Ever had that? Because you told your mind that you couldn't see the remote. So guess what? You couldn't. It shut off your ability to see it. It shut off that perception. You created that reality. It wasn't true, but you told your brain it was, so it believed you. And we have to remember that our brain is hijacked by 10 little minions a lot of the time. And one who is Gru. You can see I've got young kids. I do apologize about these references, but if you've ever watched Despicable Me, there are these things called saboteurs. And they start off life as guardians. They start off when you're 3 years old saying, don't run into the road, it's dangerous. That's useful. I think we'd all agree. That's useful. They start off by saying, be nice to other people. That's a kind thing to do. That's useful. But then as we grow into adults, we don't need them anymore. But these aspects of the mind are like parasites. They want to survive. So now that guardian who told you as a 3-year-old not to run into the road is now called the hypervigilant, always on the lookout for danger. never trusting another human being, always assuming that the worst will happen. Ever felt like that? Or that guardian who said, be kind to the children at school, be nice, is now the saboteur called the people pleaser, saying you must make sure everybody else's needs come first, always put yourself last, but also you're going to resent them because they can never give you enough back. So all of these saboteurs get triggered by something, and they're all under the realm and the remit of the judge. That's Guru, by the way. And the judge is the one that keeps you up at night, tossing and turning. I don't know if anybody else had it last night. There was a few wake-ups for me. Tossing and turning. Had I forgotten something? What haven't I done? Why haven't I done this? The judge is the one that gets you to rehash every conversation you've ever had, wondering what you did wrong. So these saboteurs, when they hijack your mind, you're no longer you. You are no longer as an individual. You are thinking, acting in the patterns of those saboteurs. So it's no longer you in control, it's the mind. So how, I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. There are some steps. So how do we get ahead of this? How do we get back control of our own thought processes, of our own mind? Well, step one is to gain absolute clarity on what it is that you want. And there's been a couple of women today who I could see tense up when the words, "what do you want?" were uttered. I myself do the same thing. So in order to gain clarity, the first thing we need to do is stop overthinking and just focus on your goals. What is your desired outcome? What does unlocking an extraordinary life look like to you? Because clarity is power. So how do we really find what we want? Well, I'm a big believer in visualization, and a lot of the words that I grant you, are probably words that you've heard from multiple mindset gurus, affirmations, visualization, meditation, breath work. You probably heard these across social media, and you're probably a bit sick and tired of them, to be perfectly honest, because a lot of us are spouting about it nowadays. So I'm going to take you back to proof that it works, because I'm all about evidence. The 4-minute mile. Right? Anyone remember who ran the very first 4-minute mile? Yeah? Back in 1954 this was done. Roger Bannister ran it in 1954 in 3 minutes, 59 seconds, 0.4 milliseconds. Now, people since the ancient Greeks have been trying to run a 4-minute mile. So what's so special about him? What's so special? So since the ancient Greeks, no one's done it until 1954, and then in the next 12 months, 60 people did it. Did I miss something? Did we suddenly have this massive evolutionary jump in 1954? I don't know, maybe. I don't know, maybe we grew wheels. I'm not sure, I missed it. No. Those other 60 people saw that it could be done. They saw that Roger Bannister did it. They went, well, if he can, I can too. So how did Roger do it? Well, he was asked. I'm quoting an interview. He visualized it 12 times a day. 12 times a day. He closed his eyes. He saw the end point. And he saw how he was going to weave his way where his feet needed to go. He saw himself crossing the finish line in less than 4 minutes. And he visualized that 12 times a day. So you sit here and tell me that visualization doesn't work. So the first thing to do is get clarity by visualizing. Visualize yourself in 5 years' time, 2 years' time, 18 months. I don't mind. You pick a number. What does it look like? If you were to close your eyes right now and see the home, to see who's around you, to see what you're doing day to day. If you were to write for me your perfect day, what would it look like? Where would it be? So for instance, I realized one of the things I wanted was to dance again. I stopped salsa dancing, and it was only through visualization of what my perfect day was that I realized that it was something that I was missing. I needed it in my life to be happy. I didn't know that I wanted it until I tried to really visualize what perfection or the ideal looked like. That's the first thing I want you to do. Get clarity by visualizing your ideal day in 1, 2, 3, 4 years' time. Second thing is because once you've done this visualization, what you've done is mapped out. You've created a subconscious mind map, if you will, that gives your brain, I suppose you could call it the tools necessary to turn the vision into the reality. It now has a map. It has a GPS. It needs that GPS. You've given it to it. So the next step is that we need to commit to the GPS. I mean, we've all had that moment where we've done the GPS sat nav and we've got a very clear path and we said, yeah, I think that way is quicker. And so you pull off and then it just says recalculating. And it just says recalculating and you go, oh, I may have made a mistake here by not committing. So you've got to remember that once you've got a map, you have to commit to the map. And why don't we commit? What's the reason? Well, a lot of people have mentioned it. There's one emotion that gets in everybody's way. Write it down at home. Anyone in the room? Think of an emotion that gets in our way from committing. Lindsay said it straight away. Fear. Fear is one of the biggest traps that keeps people from taking action. And that fear, if you allow it to, will be present in the back of your mind all the time, pushing you away from your goals. The lack of action then gives that negativity time fester. It poisons your thoughts, slithers through. And you start to think of thoughts, it's a good thing I didn't try. Yeah, ever had that when you didn't take action because fear got in the way? It's a good thing I didn't try. I'd have never made it anyway. Oh, it's a good thing I didn't try. Look at all the other people that have failed. The negativity starts to infiltrate. The mind starts to take over, finds all the reasons why you shouldn't, why you should be scared. And when allowed to spread through your subconscious, this fear-based negativity will just seep into everything you then think about yourself. And this is where self-doubt, lack of worth comes from, is not taking action. The only way to deal with fear is to reprogram your mind to face it head on. You don't need to be afraid, but sometimes you have to take a leap in order to get there. You must look it in the eye and take action in spite of it. There was a time where I went traveling and there was a tunnel. This is not any tunnel. This is a tunnel, right? So my friend, I was a very, very trusting person at this time, gullible, if you will. My friend says, hey, this will be fun. Cool. We go into the tunnel. It starts out like a big cave. We get a little bit more. And it's a bit narrower. You get a little bit more. Narrower still. Get a little bit more. Ooh, the ceiling's coming down. Get a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit deeper. Now I'm on my hands and knees. It's literally a crawl space. And it's pitch black other than our torches. All I can see is her arse in front of me. That's it. I don't know how I'm supposed to get out. I'm stuck and I'm here, right? This is probably, in hindsight, one of the most terrifying moments I've ever had. But I kept my composure until one moment where we sort of stopped and she said, let's try something really cool. All right, cool. She was one of those friends, she's a bit older, I just followed her everywhere. We've all had one of those. The kind of friend that says, shots! And next day you think, oh, why? She said, turn off your torch. So I turned it off. I've never experienced blackness ever. And every single fiber of my being went to fear. I felt fear around me. It was like this menacing bully had just stormed up to me and was facing me down. I was consumed, almost to the point where I felt like I couldn't breathe. I had two options. I succumbed, or I took action. So I chose the latter. In that very moment, that was the one time in my life where I realized that fear was nothing but a story I was telling myself. A story of what if. What if the cave flooded? What if the torch didn't come back on? What if we got lost? What if we never got out? What if, what if, what if? And I said, screw you, what if? I'm in control. That's the only way to tackle fear. Be in control. Because a bully only fights you because of its own insecurity. Fear is an insecure little child that only has power if you allow it to. Take action. Commit. So if you're afraid, let's say you're afraid of failure, look at it a different way, reframe it. Failure is an education. I have one motto in my life and with my clients. If you've learned something and you didn't give up, you didn't fail. Failure is an education. And so we need to make sure that when we commit, we follow one word that we use incorrectly. Who's ever said, I've made a decision and then done the complete opposite? Right? I know that I've done that. The word decide comes from the Latin to cut off. To cut off every other possibility. To decide is to choose outright that this is my path and nothing else is going to get in my way. And most of us never truly decide. So make sure that the next time you make a decision, it's true, it's committed, it's steadfast. And we were having this discussion, myself and the speakers last night, about the difference between boys and girls at school. Boys take action. If you look at the educational system, both UK, US, Canada, boys do far better in sciences, in maths, in engineering, in places where quick action and exams tend to be involved, right? Quick, decisive action, decisions. Girls tend to fare better in humanities, creative subjects, where there is project work, where there's coursework, where it's not so much based on the instantaneous decision, it's based on projects over time. And it's because, I don't believe it's because boys are better at making decisions. No. Nor do I believe that girls are better at longer projects. I believe that we're pushed in that direction. Girls and boys, toddlers, babies will play with anything. It's only when you say, hey, Marie, you play with the Barbie. Hey, Toby, here's a car. That's when they start to believe that there is one path for them. Same in the education. Girls are pushed in one direction. Boys are pushed in another. So we need to start to redress our beliefs in ourselves as women, as females, about our ability to make quick, fast actions. Because boys are taught that that's what you do. We are not. We are taught overthink. Do a project. Do a board. Do a step by step. Sometimes momentum. Success loves speed. We've all heard that phrase. So sometimes that's what's required. And we also need to look at the language. All of those thoughts that we had at the beginning, the language, oh my goodness. I can't. I never. I fail. I suck. Rephrase, how can I? The language you talk yourself in will be the reality that you live in. So start to rephrase it. As Dr. E was saying, rather than just saying, well, it's in my head, how can I ask good quality questions to find the right person to help me? Look at the language that you're using. And you see this, especially, there's a task that I give my clients. I urge you to do this at home. I really do. You won't have time to do it now. Take some time, brain dump every single thing that you have to think about in a week. Everything. You'll come back to it, okay? The last client I asked to do this gave me 8 A4 pages. Because every single time she did something, it came up. She had to think about reordering the shopping. When was the last time the beds got changed? Does the Hoover need emptying? Have the bills been paid? Have we got enough food in the fridge? Has that spillage been cleaned up? Extracurricular activities, holidays, birthdays, everything, right? She came up with 8 pages. The average I found, and I've done this with about maybe 150 women, the average I found is 6.5 pages roughly of stuff that you think about. I also say if you've got a partner at home, a masculine partner, get them to do the same. Guess how many pages they come up with? Less than 1, right? So women have got 6.5 pages of things they're thinking about, and men have got less than 1. And it usually says something along the lines of car, shower, cologne, work. That's pretty much, right? It doesn't have an awful lot on there because you are holding so much in your mind. Of course, it's hard to then make a decision because you've got all of this going on. How can you make a decision if there's no space to make that decision in? So I urge you to get it all out and then start to look at what is really necessary. I had a client who ironed her bed sheets every week and it took her 2 hours. No. Unless you've got the King of England come and stay, you do not need to iron blooming bed sheets. So look at what you're doing and take it off. Take those lists out so that you can truly make a decision. And I guess this kind of comes to my final point, and this is how I started the day. Shoulds. Our shoulds. We believe as women that there are many, many shoulds that we have to have in place to be happy. And that is why my speech is entitled, Happiness Will Never Come If It Is Based on Expectation. And this all came from a conversation I had with one client about 12 months ago. I said, what do you need to be happy? That was my question. I'm not going to tell you everything she said because, oh my goodness, it went on for a while. I need the kids to behave. She had a teenager and a 9-year-old. I mean, come on. I need the kids to behave. I need all of the laundry to be done. I need to get to the gym 7 times a week. I need to meal prep every single day. I need to batch cook on a Sunday. I need to make sure that all of my outfits fit me perfectly. I need to make sure that she even went to the point of the traffic lights need to be green so she can get to work. I mean, it was unrealistic. I said, well, if you need all of that to be happy, then I can't help you. You will never be happy because you are basing it on so many expectations. It will never come. And she went, well, you know, I can be happy, but life gets in the way. Has anyone else ever said the phrase, life gets in the way? Of course it does. That's the point. Life is meant to get in the way. Life is meant to be messy. Life is meant to throw you curveballs. That is the very nature. Guess what? In the forest, the tree, the little baby tree starts growing, and another one gets in the way. Oh, well, that's life. It carries on. The squirrel goes to find the nut, and the wind blows it away. Life got in the way. Oh, well, it just goes and finds another one. Life is meant to get in the way. If it didn't, you'd be dead. So be grateful it's getting in. Be grateful that you have as much of a life as you do to get in the way. So stop assuming and expecting perfection for happiness to come. It will never come. So, wrap up. There is one thing I'd like you to take away. Right at the beginning, I said we as women are desperately looking for control and routine because we do not trust. If you can start to trust yourself, you can do one extraordinary thing today. Embrace the uncertainty. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. I hope, I pray that I will get home to my children. I don't know. We are not in control of life. The only thing we can control is our actions and our reaction. When we embrace this concept, we take back our power. We take back the power to shape our existence and reprogram our minds. Your mind is searching for certainty. It isn't you. You're searching for extraordinary. And that will never be found in the certain and the safe. It will be found in the unknown, in the uncomfortable, in the exploration, as every single woman here has proven today. So let go of the need for certainty and embrace the uncertainty. Because when we focus on choosing trust, giving without thinking, giving without expecting something in return, if we focus on living present and consciously, then we can simply let go and enjoy the journey. So thank you so much for listening to me today. Make sure you take control of your mind, embrace the uncertainty, and I hope you've discovered something about yourself today. I know I have, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you. So thank you. So we are going to open this up to our very, very last panel of the day. And this is my panel discussion called There is More That Unites Us Than Divides Us. So the questions I've got are simple, and I'm going to open them up to every single panelist, and I'm going to ask every single panelist each of these. And I will start with Dr. E. So this first question comes from Diane Blackburn, age 67. What is your biggest struggle as a woman? So, Dr. E.
Oh my God. My biggest struggle as a woman is the subtle massage.
I love that. Absolutely.
Sorry if you didn't hear me. I hope you heard me.
There we go.
Yeah, so it's the subtle misogyny, the small digs, the small being left out, very hard to, no one's going to go directly to your face say your opinion's not right because you're a woman, but you won't be invited to certain things or you won't be asked to participate in certain things. So I would just sit there and go, is that because I'm a woman? I'll just stay right there and make everyone feel uncomfortable. But that is just the thing. But call them out on their shit. Sorry if I'm allowed to curse, I don't know.
Oh, absolutely. Call them out on their shit. That's a good one. And that subtle misogyny, I experienced it coming here to Texas. So for those of you at home, most of you will know, I am not from around these parts. I'm from the UK, and obviously to be here, and I'm seeing several clients as well, that is all in all 10 days. That's a long time to be away from the family. My husband goes away as well. And when he goes away, no one questions it. There is absolutely nothing to be said. It is just that the mum, i.e. me, will deal with it. When I go away, the first question I got asked by one of his friends, so he's babysitting, is he? I almost lost my shit at that point. He's babysitting. No, they're his children. Okay, we established that. They're his. he is looking after and caring. It's the same with schools. How many times as moms does the school ring the mom? Like, what happened to ringing the parents equally? Why is that not a thing? So absolutely, the subtle misogyny of assumptions because you are a woman. I think that's so important to take away. And thank you for that, Dr. E. And I'm going to come to Audrey. So what is your biggest struggle as a woman?
Biggest struggle as a woman, I mean, I think that it's honestly believing that I feel like I'm piggybacking off of this, but like believing that I am capable of achievement, which goes back to my fear. But I always just wanted to be a mom, and now that I have a career, I'm like, wait, can I actually do that? Am I actually able to create that space for myself, my kids, the whole thing?
Being allowed to be more than one thing is a struggle, but also then how do you find space to hold those multiple things? I think this is all a path that we've tread or are treading. You know, I don't think any of us have got the key. None of us are the immaculate. We are all still just learning and stumbling and picking ourselves up. So, you know, I love that completely. So if we come to Lindsay next, what is your biggest struggle as a woman?
Safety, both physically and emotionally. It's exhausting to have to walk down a street and not be able to be fully present in the moment, like enjoying where you are, because you have to kind of look around and make sure you're going to be safe. It's so exhausting. But then even the ability to have safety in relationships where you can be vulnerable and express, hey, that hurt my feelings. Because what do we get told then? Being too emotional.
Absolutely.
So just the overall safety.
I couldn't agree more. I think we've all experienced it. I know I have. When I was walking down a path, it was dusk, and 3, we would call them youths, turned up on bikes. I mean, they're lads, boys, bringing out the British here, around about maybe 17, all 6 foot something. I think, do you ever have that tightening where everything clenches? I mean, even to the point where my vagina clenched up, like everything just tightens. And thank goodness I was with my husband, and I just sort of grabbed his hand. And then when we got home, I went, oh, I was so glad you were there. And he went, what are you talking about? And I was like, when those 3 lads turned up. And he went, oh, I didn't even notice. That's the difference. Absolutely. I love that. What a fantastic sort of thought and input from Lindsay. So let's come to Christine next. What is your biggest struggle as a woman?
So my son, I cut up avocados and put it with his Mexican pizza. And he said, oh, Mom, why don't you make some guac? And he's like, isn't it just smushed up avocado? And I was like, no, sir, it's not. I was like, it's garlic, cutting the limes, salting it, putting cilantro, cleaning out, like a lot of stuff. I was like, but you see the end product. He's like, oh yeah, it tastes so great, but I thought it was just avocado. So I think my biggest struggle as a woman is sometimes you can be very talented in areas like cooking, organizing things, and people expect that since you do it so well, you should just always do it, and they don't know how much effort is actually put into it. And sometimes I feel like as women, I think we struggle with that. To be like, hey, no, you can do it. Yeah, just because it looks like I do it easy. It's like, there's garlic and stuff in here. Like, I smell like garlic for a couple days after. Does anyone else notice? Because I do, even when I wear gloves. So, but yeah, I would say that.
Absolutely. And again, fully agree. I think the best phrase I ever heard, and I heard it when I was about 24, I was in a position where I was working 104 hours a week, and I was getting everything. Yeah, I'm seeing the faces. It was horrendous. My body went into burnout, by the way. I was 6 months ill after that job. And my mentor at the time said one piece of advice: only the squeaky door gets oiled. If you keep working and working in complete silence, no one will notice that you're doing it well. It's only when you make a noise and stand up that people realize the effort you're putting in. So squeak the fuck away. That's my piece of advice there. Let's come to Dr. Trevino. What is your biggest struggle as a woman?
I struggle with freedom. I often feel that I have to ask permission to take a job that's going to take me over there. Like, I want to share the news with my family. Then they're like, well, scared. Aren't you, make sure you have this and make sure you have that. And I'm just like, let me go. I just want to go. I want to go and explore. And sometimes I want to be spontaneous, but I often feel that it's like I have to explain myself. And that's something I struggle with because it's something that just comes up naturally. Like, I want to tell them a reason why, but I really don't need to. But I struggle with that.
The freedom to be and do without having to justify. Absolutely. We self-justify all the time. Even friends of mine. Oh, well, have you ever done this? I bought this dress, by the way, with my own money that I worked damn hard for, that I'm okay to spend. It's not going into debt. I bought this dress, but it wasn't that expensive and I can wear it at all of these different occasions and it's going to last me for life. It's an investment. No, I bought a dress. That's it. No justification needed. So absolutely, freedom. We need more of it in our lives. Let's come to Anna. What is your biggest struggle?
Well, first it was to discover that I needed boundaries, and then it was to figure out where to put them. And I think now the challenge is how to maintain those. And, I as a people pleaser, I think many women are people pleasers, and personality-wise, I'm a hyperachiever people pleaser. And so, trying to figure out how to include myself in the people that I please. And create space for myself in such a way, and that I keep my boundaries and honor what I also need. The oxygen mask factor of the boundaries. So first that I need them, then where to put them, and then how to keep them.
I love that, and I think we all have that as well. Boundaries in general is an encompassing phrase that we struggle with as a gender for sure. And let's come to Dr. Aruna. What is your biggest struggle?
To find my voice, express myself in an assertive way. And I think what happens at least it happened to me, is that we experience so much of this dampening of our authenticity that we end up, at least I ended up, being aggressive in my speech and being narcissistic, which I didn't want to be, because when people don't listen to you, you want to raise your voice and yell, and both personally and in the professional space. And it was really, and then of course, no surprise, I was diagnosed with thyroid disease. That's the clear mind-body connection there. So a part of healing my thyroid really included finding my voice and being able to express that, both in the personal and in the professional sphere, in a manner where I am, it is speaking truth to power. So no aggression, none of that, but just clearly, just stating what I think. And the whole COVID fiasco was another, it almost at a personal level, it felt like it was an exercise in me being able to speak my mind, no matter what anybody else thought about it. So.
Absolutely, being able to speak our mind without becoming aggressive, because we feel it's the only way that we will be heard. Just to raise our voice, to become, because we are, on the whole, we are physically smaller, so we try to become bigger, but then we're told that we're angry little women. Shut up. So it's a very difficult balancing act to play. So, absolutely.
But also, I think part of the journey was also me having to let go of the expectation that when I say something, others should agree with it or listen to it or follow through. I'm like, no. Everybody is in their own journey of evolution and understanding, and I see things differently. And that was the biggest freedom and liberty that I gave myself. Okay, I say my piece, don't care how others are going to respond to it. It's, I mean, not don't care, don't mind. Like, see a little bit of that aggression coming. I don't care.
Absolutely. Allowing everyone to have opinions and voices which may be completely dissenting to our own. And I think it was Lindsay, I can't remember, someone talked about go and follow someone on social media that you don't agree with. That is a fantastic way to expand your thought process. Don't get angry, just be open, because you might learn something. You never know. So some wonderful answers there, and we've got one more question to wrap up this panel and indeed this day. So Roberta, you get the close of the day. Roberta Mayhew, 60. To all speakers, how did you learn to love yourself? Wrinkles, belly, and all. Which I think is just encompasses. It doesn't matter what's here, anywhere else. How did you learn to love here? I'm going to start this with, let's start with Lindsay. How did you learn to love yourself? Lindsay hasn't got a belly, so we'll just go with how did you learn to love yourself?
Funny you say that, because I would disagree. And isn't that exactly what we're talking about here? How we all view each other differently. And it's such a good question, and it's so hard to answer. By coming back to who I truly am. And what I mean by that is, there was, for me, growing up with anxiety and imposter syndrome, and then being so incredibly shy, I wasn't able to take healthy risks and say no. So I'd put up with a lot from a lot of different people. And then I think I started drinking to cope with all of that. Because I didn't know what else to do with all of that, like, internal pain. And of course, these are all subconscious things. It's not like I'm necessarily thinking, I should start drinking to cope with this, right? And then there was there was a divorce in there, and sobriety, and I have to continually look and assess, is what I'm telling myself helpful to me or not? And if it's not, then kind of like I said when I was doing my speech, I have to lean into that discomfort and I have to start challenging it. And it's like that in every single area of my life. It's, if I think about with my partner, it's hard for me to speak up to this day, but I know that I have to, because if I don't, resentment builds up and then I take it out on him. And he doesn't deserve that, So I have to address it, even though I think there's going to be a horrible reaction, coming my way. So, yeah, I think that would be my answer.
I love it. Always make sure you progress as you go. Because as Lindsay just rightly put, it builds. This is especially people-pleasing tendency, which I'm going to say 85% of the panel here have to some degree, right? People-pleasing, we give and give and give, and then we don't get as much back in return, and then we start to resent that other person. They did nothing wrong. We are the ones that created that unrealistic expectation, not them. So always communicate as you go. Always understand what it is, because 9 times out of 10, no one deserves the feeling that we're about to spew at them. So just check yourself along the way. I love that from Lindsay. Let's go to Natalie. What about you? How did you learn to love yourself?
Liz, it was a curiosity. Again, a curiosity about what did I love? What do I love? Started really diving into what do I love, and then I focused on that. I changed it to just focusing on that. And I love to sing. So what I ended up doing is I found out I would talk to myself in the mirror. I'd look at myself and talk to myself, and it was acceptance of what I looked like, what I sounded like, even the thoughts that were coming up for me. And I started listening to this group called Beautiful Chorus. They have mantras, harmony. There's beautiful mantras about loving the self. And I just kind of that over and over. And that was something that helped me. I think it'll be different for everybody, but for me, who's very musically, a music lover, and pretty critical with myself, and acceptance, just looking at myself, raw, dolled up and raw, all of it, just being accepted.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Natalie. And if we come to Christine, what about you? How did you learn to love yourself?
You know what, honestly, I'm like in a process of that now. Because I felt like I was pretty accepting of myself, like I was kind, I was forgiving. I didn't try to keep any record of the things I've done. But like after I had my 2 miscarriages back to back, it was like, I'm like, hey, this isn't me. Like I usually bounce back. No, it's actually taken me a while to get back out and to feel worthy to experience beauty and adventure and be spontaneous again. So I'm definitely still in the process of that. But that also lets me know that I care enough about myself to give myself that space.
Absolutely beautiful. I think the question, how did you learn to love yourself? I would suggest that Christine has just aired something that actually applies to everyone. We are learning. I can guarantee I haven't learned fully yet. Maybe I never will, and maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay that every single step is part of the learning. Because ultimately, life is just learning. Learning how to be better, do better. So, thank you for airing that, Christine. And let's come to Audrey. What about yourself?
So I'll try to keep this brief. I'm actually kind of surprised none of us have mentioned this the whole day, but I've always been pretty loving of myself, but I have a pretty personality, and was told repeatedly that I was the B word, that I was aggressive, and that I was too much, and all of these things. And then I learned about the Enneagram, and I learned that I'm a type 8 with a wing, which means that by nature I am considered the challenger. So, it's gonna happen just by my nature. And I learned that I'm actually not a bitch. I'm just really passionate about justice and about things being right. And I like to be efficient. So I don't beat around the bush when it comes to wording things. And that just as a woman is not always very accepted. So, you have a man who's a type 8 and he's like, yeah, you're a man's man. You have a woman who's a type 8 and you're like, wow, you're a bitch. So learning that I am who I am by design and I have a role in this world, in the book that I read was, actually I was listening to it and it was 2019. I was unloading the dishwasher and I was listening to, it's called The Road Back to You. It's by Ian Morgan Cron and Susan Steibel. And he talks about the type 8 and he's like, you're not, you are just a fighter for justice. And I just instantly wept. I felt so seen and so heard and so appreciated for who I was. And really from that moment, I was able to fully embrace myself. And just side note, if you don't know anything about the Enneagram, I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it, because you also learn not to put yourself in a box. So even though I am a type 8 with a 7 wing, which makes me a maverick actually, it doesn't put you in that box. You learn how to move around it and you learn how to communicate with other people. So if I am talking to someone who is a type 6, they're a loyalist, they're a little more fearful, they're always preparing for the worst, I'm going to know how to talk to them, and it's not going to be suck it up, buttercup, because that's not going to make any sense to them. And so you really learn how to communicate very effectively with other people. So being, as most of you are women in leadership, I highly recommend learning about that, learning who you are. It will probably help you love yourself better and communicate with others.
Absolutely, completely agree. And the communication with others, because when you can communicate effectively with them, when you can communicate in their language, then they communicate back more effectively. So it helps you not feel that you're hitting a brick wall. So I concur, completely, highly recommend. And I'm going to come, before we come to Anna, I'm going to come to Aruna and then Dr. E. So Aruna, for yourself, how did you learn to love yourself?
It's actually the answer to this question is the same thing that I put it in my video to the question, what makes me a strong woman? It is really my spirituality and the work that I've done, accepting my life as it has unfolded through meditation, working through the dark night of the soul, integrating all those aspects of me that I had abandoned or disavowed, and really transmuting those base emotions into higher emotions of gratitude, love, and acceptance. And it's a continuing process. Some days are better than others. And it's the practice of meditation and being grounded, being present, and leading with that heart. And I think of it as heart chakra and throat chakra centeredness. These two other things because those were the two things that I had closed up, my heart and my voice. So in opening them both through intentional practice, awareness, and the tools that I mentioned. So that's what gives me strength, and that's what makes me love myself. And in situations as they present themselves, when I am able to be aware, present, and not choose my habitual patterns, but instead put in newer, more attuned patterns and response, then hey, I get to pat myself on my back. And that gives me, pleasure, it gives me joy, it gives me love, and it gives me confidence and forgiveness of myself. All of those things are
I love that, and I would highly recommend a book just based off what Dr. Aruna was saying, called Letting Go by Hawkins, and looking at the different vibrational frequencies of different emotional energies. It's a fascinating book about how to vibrate at the best frequency for you. So really, really love that answer, Aruna. And we're going to come to Dr. E. How did you learn to love yourself?
Well, I appreciate the honesty of one of my colleagues here. I didn't fully learn to love myself yet. It is definitely a journey, but I have absolutely learned to stop beating myself up. And I did that simply by realizing that I would never let anyone talk to me the way my inner voice used to talk to me. And the minute I stopped, then I stopped doing that. And so that's part of the process. Stop putting yourself down. Stop talking to yourself in such a negative way.
Succinct and to the point, no one will ever criticize you as much as you criticize yourself. So completely love that answer. Thank you. And we're going to come to Anna. How did you learning to love yourself?
We are all works in progress. So I'm a super geek when it comes to personality tests, and I love all of them. I'll take all of them. Send me all you got. But definitely I would sort of second whether it's Enneagram or DISC or Strengths Finders or Positive Intelligence, or dig into yourself, because for me information is power. And so the more I understand about how I operate, the more I can understand, love, forgive myself about the way I behave. And then I think, we'll talk physicality, because I mentioned this before, and the feelings of taking up space and how much space do we take in the world. And I think for me physically, it was, again, kind of double clicking on what Dr. E said. I would never allow anyone to speak to one of my daughters the way that inner critic was speaking to me. Never. I would fight like a bear if I heard anyone speak to one of my daughters the way that I used to speak to myself. And so that is, it's a powerful thing to imagine, whether you have children or not. Imagine your best girlfriend. never say to your best girlfriend what your own voice says in the mirror. And so we have to do ourselves the same kindness somehow.
Somehow being a truly operative word there. And I guess for me to answer as a wrap up, as I previously mentioned, I am still in the process of learning. And how did I get onto that process? Honestly, by choosing to laugh at it now. And what I mean by that is we've all had those moments where we've fallen flat on our face. There was a moment in London, this was a genuine thing that happened to me. My boyfriend walked out on me for another woman. I went for a walk down King's Cross High Road, and a car zoomed past, this is a thing that people do, and threw eggs at me on my face. I mean, bruised. I literally had egg on my face. And I had in that moment two choices: to crumble into it or to laugh about it now. Because that's the kind of thing that you say, I'll laugh about it in the future. Why wait? That's my answer. Why wait? Why wait to laugh about it then? Laugh about it now. Every single step that you're on is part of whatever that greater destination is. Remember those dreams that sometimes we don't get? It's okay, because you are en route to your destiny. And every stumble and every trip and every bulge and every bodily function, every snort, every argument is something that just laugh about it now, because one day you will. So accept that it's okay. It's genuinely okay. I will never be perfect. And loving the fact that I will never be perfect allows me to embrace every single one of your imperfections too. So, I guess that's our time to end. I've thoroughly enjoyed the day. Actually, more than that, I've been honored and privileged to host such a wonderful day with such wonderful women. I have to say a huge thank you to San Antonio Video Productions, Michael and Cassie. Now, I've got to do this. When I walked in, I met Michael. He ushered to this wonderfully beautiful lady behind him. Says, "This is my assistant and also my wife." I just looked at him and said, "Buddy, we got this the wrong way round. Wife first, please. Assistant second." But they are a fantastic team. So if you are ever in Texas or San Antonio and you need video production help, please go and get in touch with Michael at San Antonio Video Productions. Been absolutely a pleasure to work with. I must say a massive thank you to Joe, who is currently taking photos of me whilst I thank him for taking photos of me. He's been fantastic throughout the entire day. A massive thank you to Audrey McKnight and Venture X for hosting us. It's been a gorgeous room with a gorgeous view and gorgeous women. A huge thank you to all of the panelists, both streaming in live as well as with me today. We had Chris M. James, we had Audrey Anderson, we had Dr. Natalie Trevino, we had Lindsay Retzlaff, we had Anna Ettin, we had Dr. E and Dr. Aruna Tamala. They have been fascinating individuals and authentically each themselves. And lastly, a massive thank you to you. Whether you've watched this live, whether you're going to watch the recording, whether you just popped in to say hey, whether you accidentally caught us because you were making the tea, I don't know. But thank you for being a part of our lives, a part of our community, and a part of International Women's Day 2024. So that leaves me to wrap up. I have been Rita Trotter. I represent the Health and Fitness Coach. I have been presenting to you the Un-Meno-Pause Your Life Conference 2024. And I look forward to seeing you all next year for hopefully the second go round. So you will have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your year, and love, hugs, and embrace the uncertainty. You deserve it. Bye from me and bye from them. Bye. Well done. Awesome.
Where's mine comes?
And I mean, I think connections we have made that are, I've got a list of like follow-up emails and protocols I want to make. Absolutely. I mean, a whole different session of it today, but I love your Well,